With only 9 months old, he was already training and had a gigantic amount of mana. When he turned 6, he was sent to school. Everyone wanted to be his little friend, but he didn't care about that. The cold boy only wanted to farm aura alone. But there was a girl who was interested in him. Initially, he didn't care, but when they started making her life difficult, he had to intervene, sending the other boy spinning through the air and leaving him fallen on his butt on the ground.
I broke my back. Spinal.
The crying girl thanked him, but upon examining carefully, he realized that she is a well of mana, a prodigy among prodigies. Only then did he start becoming interested in her. Sometime later, the boy got involved in an accident with his family. Monsters were attacking. Even though he was still only 6 years old, he had absurd control over mana. He could split the truck kun in two without difficulties. Have we finally found an opponent for truck kun? The boy looked like Killua. He was fighting against one national catastrophe level monster called Kraken, and he was handling the situation well. The rank East hero, who was in charge of the monster, was stuck in traffic, when suddenly he felt a gigantic amount of mana coming from the bridge towards the Kraken. According to the information, there wasn't supposed to be another hero nearby, and upon learning that the monster was rank 3, he got excited, got out of the car and started stretching. Taking his sword out of the car, he began emanating an absurd aura. Then he ran at full speed, looking towards the incident. He saw a huge amount of mana. It made no sense for someone like that to be in that place. When he got there, the boy was dealing with the Kraken alone. He realized that the mana came from the girl who had spent everything she had and fainted. The girl was the protagonist's sister, while the boy protected her alone from the rank 3 monster. Victor, one of the most feared S-rank hunter, understood that those two children were far too strong. But do you want to know why this boy has this mentality? Why he already went from a cold guy to a frozen guy, who doesn't even care about romances, and has been focused on training since childhood? That's because in his past life he was known as Undead, the berserker who lived only to kill monsters. Now he was inside one of the 8 black dungeons, where no human had reached the bottom, the abyssal dungeon called aka the Abyss. The monsters were all elite level, but he sliced them as if he were cutting bread. He was unstoppable. More elite monsters appeared. This time his sword didn't go through, because the big tooth broke it easily. Even so, he drew another sword and eliminated it. There was no one left to tell the story, not even his companions. Even so, he couldn't escape his destiny. So he went to challenge the boss. It wasn't possible to see almost anything, but he knew that thing was there. When the master of the abyss opened its eye, his belly was instantly obliterated. He's going to spend a long time without drinking water. Suddenly he started laughing. It is completely impossible for a human to defeat the master of the abyss. And when he was about to close his eyes, a crying girl screams that he cannot die. Matthew turned toward her. The girl broke down crying. Sarah started healing No with magic. Matthew told her to run, but Sarah shouted that she would help him. She cried even harder, realizing his wounds were terrible. The fact he was still alive already felt like a miracle. Her eyes sharpened. If she could create one more miracle, she might still save him. No thought this was really the end, the last moment of a life spent killing monsters. He pictured Sarah and felt he had no regrets, except that his partner would be left alone. He only hoped she could forgive him. Matthew thought of Chloe. He wasn't used to caring about people, but he still worried about the girl who had just become an adult, and thanked her for seeing the good in him. Sarah cried that she wouldn't leave him, even if there was a limit on how long she could stay. Golden light flared in her hands. She didn't care what it would cost. She was going to save him. Then a powerful beam struck No, followed by a huge explosion. The protagonist opened his eyes and saw his parents in front of him. A girl smiled and said he was awake. Matthew tried to speak. His mother looked at him warmly, and Matthew wondered what was going on. Was this the afterlife? The woman introduced herself as his mom, and the man beside her pointed to himself as his dad, joking that he must have woken up fast just to see them. Matthew lifted his hand and grabbed his mother's finger. She smiled and asked if he wanted support, while his father joked that he had 2 hands and 10 fingers too if needed. Matthew realized this wasn't the afterlife. He could barely move. He hadn't died. He'd gone back to when he was 1 year old. Noel's eyes widened even more. Rewinding time like this should have been impossible. Matthew remembered Sarah trying to heal him. If that same miracle could make the impossible real, then Chloe must have used it right before he died. Looking at his parents, Matthew thought that once she had reached the level of the 12 thrones, maybe turning back time wasn't so shocking after all. MC glanced aside sadly, never thinking he'd see his parents again. Matthew remembered their bodies. Both had died when he was 6, killed by monsters, and from that day on his hatred for evil spirits never stopped burning. Matthew reached out his hand and swore this second chance would change the future. Matthew made a fist and shouted in triumph. Then No frowned. Memories or not, he was still just a child, lying beside his toys. Matthew realized he was totally helpless. For now his life was just eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom. He lifted a hand and thought that at least he got to breathe again. Then he tried to roll over and figured he could at least do that much. Anna waved her arms and shouted that he could do it. No stared at her wide-eyed. This crazy girl was Anna, his sister, 4 years older than him. Matthew thought back to an old family photo. His memories of Anna were blurrier than the ones of his parents, but one moment stayed clear. He remembered them sitting in a car, with Anna telling him she would always stay by his side. Matthew opened his eyes and recalled that on the day monsters took his family, Anna held him tight and kept repeating that same promise. The protagonist rolled over and his sister cheered him on. Anna hugged him tight and called him a handsome little man. At 9 months old, Noel sat surrounded by magic and thought his sister was obsessed with him. Mana was everywhere, thin but floating through the air. He remembered fighting monsters and how he had always lacked mana. Now he needed to use this chance and gather as much as his young body could hold. Anna pulled her hand back and asked what MC was doing. He looked away, thinking he had noticed something while doing this. Matthew looked at her, wrapped in magic, and realized his sister was like a sponge, packed with an absurd amount of mana. As she picked him up, he realized too much energy could lead to pignosis, which was deadly. Before that happened, he had to help her learn control. His sister held his hands and said she'd help him learn to walk. No thought that even though he looked like a little kid, he could already walk and talk just fine. There was still plenty to do, so he started spending more time outside too. Anna waved excitedly and shouted that she brought Matthew. The kids on the street waved back and greeted him. Matthew frowned. His sister got along with everyone in the neighborhood, nothing like him. No suddenly turned to a girl. She looked back annoyed. Then she asked why he was here and what he was doing. Matthew answered that he got dragged here, then called her a stick. She yelled that she told him not to call her that, and he shot back that if he saw a stick, he'd call it a stick. Anna ran over and asked what they were playing today. The chubby boy said that since more kids came than usual, they should play Cossacks and robbers. No wondered why he had to join them when he was already 36 years old inside. Anna gave him a big smile and asked if it was his first time playing, saying she could explain the rules. Matthew smiled. It felt really nice to see her smile again. Anna and Matthew walked down the alley. No notice they were already covered in mud. Anna just smiled and said it would be fun. The protagonist quietly answered that maybe she was right. A dog bared its teeth. Anna's eyes went wide. She turned toward the dog in the alley, and Matthew wondered if it was wild. Anna threw an arm in front of No. Trying to stay calm, she said everything was okay. Then MC remembered her promise that she would always be with him. Anna clenched her teeth. His eyes widened. He placed his hand on hers and thought, no. Then he pushed her arm aside and stepped forward. No's face hardened. Back then, he had only trembled in his sister's arms, but this time was different. Matthew planted his foot and swore that in this life he would always be with her. Anna stared at the protagonist in shock. Mana flared around him. He sent that energy into the dog. The dog shrank back a little. Then Matthew snapped at it to get lost. The stray bolted away from No. The fire around MC burned even stronger. Then he smiled and said he was okay. Anna grabbed his shoulders, asking how he did that and saying she wanted mana too. No watched her spin around him and figured this reaction was pretty much expected. He pulled his hand back and said he'd teach her. Matthew scratched his head and said he was going to anyway. Anna burst out laughing. Then she suddenly grabbed him and yelled that they had to hurry home before Mom worried. No remembered his family's dead bodies and thought about the smile he always wanted to protect. Before his body regressed, they were slaughtered when he was 6. He had to stop that. As he ran after his sister, the protagonist swore he'd do anything to change the future. Red lightning filled his eyes. It spun fast across the floor. Anna spun on top of it with mana. Matthew said that was wrong. She had to push with the right force and keep her balance. He rubbed his neck thinking Anna was born able to hold huge amounts of mana, but she had no control over it. Anna rolled up her sleeves and shouted for him to watch. Then she released a massive burst of mana. The top spun like crazy. A second later, it shot past her. The toy started flying around the room, and No thought she still had a long way to go. Anna cried, saying someone as hopeless as her didn't deserve such an amazing gift. The whole family sat watching TV. Then their mother said that next year MC would be 6, and Matthew would start kindergarten. No looked at her and said he really didn't need that, but she reminded him he'd already promised. Matthew leaned on his hand, thinking his non-stop complaints had delayed kindergarten this long. Still, he promised to go at 6. Now he'd be trapped with loud kids who cried over everything. He pictured himself stuck in kindergarten with a bunch of children. On TV, the host said only 1 minute remained in the year, and today would go down in human history. Then she told everyone to look at the screen. A reporter said they were at Jongmyo, where the Joseon ancestors were buried, and that a new part of Korean history would begin here. No lowered his head, thinking about that new chapter. He pictured the people who first called monsters into the world. After humanity found mana, people kept using it without understanding the cost. Mana also created monsters. Then, right before the 21st century in 1999, the end-of-century disaster happened. The protagonist remembered monsters tearing the city apart. Around 30% of the population was lost. Giant insects destroyed cities, and humanity was left shaking in fear. Monsters could appear anytime. Governments and laws lost all power, and mana became the only real strength, creating a whole new order. Matthew imagined armed fighters and powerful elites, thinking the rich and the strongest mana users toppled what was left of the old governments and formed a new power. But by the time things settled down, humanity had already been badly broken. Matthew remembered people hiding from monsters, cities were cut off from each other, and huge regions were left isolated, waiting to fall. Then No thought that in hopeless Korea, one small flame had appeared. A woman crossed the square. She lifted her gaze and looked ahead. Anna said she was so pretty. Matthew explained that Molly had once been a famous actress, but later became the first goddess to protect Korea. As Molly held out her hand, No explained that she could calm mana and scatter it. Her gift was called White Grace. Matthew remembered the Night Squad and said the players who guarded the altar became Korea's swords, the 12 thrones. Resting his head on one hand, MC thought the Mana Control Bureau oversaw players, but the strongest ones built clans of their own. As Molly stepped toward the sphere, Matthew said that because she had the rarest gift and huge influence in Korea, she was chosen as one of the 12 thrones. He added that any player who became a throne and belonged to a clan could draw on both the Bureau's power and their clan's strength. Their role was to watch over player activity. The warriors knelt in a row with their heads lowered. Molly said the 12 thrones hoped their work would help the future. Anna reached toward the glowing sphere, and then Molly called on the gods in heaven to give her the strength to protect the country. A moment later, the sphere shone brightly. Blue light spread everywhere, and mana flowed over the city. The host pointed at it and said a cocoon was opening before them, a half-dome barrier that would keep mana from raging across Seoul's sky. Anna smiled and said she was going to watch from the balcony. No followed behind her. His sister turned and looked surprised. Mana particles started falling from the sky, and everyone watched in silence. Anna said the night sky looked beautiful. Their father said they could finally live in peace. Their mother thanked the goddess. Other families on nearby balconies prayed too. Soon more people joined them. Noba's parents folded their hands and prayed. Anna copied them and shouted that she wanted to pray too. He turned when they told him to pray with them. Matthew lowered his head, thinking there were no gods in this world. He remembered dragons destroying cities, and thought that when the end came, even the gods had died. The sky glowed a bright blue. Then the light slowly closed in. Matthew looked up and thought the sky was turning dark again. Anna smiled and prayed for the gods to let her family live happily. Matthew looked over at her. Then he smiled, thinking that in this life his family would be happy. No folded his hands. Far off in the dark, a huge monster waited, and the story moved closer to the year the protagonist turned 6, the same year the tragedy that took his family was coming. When he turned 6, just as promised, Matthew was sent to kindergarten. The teacher smiled and said they had a new friend joining them today. She asked No if he wanted to introduce himself. He said his name was Matthew, and he was 6. The kids started whispering and he added that it was nice to meet them. The teacher laughed and said that was pretty short. Maybe he wanted to say more since everyone wanted to be friends. MC, though, didn't think he needed child friends at all. Then a voice caught his attention. Catherine shouted, asking why he was in this group. No crossed his arms and wondered what the hell was going on here. The girl yelled that she already told him not to call her that. The teacher quickly calmed them down and said they had free time before lunch, so they should try being nicer to Matthew. A moment later, the kids rushed over to him. They surrounded him with questions. Where he lived, whether he could add and subtract, while the teacher said everything would be fine. With his hands in his pockets, Matthew thought he'd barely escaped that endless wave of questions. He hated kids. He looked up and saw the children's book corner. No pulled a book from the shelf and thought it was at least quiet here. The books were for little kids, but reading was still the best way to pass the time. Matthew set a chair beside him. Then the ribbon on a girl's head twitched. She turned to look at him. For a moment she just stared. Then her eyes widened and she blushed. A boy suddenly showed up behind him. Grinning, he asked what they were reading again, and what anyone even liked about those books. Then he sneered at the girl, saying she had no friends and always sat alone. Her mouth fell open. Then the boy ripped off her ribbon and mocked how ugly it was. She reached for it and begged him to give it back because her dad gave it to her, but the bully just mocked her and refused. He ran off with it, yelling for her to come take it back. The girl started crying and begged again. The bully stuck out his tongue, then heard No call him childish. He turned toward him. His face hardened as he asked what he said. The protagonist slowly stood up, walked over and said he was acting like a baby, which was honestly kind of funny. The bully swung at him, shouting that he was dead. No dodged at once, then he swept the bully's legs. As the boy fell, Matthew caught the ribbon. He walked back over and handed it to the girl. Then Matthew told her not to let anyone take it from her next time. The bully yelled that this wasn't over. Hearing that from a 6-year-old was honestly creepy. No turned around fast. The bully backed off, then ran, shouting that they'd get him next time. The girl grabbed MC's sweater. She tried to speak, but tears came first, as she realized he had given her ribbon back. No looked at her and thought of the others. Catherine and Jimmy had more mana than normal, but the rest of the kids didn't stand out. His eyes sharpened. That was when he sensed a massive amount of mana in the girl. He stepped back, stunned. Her mana was absurd, maybe even more than his sister's. He pictured her in the future. She already controlled it well, keeping it tight instead of letting it leak out. A kid like this could become one of the 12 thrones, or at least train under one. Moving closer, No realized he had never heard her name before his regression. Even if she never became a player, power like this would still make her famous. So he held out his hand and asked to be friends. Blushing, she took it. He smiled to himself. In this world, mana was everything, and staying close to talent like hers could only help. She squeezed his hand and thanked him. Then she beamed and said they'd be great friends. Light filled No's house. His mother smiled and thanked him. The protagonist realized she had taken the paper carnation he made in kindergarten out of his backpack. She patted his sister and said to thank her too. It looked even better than a real carnation. No frown. That one was hers, and she had made it badly. Anna just smiled and said she had another. Their mom laughed and said he made 3, so one must be for his sister. MC blinked, then he quietly said it was for Grandma. He remembered making it. Before the regression, when Parents' Day came, everyone had to make carnations at school. Even though his parents were already gone, he still had to do it, and the flowers stayed crushed at the bottom of his bag. Later, his grandmother found them while getting him ready for school, and placed them in a mug on the hallway table. He never handed them to her himself. Back then he thought if he did, all the pain of missing his family and all his hate for monsters would disappear. He didn't show his thanks until she died. In this life he would change that. On March 4th, the announcer said the government had reopened the forbidden roads, so families in different cities could reunite for Family Month. No added that many players were hired to guard the roads against monsters, but then a kraken appeared out of nowhere. Because of that monster, many people died on the way, including the family heading to his grandmother's. The kraken killed them. His father smiled and said the holiday started tomorrow, so maybe they could visit Grandma. Anna froze and asked again. No clenched his teeth. He had to stop them no matter what. His sister looked at their parents and repeated the question. He glared, thinking they only had one grandmother. His father was an orphan, so only his mother's side was left. The memory hit hard after his family died. His grandmother was the one who raised him. She stayed by him even when he was at his worst, and then she died too. His father said it was still dangerous outside the city, but this year should be safer since the government had secured the roads. The boy looked down and asked if they could visit her another time. His father looked over in surprise. His mother bent down and pointed out that he had even made a carnation for Grandma, so he must really want to see her. No answered that maybe they shouldn't go that day. They could move the trip. He tightened his fist. He was just a kid, so his words carried no weight. If he wanted to stop them without raising suspicion, he had to act like one. Then he shouted that Children's Day was coming soon, and he wanted to go to the amusement park and ride the Viking, since it was close by. Anna threw up her hand and said she wanted to ride it too. Their father smiled, saying neither of them had ever been to that park, and their mother added that monster activity was why. Scratching his head, their father said they could fix that. They'd go to the amusement park tomorrow. Their mother raised a finger and promised to make whatever they wanted for lunch. Anna instantly asked for nuggets and sandwiches. No forced to smile. If he couldn't stop the kraken, maybe he could at least stop his parents from meeting it. That alone could change the future. Then the protagonist looked up. His eyes went to his mother. Her face turned grim as she said something was wrong with her own mother. Looking away, she asked them to wait for her. His father turned to her and asked what happened. She said Grandma had collapsed. The news hit no hard. That made no sense. Before the regression, Grandma had been fine until he entered the player academy. His mother said she didn't think it was serious, but she still had to go see her. Dad reached out and said he was worried too, so he was coming with her. Then he added they couldn't go to the park tomorrow. As soon as road security was ready, they were leaving. No-Ho's face fell. Anna leaned toward him and said Grandma was sick. She knew he really wanted to go to the park, but they could go another time. The thought crushed him. Just trying to change things had already hurt Grandma. If he pushed more, who knew what else might happen? Maybe he really couldn't stop his family from meeting the kraken. Everything around him seemed to blur and he wondered why he had come back at all. MC shut his eyes. If this stayed the same, then nothing had changed. But when he opened them again, one thought came to him. There was still one difference. He was different now. He had built up mana since childhood, and he still had the combat experience from his past life. Knight stepped away from his mother and agreed. Then he went to the window and decided there was no choice. He had to go to Grandma's. Huge tentacles flashed through his mind. His eyes lit up. He pictured the kraken and decided he would fight it. The Mana Control Bureau ranked monsters by how much danger they pose to the world. The system went like this. Class 9 monsters pollute nature or spread disease. Class 8 monsters are physical threats to daily life. Class 7 monsters rob and kill. Class 6 monsters can terrorize city blocks alone or in groups and invade human areas. The next level, Class 5, covers monsters strong enough to carry out terror attacks by themselves or with a group. None remembered people hiding inside houses. Then he thought of ruined cities and kept going. Class 4 monsters lead hordes, enslave people, or threaten their well-being. Class 3 monsters threaten an entire government and are as dangerous as a natural disaster. The Kraken was Class 2, a creature that could endanger a whole government and count as a catastrophe. And above that were Class 1 monsters, the kind that could threaten all of humanity. Now you climbed into bed thinking about the ranking. Krakens used to be considered Class 3, but by the time he entered the academy, players had gotten so effective that they were lowered to Class 4. Still, the players stationed there now were only CO Pikinia to E rank. They were far too weak to beat a Kraken. The truth was obvious. He couldn't kill it either. There was only one thing he could do. He imagined a warrior charging the Kraken. A blast of fire slammed into it. As the monster burned, he realized the plan: hold it off until one of the 12 thrones arrived. He just needed to buy time. His gaze dropped to the table. What weapon could a child even get? Scissors? A box cutter? A kitchen knife would be better, but his mother would notice it missing. Even so, if he poured mana into a small blade, that weak little weapon might still wound the monster. Anna came in and asked if he was ready. At the door, she said everyone else was already getting set. Dahmer smiled and said he was coming. Then he turned back and said he was ready. The road was packed with traffic. The family rode together in the car. His mom turned around and told him he could sleep since it was a long drive. Dahmer smiled and said he was fine. The car kept moving down the road. He stared ahead, confused. In the old timeline, the Kraken appeared on Sands Bridge when they were halfway across, but they had already passed that point. Why hadn't it shown up? The thought made him sink lower. What if other parts of the future had changed too? He kept staring ahead, silently begging them to just get across the bridge. Then the middle of the bridge exploded. His mom started to speak, and Matthew realized fate really might not change. His father's eyes went wide. The car slammed into the side of the bridge. Matthew opened his eyes and grabbed his sister. He bit down hard. It felt like fate was mocking everything he'd tried to change, but now it had finally begun. Matthew looked up at the Kraken. The monster started crushing cars. Its giant tentacles hurled chunks of stone. The rocks rained down on the cars. People screamed and ran from the monster. One man yelled, asking where the players were. A player raised his sword and shouted for everyone to protect the civilians. Then he looked up in shock. A huge tentacle slammed into the ground. The player lifted a hand and groaned. People panicked, shouting that even the players were running. Matthew's family stared at the destruction. Shaking, his father said they had to get out. It was total chaos, so they needed to move carefully. He forced himself to stay calm and told them to trust him. If they moved slowly, they could get out. Matthew looked at his father, uneasy. His mother gave a small smile and told them to listen to him, get out quietly and not worry. The players would protect them. The family stepped out of the car. Then Anna's eyes widened. Matthew turned to his sister. She looked down and said she couldn't stand. Anna burst into tears, saying she had to get up and go. Her father looked at her closely. Then he crouched beside her and said he'd carry her. He turned to Matthew and asked if he was okay. Matthew said he could move. A player shouted for them to come over and head to the evacuation point. As the family ran, Matthew realized the Class 3 monster had thrown the players into panic. The veterans adjusted fast and started leading people out. But he knew the Kraken wasn't the only danger. They still had to get across the bridge. Then a spear suddenly flew at the player. He dropped to the ground. The family froze in shock. Then monsters climbed onto the bridge. Matthew gritted his teeth. They were already here. A diver rushed a player and pulled out a spear. It snarled in rage. Then it leaped at another player. The players started fighting back. One of them turned and shouted for anyone with healing magic. Janishna answered that she was coming. Then a spear shot toward her. A player could only stare as the monsters jumped him. The family pushed through the wreckage in horror. Their father shouted that they had to trust him. No matter what happened, he would protect them. Then he yelled even louder, "Whatever happened, don't look back. Just run." The family sprinted forward. A massive tentacle grabbed a vehicle. It whipped it through the air. Then it hurled it toward the bridge. Matthew looked up. He shouted that it was too dangerous. Cars crashed down beside the fleeing people. One of them struck a fuel tank. A huge explosion followed. The family stared at the blast. Their father's eyes widened. A player shouted to his teammate, asking where the reinforcements were. The roads were blocked by fire. They'd only been holding on for a few minutes, and they had to survive until help came. Matthew thought about the 12 thrones. Before the regression, they had arrived 30 minutes after the Kraken. If the escape routes were blocked, the players probably couldn't save anyone. Matthew stared at the swarm. The divers could be handled, but if nobody stopped the Kraken, they were all dead. He opened his mouth, then he dropped his briefcase. He'd been getting ready for this from the start, and even if it cost him his life, he would protect his family. He pulled out a knife and a pair of scissors. Matthew glanced at the knife, then he told his parents not to move until help arrived. His father asked what he was doing. Matthew said the players were holding the monsters off for now, but if anything happened, he shut his eyes and said Anna would protect them. With a faint smile, he thought that besides him, Anna was the only one here who could control mana. He asked what she could do. Anna called out to him. Matthew ran forward. He held the knife out in front of him. Without slowing down, he charged straight at the Kraken. Mana rushed into his legs, then he kicked back sharply. Matthew leaped across the roofs of cars. Mana flared around his whole body like fire. He clenched his jaw. This was the mobility skill he used all the time before the regression, but using it in a child's body for the first time was brutal. Still, he fixed his eyes ahead. This would get him to the Kraken fast. Matthew closed in on the monster. He landed beside the players. They turned and shouted that it was dangerous, demanding to know what he was doing. The divers stared at him in shock. Then they moved to block him. Matthew slashed with the knife and used mana wrap. The blade burst into flames. He struck hard, then chopped off the monster's head. Matthew stood on a car roof. He dodged another diver, then drove the knife into its neck. He turned to the second one. A quick slash took its head off too. Matthew snapped his gaze upward. He blocked the next hit. The impact threw him onto a car, but he caught himself. He raised the blade again. More divers rushed him. Matthew swung wide with the knife. His body remembered the way he fought in his past life. In the next second, another monster fell. He spun around. That old movement came back to him. Matthew sliced off a monster's arm. Gripping the knife with both hands, he felt his old skill returning. That same feeling of tearing through monsters. He clenched his teeth. It felt like he was becoming immortal again. A memory of his old battle cry flashed through his mind. Then he tore through the group. Matthew hit the ground. He sprang away from another monster, then drove his blade through its head. He dodged a spear and jumped off the car. Matthew split the monster in half. Then the knife snapped. He gritted his teeth. It hadn't lasted long at all. Throwing the broken knife aside, he knew it was time to finish this. He snapped the scissors apart and took a blade in each hand. Then he rushed forward again. He stopped all at once. Matthew looked straight into the Kraken's face. Taking his stance, he knew this was all he had left to fight with. The Kraken swung a tentacle. Matthew watched it closely. Then he jumped back and dodged. He landed on the tentacle. Matthew ran along it at full speed. Then he launched himself again, straight toward the monster's face. He drove the scissor blades into its head, then twisted and carved deeper. Matthew yanked the blade back out and struck with all his strength. The monster whipped another tentacle at him. Matthew dodged. He landed back on the bridge. One look at the blade told him it was useless. He threw it away. Mana flared from him as he thought, is there really nothing else? Matthew dodged another strike from the Kraken. He ran along a tentacle. Another one came down over him. Matthew hung above the monster's body. He gripped the blade with both hands. The tentacle closed in. He glanced aside. Then the hit sent him flying. Matthew landed hard and caught himself with one hand. He cursed through gritted teeth when he realized his mana was almost gone. Tentacles churned below the bridge. They slammed into a support pillar. The ground under Matthew started breaking apart. Grinding his teeth, he muttered that this thing was seriously annoying. Matthew moved ahead over the shattered rubble. Purple tentacles rose from the water. He stopped on a chunk of rock. Ahead of him, the tentacles grabbed a truck. The metal began to crack. Then the monster hurled the truck at him. Matthew raised the blade in front of himself. A blue aura wrapped around him as he said he was going to hit it. A bright flash burst out, and the truck was sliced in half. The pieces crashed behind him. Flames roared up at Matthew's back. The glowing blade vanished from his hands. The Kraken was suddenly right in front of him. Matthew twisted to the side. His head nearly hit the ground. Smoke billowed behind him. The boy trembled. He could barely move, and he guessed he had no mana left. Lying in the rubble, Matthew realized that if he passed out now, everything he'd tried to do would mean nothing. He saw the Kraken's red eye as his own eyes started to close. Then a fist slammed into the ground. Matthew clenched his teeth. Not now. He looked ahead and decided he had to keep going to the very end. Thinking of his family, he understood something clearly. He wanted to live, and he wanted to live this life with them. A tentacle rose high above him. It hung over the child. Shaking, he shouted that he wouldn't die here. Human hands reached toward him. A girl appeared beside him and told the monster not to touch her brother. Lightning blazed around the two children. The tentacle started to break apart. The monsters opened their mouths. The moment they touched the light, they evaporated. A pillar of light rose up. Matthew looked at his sister in disbelief. This really was her miracle. A notification appeared. A miracle was a gift that could change the world and its laws. Matthew remembered 3 girls and a man in a black helmet. Before the regression, he had only known 4 people with a gift like this, and one of them was his partner, Sarah. Then he remembered seeing Anna's huge amount of mana before and thinking she might really have the gift of a miracle. Noda's sister hugged him, and he told her he was okay. The protagonist looked at his hand and saw his wounds closing up. A giant monster loomed in front of them, and MC realized the light was shielding them from the Kraken too. Thus he remembered a girl with no limbs and thought about the cost of a miracle. People with that gift always pay a huge price to change the world. No looked at his sister and asked if she was okay and if it hurt. Anna smiled and said she was fine. Then she shut her eyes and said she was really tired. He held her hand. A glow appeared near her chest, and the protagonist smiled. She barely had any mana left, just enough to stay alive. That made him think her miracle might use mana as its price. No gently laid Anna on the ground. She fell asleep peacefully, and he told her to rest. Looking away, MC said he would handle the rest alone. Blue energy wrapped around him. The Kraken rose from the water. Its red eyes gleamed. No grinned. The monster had finally opened its eyes. Was it scared of his sister? A tentacle shot at him and slammed down. Another tentacle hung over the boy. He raised a hand and warned the Kraken not to touch her. Then he spread his arms wide. He struck at the tentacles. More of them rose above him, and No realized his mana had come back. Thinking of his parents and Anna, he knew he couldn't beat the Kraken, but the future had already changed. Because his family was alive, he smiled. There was nothing left to fear now. He just had to last until the thrones arrived. Cars were jammed on the road. By the time the Kraken showed up, he was near one high bridge, close to the main battle. A man opened his mouth and said he was sick of this. Crossing his legs, he complained the cars weren't moving at all. He glanced at the driver and asked if he was actually driving or just sitting there. The man at the wheel said traffic was packed, and every road around Seoul was the same. The red-haired boy shut his eyes and said he was thinking of quitting the 12 thrones. Instead of enjoying his golden vacation, he was stuck doing this. He joined to fight strong enemies, not waste time with civilians. He clenched his teeth while the driver gave a nervous laugh. Then both of them suddenly widened their eyes. The red-haired man lifted his hand. The driver blurted out that there was a huge amount of mana, and the boy told him he could already tell. A ringing sound followed, and the boy looked at his hand. He was holding a phone, and asked if he was hearing things. The screen showed an incoming call and he was told. Victor looked at the phone with annoyance and asked what class it was. He was told it was a Class 3 Kraken, based on what they knew. Victor frowned and repeated it. His eyes flashed red as he asked where the monster was. The driver turned pale, thinking about the monster tearing everything up, and about how much Victor seemed to enjoy it. People would be furious if they saw that reaction. As Victor pictured the Kraken's tentacles, he was told it was at Sing Sun Bridge, and that the others there still couldn't handle it. Victor's mouth opened when he heard they didn't know the full damage yet, but he could definitely put an end to the chaos there. He looked away as they said someone would come pick him up soon. Instead, Victor got out of the car. The driver turned to him and asked what the clan lord was doing. Victor stretched his leg and said he'd go on foot. With traffic like this, they'd never make it in time. The lock clicked. Victor pulled out his blade. The driver cried out that it would take at least 2 hours to get there walking. Without even looking back, Victor said it would take about 30 minutes. Standing with his sword on his shoulder, he said, "Power." Blue energy covered him. His foot pressed into the ground, then launched off. Victor shot forward at insane speed. The driver stared at the line of cars ahead. Sweat rolled down his face as he muttered that it made sense. Victor was crazy about fighting and always wanted the strongest opponents. Victor smiled as the boy added that he was the lord of the Blade Clan and the demon of fire. Half an hour later, the fish-headed monster opened its mouth. Flames burst out in front of the boy. Victor raced past the cars. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. A pillar of light stood in front of him. Realizing what it was, Victor understood it was magic. He stared ahead, thinking no one here should be able to do that. So someone new had appeared, and he smirked. Blue energy covered his palms as the Kraken swung a tentacle. No gritted his teeth. Then a man with a sword appeared. Victor sliced through the tentacle. The protagonist looked ahead and thought it had finally happened. The man landed. The red-haired boy stared forward, and no recognized him. The throne called Victor, the fire demon. The severed tentacle caught fire. The Kraken looked at its burning limb. Then it slipped back into the water. The surface went empty. Victor gripped his sword. His gift, pyrokinetic, let him control fire freely. That was how he got his nickname. The red-haired boy turned his head. He looked at Noah and Anna. Victor was stunned. They were just kids. Anna was still wrapped in blue energy, and he noticed mana flowing around her, so she was the one using magic here. Standing in front of them, Victor realized she had burned through all her mana and passed out, while the boy had been protecting her from the Kraken. The fire demon smiled and thought they were both strong. Watching them as players would be interesting. He opened his palm and told them not to be afraid. He wasn't going to hurt them. Narrowing his eyes, he added that at least he wouldn't do it now. Sweat ran down Noah's face as Victor swung his blade and said he only had one goal: to kill the Kraken. With the children behind him, he told MC to stay back. The monster would come up again soon. Deep below the water, the Kraken's red eyes flashed. Victor opened his mouth and asked if he was the immortal everyone talked about. Noah silently stared ahead. Facing him, he asked what he wanted. Victor smirked and said nothing much. He just wanted to see if the boy was really as strong as people claimed. Then he suggested a fight. The protagonist said there was no point in that and told him to move. With his sword over his shoulder, the fire demon refused. If MC wanted through, he'd have to beat him. No closed his eyes and let out a breath. Blue aura covered him. As he said Victor would regret this, Victor swung his flaming blade. He charged straight at the fire demon. A swordsman stood in front of the children. Holding his sister, Noah remembered that before he returned, Victor was always trying to drag him into a duel. He pictured himself in armor, and remembered one thing clearly: he had never beaten Victor. With every fight, the fire demon only got stronger. The red-haired guy really was a monster made for battle. Victor frowned at the Kraken and asked why it was hiding there. Was it really scared of a little fire? A tentacle smashed into the bridge columns. The ground under them shook. Grinding his teeth, the fire demon shouted that the thing had broken a support. The asphalt started to crack. Noah picked Anna up, while Victor realized the fight would be tough as long as the children stayed here. Something struck the blue barrier. Columns rose beneath the bridge. The fire demon grinned and said the Holy Mother had shown up right on time. A helicopter appeared overhead. A girl holding a staff shouted that he should stop calling her that. She wasn't that old. She was Grace, one of the 12 thrones. Sweating, she said they could have just flown him here by helicopter, then asked why he had to run all the way to the bridge. Victor bent a finger and answered that he needed to reach Seoul fast. As her staff began to glow, Grace said backup would arrive soon. Then they could save civilians, but for now he needed to focus on the Kraken. Blue energy wrapped around the fire demon. Grace looked down at him as he said he didn't need her buffs. She snapped at him to shut up and stop refusing them. With his back to Noah and Anna, Victor said the children were her job now. Blue light came off the girl. Sweating, Grace answered that she knew. Waves rolled across the water. The Kraken rose again. It came up beside the bridge. The fire demon rushed forward, shouting that it was finally out. Victor kicked off the asphalt and leaped. Water splashed. The monster looked ahead. Fire spread across the water and a flaming figure appeared. Victor was completely covered in flames. He walked toward the Kraken as tentacles closed in around him. More tentacles hung above him. They all lunged at once. A bright flash burst near the dark shape. Victor smiled and called the monster weak. His blade burned as he said the Kraken was dead. Then the fire demon swung his sword. A wave of fire blasted forward. A huge explosion followed. The Kraken was swallowed by flames. Victor rested his sword on his shoulder. He stood before the burning monster. Matthew gasped, saying the Kraken was finally down. Grace hurried over and asked the kids if they were okay. She knelt beside them and told them not to panic. She was about to heal them. Then sweat ran down Grace's face. Noah was holding Anna, and Grace noticed neither of them had a single injury. Thinking back to the monster, she guessed it might have been a miracle that healed them. Grace reached out in awe, thinking she never expected to witness a miracle. But her hands suddenly stopped. The children were right in front of her. Matthew stared her down and warned her not to touch his sister. Grace broke into a sweat, shocked by the threat. How could a kid sound so serious? As they faced each other, she finally asked who he was. Helicopters flew in overhead. Looking up, Grace said the rescue team was here, and they should get the children to a hospital first. Noah lifted his eyes, still serious. Later, the news reported that a Kraken attacked Sonson Bridge at 5 p.m., costing many lives. Grace appeared on TV, saying rescue work was still going on, and the government had responded to the disaster. A boy sat in front of the television. He lowered his gaze. Anna lay nearby with her eyes shut. Matthew remembered the doctor saying she was badly drained from lack of mana, but a mana potion would fix it. He also remembered his family's dead bodies. Then he smiled, realizing it was over and no one had died. He put a hand on his sister's forehead and thought that he'd change the future. His eyes widened when someone called him. He turned around. His parents were rushing toward him. They looked worn out and deadly serious. Matthew started sweating. He knew he was in trouble. He stood there facing both of them. Tracy quickly asked if he was hurt. Looking away, he said he was fine. When his father asked about Anna, Matthew pointed to the bed and explained she was asleep after running low on mana and getting a potion. John pressed a hand to his head and let out a long breath. Then his eyes widened and he demanded to know why Matthew disobeyed him and ran off. Noah lowered his head and apologized. Sweat formed on his face as he wondered why he was saying sorry. His family lived, so this was the best result possible. Then he looked up and realized he wasn't sorry at all. He stared at his parents in front of him. His father's lips tightened. His mother's eyes filled with tears. Matthew froze in surprise. That's when it hit him. They weren't focused on the result. They were scared because he ran toward the Kraken and risked his life. He looked down, thinking that he knew better than anyone how much losing family hurt, so he acted without asking what they wanted. Clenching his teeth, Matthew apologized again and admitted he was wrong. He started crying and promised it would never happen again. Then someone opened their arms to him. Tracy smiled and called him over. He ran straight into his mother's embrace. John joined the hug and told him not to ever do that again. They had been terrified. Still crying, Noah agreed. For once he thought maybe he didn't need to fight monsters anymore. Maybe he could just be a kid, and that was what his parents wanted most. The next morning, sunlight filled the hospital. John pointed ahead and told his son Anna was being discharged, so he needed to stay here and wait. Matthew raised his hand and said he'd wait right there. Opening his eyes, he thought that after the bridge incident, his parents really didn't trust him anymore, and hoped that would pass soon. Anna slept peacefully. Nobu sat beside her bed. He popped something into his mouth. A blush spread across his face when he realized it tasted great. He turned and asked if there was more, saying he really wanted sweets after using up so much energy. A cookie was handed to him, and Matthew thanked him for it. Victor was sitting next to him. Sweat ran down Noba's face. Victor glanced over and asked if he really didn't like chocolate cookies. Then he shoved the snack into the boy's mouth. Matthew looked away, thinking Victor definitely didn't seem like someone dying. Then again, maybe he'd just gone insane, though he was already crazy to begin with. With a grin, Victor asked how old he was. Matthew answered that he was 6. Victor folded his arms and said that was really young. He asked Anna's age next, got 10 as an answer, and then asked her name. Matthew frowned and asked why he needed her name. Victor pulled his finger back and said he didn't mean hers, he meant his. Sweating a little, the boy answered that his name was Matthew. Victor smiled and asked if he wanted to join the academy, adding that he could recommend him. Matthew imagined himself growing older and realized the fire demon wanted to throw him into the academy so he could become a player and fight him someday. The thought made him shiver. This guy was already raising future opponents. Victor stood and said there was still plenty of time to think about it. Looking down at him, he added that he'd remember Matthew's name. Grace was standing outside the room. Watching his back, she asked if he was really just leaving, then said that miracle hadn't happened in Korea for a very long time. Victor stuck a finger in his ear and said he didn't care. The only thing that mattered, he turned to her and reminded her he was older, so now that she was one of the 12 thrones, she should watch how she talked. He went on to say that if this miracle was really that rare, the child would get flooded with attention the moment people found out, and normal life would be over. Grace clenched her fist as Victor asked if that was what she wanted. Looking back, he told her that if she understood, she should forget it. Then he suggested they go get coffee or something. Grace immediately pictured a bunch of desserts. She stared at him and asked if he was crazy, and he once again told her to watch her language. Closing his eyes with a smile, Victor said he just wanted something sweet after using so much energy. The day after the Kraken attack, their car stopped at their grandmother's house. As the parents got out, John asked why she wasn't inside, and Tracy said she'd been sick. Their grandmother smiled and said she missed them so much, she came out to meet them. She wanted to see her grandkids. She walked to the car and said they all looked exhausted. Seeing the children asleep inside, she told them to let them rest. Matthew slowly opened his eyes. Anna was lying on him. He sat up beside her, wondering if that was even comfortable. Their parents were asleep nearby too. Matthew smiled, figuring Anna got that habit from their mother. He gently covered Anna with a blanket. Then he left the room. Matthew sat outside near the house. Blue energy wrapped around his hand as he realized his mana had grown. He looked down and guessed it might be because of his gift. Remembering the swordsman, No thought back to his old gift before returning. Berserker. Back then, the more mana he burned, the stronger he became. He pictured himself in battle again. Then he remembered his red eyes and figured the name fit. The more mana he spent, the crazier he became. Matthew touched his face. He remembered slicing up a truck and thought his mind had seemed fine then. If there really was no price for that power, it might be the best gift possible. Still, he clenched his fist and figured there was probably something about berserkers he didn't know yet. His grandmother walked up and asked why he was still awake, and Matthew wondered how long she'd been there. He hadn't sensed her at all. He rubbed the back of his head and said he'd already slept in the car. His grandmother draped her sweater over him and said that if he wanted to grow, he needed lots of sleep. He laughed. Matthew remembered all the times she brought him tea and realized she was always there whenever he got lost in thought. Looking at the gray-haired woman, he felt she was simply waiting for him to speak about his worries, his feelings, or anything at all. He finally asked why she wasn't asleep. Smiling, she said it was because her grandson wasn't sleeping. Matthew started sweating. He brushed a hand through his hair, thinking he'd finally understood what he always wanted to be with his grandmother again, not just as a little kid. When she asked if he wanted warm milk, the boy quickly raised both hands and said no. Then Tracy walked up and asked if he was sure, and Matthew wondered when his mother got there. She pointed at the milk and asked who was going to drink it then. No lifted the mug toward his face. As they sat outside, Tracy asked her grandmother if she knew how scared she'd been after that phone call. The old woman replied that she was fine, and that the neighbors sometimes overreacted. Tracy said she'd been really worried when she heard Grandma had fainted. The boy looked away, thinking his grandmother had just slipped and gotten lucky. Tracy looked at the old woman, and she explained she had only been distracted. Sitting beside them, Matthew listened as his grandmother said that while going upstairs, she thought she saw him there. She waved her hand and told them to hear her out first. She wasn't losing her mind. Then she recalled a dark shape at the top of the stairs, waving its arms and warning them not to come up. Looking at the boy, she added that now she realized he had been talking to his grandson, not to her. The protagonist rubbed his chin. He remembered the tentacled monster, and figured it was hard to call this all just a dream. Then Matthew pictured his scared family, and thought that if anything went wrong, they could all die like Grandpa. Sweat ran down his face when he realized that if it really was him, she should have said something sooner. A voice called it amazing, especially since it had happened only recently. His grandmother patted his head and said, "Grandpa once mentioned a cute little deer outside all alone," and when she went to check, it was Matthew. Tracy looked at her and asked again. Then she turned aside and said she'd had a similar dream, where her father left behind a little deer. A boy sat between the two women. He looked at his mother when she asked what he wanted to be when he grew up. The protagonist lowered his mug and started to answer, but a black aura crept up behind him. Creatures with red eyes appeared behind the boy, crying for help. Sweat formed on the child's face. His mother touched his shoulder and asked if he was okay. Matthew quietly turned around. Then he forced a smile and said he was fine. He just didn't know yet. She told him that was okay. The main character looked away. His grandmother smiled and reminded him that he was still young, so there was no need to hurry. She told him to live fully, be happy, face hard times, make friends and fight with them, study, play, and one day he'd find what he was meant to do. The boy glanced away, unsure. Closing her eyes, the old woman told him to just keep living until he discovered what he loved. Matthew gave an awkward smile, realizing her advice was simply to live a happy life. The women hugged him, and his mother said his grandmother was right. Matthew still had time and he could get through anything. The main character blushed when Tracy added that his name meant a universe with endless power, though he already knew that. His mother smiled and told him she'd always be proud of him, no matter what he chose. Then the boy looked at his grandmother, who promised she would always support him too. Anna came out and said she wanted milk too. She sat down with them and Tracy asked if she was up already, while Grandma called her over to take her glass. Matthew smiled. Then he blushed, and his lips parted a little. Flowers appeared in his hands, and he offered them to his grandmother. Everyone smiled. The old woman thanked him and said she'd put them on the hall nightstand so everyone could see them. The main character realized that meant she wanted to show them off. His grandmother looked down at the flowers while the boy thought she probably didn't know the full meaning, but that was fine. Anna sat beside the woman. Matthew smiled, thinking he wanted to give her even more happy memories in this life. Above the three women, the sky was clear. His grandmother folded her hands as the main character thanked her for raising him. Voices came from inside the house. His parents came in smiling and announced they were expecting another child. Matthew and Anna stared at them in shock. His sister ran to Dad and excitedly asked if that meant she was getting another brother. Mom looked at her son, confused. Tracy wrapped her arms around the hero's shoulders. With tears in his eyes, the son thanked his mother for this. His parents smiled as Matthew said this was the best thing that had happened to him since he was born. John joked that with a reaction like that, people would think Matthew was the father. The whole family sat around the table. Back in kindergarten, a little girl ran up to the main character and asked if he missed her. Matthew, with dog ears, barked at her. 3 kids patted him and told him not to cry. Matthew looked away angrily. Holding a mug, Catherine asked why everyone thought this dog was cute. She smiled and said it would be better to throw this mud away. The guy growled at her, and she shot back that she could tell the teacher everything and get him punished. The main character instantly changed his expression and pretended to sleep. One of the boys noticed and put him in an animal cage. A little later, a man came into the children's room. The girl ran to her dad, happy he was back. Matthew walked down the hallway, looking around, then something caught the corner of his eye. At a table, he noticed a girl holding a book. Matthew asked what she was reading, and she said Sherlock Holmes. He thought for a moment, then said Sherlock, and the professor fell off the waterfall and died. The girl stared at him in shock. Matthew smiled and admitted he had spoiled it by accident. She sadly lowered her head and said she was really upset because she hadn't finished it yet. Matthew apologized and added that Sherlock comes back alive in the end. That only made her look even sadder. The guy hurried off, shouting that he was really sorry. He kept walking through the kindergarten. Matthew started noticing groups of children crowded around one spot. The kids were holding all kinds of little fights. One of them looked toward Matthew. The hero smiled and asked who the strongest one in their group was. Matthew listened as the others started whispering. 2 boys faced each other. One of them quickly pulled out a sword, pointing it at Matthew. He declared that this town was too small for both of them, and that Matthew's fate ended here. Matthew calmly looked at the sword. The children shouted for the boy to prove who was strongest. The main character just smiled ahead. Matthew glanced at Catherine, who was yelling at him. With an annoyed look, she told him to die, and he could only think that sounded about right coming from her. The hero lowered his eyes and said he didn't need anyone's support. Matthew turned with a small smile toward Olivia. Tears in her eyes, she shouted that she hated him. The boy picked up the sword and said he had always been alone in life. Matthew gave an uneasy smile and said this would be the end for everyone. The 2 boys stood across from each other. Jimmy yelled for the match to start. The hero rushed straight at Matthew, but the main character raised his sword to block. Jimmy's weapon flew up into the air. The boy reached for it in panic, trying to grab it back. At the same time, the main character calmly charged at the hero, and Matthew's blade pierced Jimmy's stomach. The sword hit the ground and spun. The boy dropped to all fours with his weapon beside him. The main character calmly put his weapon away. Jimmy gritted his teeth and said he could keep going if he used his hidden powers. Then the boy curled up on the floor. All the children looked at Matthew with admiration and started clapping. The boy glanced at Jimmy and said it had been a good fight. Everyone shouted that he was amazing and clearly knew what he was doing. The boys pulled at the hero, saying only he could pull it out. The sword was stuck in a pile of iron. Matthew looked at it as the children said they had never seen anyone understand Excalibur. The hero's hand gripped the sword. Matthew grabbed it tight and lifted it with confidence, while the children screamed. The main character smiled with his eyes closed as everyone cheered and clapped. Shouts echoed from the kindergarten. Near a bench on the street, an object lay on the ground. A phone beside it showed the news saying the city had a problem. 7th grade goblins had appeared. The report added that the night guardian, Orlin Mariner, was keeping order, but 2 goblins had escaped. The anchor warned that the goblins were trying to hide in crowded places, and anyone who spotted one should report it right away. Children played in the street. Catherine ran after the girl. Matthew looked over at the kids playing. Sitting by the gate, he wondered if children ever got tired. Matthew made a sign with his hands. After changing the future, the hero knew he had to save up and use every second well. Someday mana would be treated like a huge resource, a real power. So the hero decided to store up even more. After this incident, Matthew would be able to gather more mana. The children happily asked him to come play, and the boy was surprised by how much energy they still had. Suddenly, a nanny called out to the children, telling them to attack the ice cream. The kids rushed over smiling, each picking a different flavor. Matthew watched from the side and said they were still just children. The nanny called the others over to come get some too. 2 hands reached for the same ice cream. Matthew and Catherine grabbed the same package. The main character angrily told her to let go because it was his, but she refused. The nanny watched their argument with concern. With a smile, the teacher took the ice cream and told them they shouldn't fight over it. Then the ice cream was snapped into 2 pieces. The man handed them each a half and said they could share. Matthew and Catherine wanted to settle it with a game, where the winner would take everything. The teacher cut in, annoyed, and told them to share fairly. Olivia looked at the man in surprise and asked where Jimmy was. Catherine, chewing a candy bar, says Jimmy is in the garden messing with his sword. She asks why he's always off playing by himself, away from the others. Matthew says it's secret training. Catherine then asks Olivia why she wants to take Jimmy ice cream. Olivia smiles and says she feels bad for him eating alone while everyone else has fun. Catherine laughs and tells her she's too nice for her own good. The teacher offers Olivia an ice cream and asks if she wants to take it to Jimmy. Catherine asks if she wants company, but Olivia says she'll go by herself. Matthew sits on a pipe watching Olivia run off. He stares ahead, looking down. Then he hears everyone being called over to play freeze tag. Catherine passes by and tells him to join, but Matthew says he's done for today. Annoyed, she tells him nobody wants to play with someone like that. He turns away and says not to worry about him. Still upset, Catherine says Anna told her to play with Matthew. That makes him smile as he remembers his sister. The kids start with rock, paper, scissors. Matthew watches them scatter and clearly isn't thrilled. He glances to the side, then suddenly sprints after Catherine. His hand reaches for her, but she frowns and yells for him to freeze. Matthew switches targets and chases another kid. He tags him, turning him into water. Right after that, Matthew rushes toward Catherine. She looks confused, and before she can react, he darts in with a grin. Matthew taps her on the back. Catherine glares at him. Then one of the water players runs up and tags her too. The kids all shout that Catherine is it now. She looks furious. Catherine snaps at Matthew, saying he's dead. Smiling, he asks if she really thinks she can catch him. Then his eyes widen in fear. Matthew stops cold. Catherine grabs his hand with a smile and says, he's it now. But then she notices his face and asks why he froze. Matthew is suddenly hit with killing intent. A huge hand lifts a weapon nearby. He grits his teeth as he sees the monster. The children stare at the massive shadow, confused. A 7th grade goblin is standing right beside the kindergarten. 2 children freeze in fear. One little girl can only stare at it. The goblin notices her and reaches out. It raises its sharp axe and brings it down at the terrified girl. The blade cuts through the air as it closes in on her head. At the last second, Matthew throws something at it. The hit knocks the axe right out of the goblin's hands. It turns around with a confused grunt. Matthew glares back at it. Seeing a new target, the goblin snatches up its axe and charges him. It hacks wildly, but Matthew dodges every swing with ease. While slipping past one strike, he mutters that he's sick of these things. With a stick in hand and power coming off it, he thinks about killing it fast so he can help the others. Then he lunges straight for the goblin's stomach, but someone suddenly steps in. A man swings with all his strength and smacks the goblin in the head, shouting that he won't let this happen. He's holding a mop, then turns and yells at Matthew to quit standing there. With a hard stare, he hurls the mop forward. It slams into the goblin's chest and throws it back. A man in glasses suddenly grabs Matthew by the collar. He tosses Matthew over his back, grabs a girl by the arm and runs while shouting for them to hold on. 2 enraged goblins chase after them. The man narrows his eyes and shouts that they're almost safe. Then one goblin leaps forward with its axe raised. Matthew thrusts out his hands, blue light gathering around them. He stares ahead, thinking those shadows are moving way too fast. Then he fires off a strong spell. A second later, it hits the goblin in the chest and blasts it back. The other goblin keeps charging, not even noticing its ally. The man finally stops, still carrying 2 children. A heavy crash sounds behind them. Soon after, they make it inside. The teacher drops to the floor and the children crowd around him. Catching his breath, he asks about the others. And the headmistress says everyone else was already evacuated. Matthew looks around as the children whisper that they really are goblins, and that some had shown up days ago. The headmistress grabs the teacher from behind and says she already reported it. Now they need to wait for the players, while she helps the other teachers block the doors. Suddenly, Catherine pushes through the crowd yelling that her friends are missing. The teacher goes pale and someone blurts out that they were just in the garden getting ice cream. He starts to get up, shouting that he'll go bring them back. But the headmistress grabs his shoulder and yells that he can't. The children and teachers shake in fear when someone says the teacher has to stay here. With tears in their eyes, the children ask what will happen to their friends. They have to be brought back. In the middle of the chaos, someone steps out of the tent. Then we cut back outside. A frightened girl watches a goblin pin her friend to the ground. It raises its huge axe. Terrified, she squeezes her eyes, thrusts out her hands, blue light appears and she screams for it to stop. Then she shoves at the goblin with everything she has. It goes flying sideways, flips a few times, and crashes down. She rushes to her friend, trying to help him up and asking if he's okay. But the goblin is already getting back up to attack again. The 2 kids slowly back away. Then the boy stops and grits his teeth. He grabs her hand and yells that they need to run now. The goblin watches them for a few seconds without moving. The girl asks what they should do, and he says the adults will save them. They just need to hide until then. He points to the bars and says they need to climb up there. A moment later, they start climbing. Then the boy hears a low growl and looks back. The goblin is coming after them, slow but steady. The boy keeps climbing and tells the girl not to stop, but she shouts back that he has to come too. He turns and says he'll hold it off until the adults arrive. Then he takes a stance with his plastic sword while the girl behind him begs him to come up instead. The goblin walks up, looking at the boy with interest. Shaking and terrified, he still faces it down. Then a man appears in his mind, a hero standing over a fallen enemy with a huge sword. The boy beams, pumps his fist, and shouts that he won. Blushing, he keeps going, saying the hero is amazing and that he'll be one too. Clutching his plastic sword, he thinks he'll become a hero like the demon of fire. Smiling, he says they should let him fight because goblins are weak. The goblin lowers its head, annoyed. Then it opens its mouth wide and attacks. Axe swinging, it rushes him. The boy thinks it'll be fine if he just remembers his training. He dashes in and swings his sword, but the goblin smacks him away in an instant. The plastic sword flies far behind the monster. The goblin raises its axe again. Then someone behind it grabs the plastic sword. The monster moves in to kill the child. Crying, the boy throws his hands in front of his face. A moment later, he slowly opens his eyes. The girl is above him, looking down, and Matthew is there, sword in hand, standing in front of the boy. The other child beside him is trembling when Matthew says he's a good kid. Matthew turns, smiles, and adds that he's a real man. They just look at each other for a second. Then the goblin snaps out of it and charges with its axe. The boy screams for Matthew to turn around. Matthew swings his sword and bursts forward. With one clean strike, he cuts off the monster's hand. The hand and axe go flying. The goblin stares at the bloody stump in horror. Matthew doesn't pause. He fixes it with a cold look and swings again. A second later, the monster is split in two. A big blue crystal drops to the ground as yellow flames consume the body. The crystal rolls across the floor. Matthew flicks the blood off his sword. Then he turns back with a smile and says they can breathe now. The boy instantly jumps onto him, yelling that he's a real hero. He knocks Matthew over, and Matthew glares at him, asking what his problem is. The girl joins them, hugging both of them and screaming. Clutching Matthew's shirt, red-faced, she cries that she was really scared. Matthew goes pale as he tries to pry them off. Then we jump back a little earlier. Matthew leaves the room while hearing the children cry about what's going to happen now. He turns and walks down the hall, then takes a deep breath. His eyes glow blue. His energy spreads through the whole building. He senses a boy and a girl outside, screaming as they run from a goblin, and realizes they're the ones he's looking for. At least for now, they're still alive and escaping. Then, in the distance, he feels the dark aura of a goblin. He stops and decides he has to take out the one heading for the gym first. The goblin turns with a nasty growl. Then it snaps around when No yells, asking what it wants. The protagonist stands his ground, glaring at it with a box cutter in his right hand. He raises the blade and power starts pouring off it. The goblin charges at once and swings its axe, but Mimsy dodges just in time. He kicks off the floor, then uses the wall too, and in a flash he's behind the monster. He aims and drives the blade straight through it. The goblin snarls and swings back with its axe, but No flips over it, then pushes off the ceiling and dives right at it. He holds the box cutter out front, its aura flaring hard, and the next second he slices the goblin clean in half. The monster starts breaking apart like sand, and then a big blue crystal drops out of it. Stepping back, No looks at the box cutter and says he can't use it anymore. He tosses it aside and mutters that anyone attacking a kindergarten is trash, and if he finds them, he'll kill them. Then he runs off, thinking about his friends and hoping they can hold on a little longer. Grinding his teeth, he scans the area around him. We cut back. The children's screams still haven't stopped. The boy and girl keep clinging to No, crying. Their teacher rushes in with a broom raised and asks if Leonid is okay. He stays quiet for a moment and looks ahead. Then he smiles and says everything's fine. Outside the kindergarten, soldiers are waiting. One walks up to No, offers a hand, and asks if he really killed it. The protagonist smiles, looks away, and says the goblin was already badly hurt. He just hit it a few more times, and it vanished. The soldier holds up a blue crystal and says goblins may be around 7th or 8th rank, but they're still not weak enough for a 7-year-old to beat alone. He pictures MC destroying the core and thinks the only way to kill a monster is by breaking its crystal with mana or a strong enough blow. Then he asks about the goblins in the hallway. No looks away nervously and says maybe the goblin he fought had already killed the other one, and after that battle it was too weak to beat him. Both of them were a mess. The soldier spreads his hands and, still surprised, says that must be it. A man from the office steps up and apologizes to the kindergarten for what happened. With the teacher and kids listening, he promises they'll work harder to keep the kindergarten safe from now on. Then he gestures to him and calls him the hero of the day. He gives him a certificate and thanks him for what he did. Everyone cheers and claps, calling out his name. Then we cut to No's parents. They glare at him and scold him for acting without thinking again. First he has to write an apology. Then they'll talk. The protagonist lowers his head, goes pale, and thinks he's done for. Then someone tells him to smile wider, and he lets out a laugh. Now we're back at the kindergarten festival. Olivia sits with a big bouquet while someone narrates the story of Snow White, the beautiful princess. Around her are boys dressed as dwarfs, and the story goes on about her kind heart and the 7 dwarfs who love her. The kids grin at each other while the teacher keeps reading into the microphone. Behind the stage, 2 boys look around nervously. One grabs his head and panics. He forgot his lines. No folds his arms and reminds him he only has one line. You better not eat that. The boy stares at his hands and yells that a real captain remembers everything. MC looks on, disappointed, and thinks the goblin attack really changed him. He remembers getting annoyed at his friends, then thinks they agreed to call him captain, not warrior. He winks at his friend and says he'll show everyone what a great actor he is, though he still finds it weird. Then Catherine steps forward and speaks to the princess. She pulls out a red apple, gives a wink and says it looks delicious. Olivia walks closer and smiles, saying it really is pretty. The dwarfs start waving in panic, warning her not to take food from a stranger because it could be poisoned. One of them blushes and begs her not to eat it. Another boy goes pale, then suddenly shouts, yes. He keeps yelling that she must not eat it. The teacher stiffens at the microphone and the whole hall goes silent. Then the parents and the audience start leaving. Watching this, No thinks the kid is acting like a robot. Catherine throws the apple and yells at her to eat it and leave her alone. Instead, it smacks the boy right in the mouth and he freezes in fear. He drops to the floor and the boys around him burst into tears, crying that he's dead. Everyone turns as the teacher quickly explains that the dwarf ate the poisoned apple instead of the princess. He raises a hand and keeps the play going, saying the queen still hasn't given up. Pointing off to the side, he adds that she forced the princess to eat the rest. Hearing that, Catherine goes pale. Then she grabs the apple and stuffs it into Olivia's mouth, telling her to eat it and leave her alone. Olivia turns pale and reaches out. Her mother calls to her, while Catherine runs off yelling that she's the stepmother and shouldn't be called that. Olivia blushes and stares at the bitten apple, then drops to the floor. The dwarfs start dragging the fallen boy away, and the teacher puts a hand on Noe's shoulder. Wiping his tears, he tells him it looks like they can only count on him now. Leaning closer, he clenches his fists and says they even made a bet over which group would do better. So the protagonist slowly starts walking toward Olivia. She lies still on the flowers, eyes shut. He suddenly stops when someone in the crowd asks what he's doing. Noe looks down as whispers spread among the parents. They say he's scary, that he's the same boy who killed the monster and got an award from City Hall. He goes pale and thinks about the monster that didn't care how many people died. In his mind, he sees himself older, holding a sphere while countless eyes watch him, and realizes that monster was like a player, something beyond normal people. Then Anna suddenly shouts his name. Noe looks up confused and sees Anna beaming in the crowd with her hand raised, calling out that she's here. Behind her, his father proudly yells that he's the most handsome, and his mother waves to him too. MC stares for a second in silence. His cheeks turn red and he sighs that they're embarrassing him. Then he steps forward and goes to Olivia. He takes a deep breath, leans over, puts a hand on her head and says he can't believe someone so pretty could exist. Then he kisses her on the forehead. Olivia slowly opens her eyes, gets up, and looks at him in confusion. The whole room breaks into applause. Noe takes Olivia's hand, and together they walk to the front of the stage and bow. A second later, all the other kids rush over cheering that they did great. They grab him and start tossing him into the air. He looks terrified and thinks this is dangerous. He's going to fall. Then someone catches him. When Noe opens his eyes, his father is there telling him he did great. Sitting on his shoulders, the protagonist grabs his dad's hair and starts calling him his. Then he turns to his mother. Smiling, she asks if he's finally decided what he wants to be. MC looks at her in surprise and realizes she asked him the same thing last year. He remembers her smiling as she asked what he wanted to do when he grew up. Back then, he looked down and said he didn't know, and honestly, he still doesn't. Then he turns and sees his friends, all smiling. Olivia and Catherine hold hands and dance, and Noe thinks he just wants to be happy and not let anyone ruin that. Smiling, he lowers his head and says maybe, with his eyes closed, warrior. His mother smiles wide. Then he asks his father to put him down, and his dad agrees, calling him his warrior. His mother watches him a little longer, cheeks red. Noe runs back to his friends, and she thinks he should follow the path he believes in. Watching him laugh and play, she decides she'll always support him. Then we move to the school building. At the entrance ceremony, the speaker congratulates the children on starting elementary school. The protagonist yawns as the narration tells us it's the third year of the goddess calendar, and he's now 8 years old. Catherine walks over and asks why he's acting like that during the principal's speech, and he says the speech itself is weird enough. Sarah gives an awkward smile and repeats the teacher's warning to keep it down. Jimmy pumps his fist and says there must be tons of strong kids here. Then he asks when MC will become the boss of the school, and MC tells him that is not happening and to calm down. The room goes quiet when Jimmy calls him the boss again. He quickly tells him that is not the point right now. Even so, the kids are clearly excited for school. Catherine gets annoyed and the protagonist just feels awkward. He's already worn out. They're in the classroom for introductions. Catherine greets everyone and says her name, adding that she's from the Hanwha district. With a hand on her chest, she keeps going. She went to Deng's kindergarten, wants to play and make friends, loves melodramas, and likes listening to music. No can only think she talks way too much. Nancy raises a hand and awkwardly cuts in, telling Catherine to save the rest for next time because they do not have much time today. Catherine sits back down without a care and says fine, since there's nothing else she can do. Trying to keep things moving, Nancy asks MC to stand and introduce himself. He agrees. Hands in his pockets, he says his name and that he came from Duan Kindergarten. Then he simply says he hopes they can all get along. The class stares at him while Nancy asks if that's all. He says yes, and she tells him to sit. With another awkward smile, Nancy calls on Sarah next and asks her to introduce herself. Sarah slowly stands looking nervous and says she'll do it. She shuts her eyes tight and struggles to start, shaking with fear. Sarah finally says her name. Noe watches his classmate tremble. Later the story moves to Sarah's house. A man in a pink apron welcomes the kids and says he's Sarah's father. The protagonist and the others greet him back. Sarah's father asks if the trip was hard, says he'll make them a good lunch, and asks what they want to drink. Noe frowns as he studies Sarah's father. Rubbing his chin, MC feels like he has seen this man before. Meanwhile, the other kids ask for things like chocolate drinks, mango juice, and yogurt, and Sarah asks for yogurt too. Then Sarah's father turns to him and asks what he wants. He points at himself, confused. After thinking for a second, the protagonist asks for espresso or banana juice. Once the food is served, the kids burst out in amazement. One chubby classmate even licks his fork. Everyone digs in, shocked by how good it tastes, and keeps asking what they're eating. Catherine smiles and says Sarah's father is an amazing cook. Jimmy asks why she's acting proud, and she snaps back that Sarah is her friend. Jimmy says he gets it since she's basically a foodie. Catherine gets mad and tells him not to call her that, so he backs off. Even then, Jimmy sticks his tongue out at her, watching them with half-lidded eyes. No asks what they ate that got such a huge reaction. Then he freezes, holding the glass with a blue flame around it. MC asks what he just drank. He stares at it in horror and realizes the drink is restoring his mana. No frowns. That should be impossible unless he just drank a potion. Potions are elixirs that refill the body's mana. For players who fight monsters, carrying one is as important as carrying their own life. Sarah nervously asks if something is wrong and whether he didn't like it. He quickly says it's delicious. Then the protagonist asks what her father's name is. As tea is poured, Sarah says his family name is Yong, and his first name is Sia Khan. MC goes still. He looks completely stunned. The next second, No lunges towards Sarah and asks her to be his close friend. He smiles to himself, thinking about John. This man changed the whole potion market. He explains that John carefully picked ingredients and had a filtering gift that let him pull mana out of them. Later, he would become the king of potions and lead the Alice Group, one of South Korea's 3 biggest companies. No closes his eyes and thinks that he never heard John had a daughter. Then it hits him. John only survives in the future because Sarah was saved. The protagonist places a hand on Sarah's shoulder and calls her by name. Then he points to himself and tells her that if anyone gives her trouble at school, she should tell him. He won't let it slide. Sarah gives him a small smile, agrees, and thanks him. Back in class, Sarah still stands there with her fists clenched. She hesitantly says she also went to Dwon kindergarten with No and Catherine, and that she likes reading and drinking tea. Sarah adds with a shy smile that she has a hard time talking to new people, so she hopes everyone will talk to her first. MC gives her a thumbs up and thinks she did great. Just what you'd expect from his best friend. Nancy thanks Sarah. Then she asks everyone to listen to Claire. No turns around confused. He notices the girl's ear twitch, and then he sees she has a tail. Claire stands up uneasily as the class starts whispering, asking if she's a monster. Someone even calls her a half-breed. A half-breed is someone born with badly mixed genes. Because many people lost loved ones to monsters, they react to her with fear and anger. Claire lowers her head while the story explains that people hate half-breeds for looking like monsters. Still awkward. Claire says her name, admits she didn't go to kindergarten, and asks everyone to be friends. No hears the whispers. Some kids say their parents told them not to go near Claire. He realizes people have a lot of ugly ideas about half-breeds. Nancy looks down at the list for the next student, but Jimmy is already on his feet. He blurts out his name, says he likes sword training, and adds that the boss teaches him mana control. A kid asks what boss he means, and Jimmy sounds shocked that anyone has to ask. Pointing straight at a stunned him, Jimmy declares that his boss is right there. He even flexes and announces that the protagonist is the boss of this class, warning everyone not to cause trouble, because the protagonist is really strong. The class starts cheering for the boss. Nancy can only smile awkwardly and tell Jimmy to settle down. Then her expression drops. In a displeased tone, Nancy tells MC to stay after school and bring his parents, because she needs to speak with them. MC has no idea what he did wrong. Back at his desk, he slumps down and thinks this is every bit as exhausting as he expected. Outside school, kids shout that the boss is the best, while the protagonist gets sent to the teacher's office. He can already tell school life is turning into hell. Later, carrying a tray, No thinks the first-year mana tests are finally over. Jimmy and Claire scored above average. Sarah is the real problem. Her result was so strange they probably just called it average and moved on. Jimmy waves MC over to join them. Since the day passed without any big disaster, MC decides he can at least sit and eat in peace. They're in the cafeteria during lunch. Jimmy thumps his chest and says he'll go get more food. He shuts his eyes and points out this is Jimmy's 3rd trip, so the cook will probably remember him soon. Jimmy asks how he knew the cook already knows his name. Catherine stands up, annoyed, and asks if he's done eating yet because she wants more too. The protagonist gives a sly smile. Then he says, sure, why not? She's a glutton anyway. Catherine explodes, yelling that she is not a glutton, she just took less food at first. She asks Sarah to back her up, and Sarah says MC is wrong. No and Catherine start clashing with their spoons, but a voice nearby cuts through the noise and asks if that's really her. Someone stares at Claire from behind and says she really does have a tail. More kids gossip, wondering why someone like her even comes to school. Claire looks away while another says no one should even make eye contact with her. Claire walks through the cafeteria with her tray and spots an empty seat. 3 students are sitting there. Claire timidly asks if she can join them. Lara flat out says no. Chewing his food, No thinks it figures that Lara would be the one Claire asked. Lara looks down at Claire and asks what is wrong with her, like she's crazy for even asking. Then she demands to know who Claire thinks she is. Lara's friends jump in too, saying Claire should know her place and look at the clothes she's wearing first. Claire stares at the floor in shock while they mock her clothes, say she probably picked them up somewhere, and tell her she should have stayed at her church. Quietly, Claire apologizes. Catherine snaps, asking what gives Lara the right to act however she wants, just because she's rich. Sarah adds that Lara is being cruel. Jimmy looks toward No and the others, waiting for someone to act. As laughter spreads and someone points out that Claire is crying, he starts walking toward her. That moment brings back a memory of the protagonist in armor, hearing that not all half-breeds are kind. The man facing him says that because of that, people like to pretend their hearts are gentler. He then says that idea is a lie. Sure, some of them are kind, even some children, but there are still plenty who are not. Matthew sits across from him and asks what happens next. The man says half-breeds should not get special treatment just because of what they are. Frowning, he adds that if Matthew cares so much because of him, then he should stop. Matthew asks if he thinks he's kind, but the man says he got the wrong idea. Matthew suddenly stands, making the other man jump. He pulls out his sword and asks if the man thinks he's weak. The man throws his hands over his head and quickly says no, asking why Matthew is so worked up. Matthew snaps that the guy came into his tent in the middle of the night just to bother him. Pointing his sword, Matthew tells him to get out and go on patrol unless he wants a beating. The man agrees. Then the story shifts to the Abyss dungeon. Someone slices into a monster. The guy says this one was strong, just like the others in that place. Then he looks down in shock. The monster strikes back. Its attack tears across his chest. A sharp, bloody insect limb rips through him. The mantis monster turns on them, ready for more. It prepares another attack. Someone tries to run. Matthew slams into the mantis. He glares ahead, fully focused. The hit sends the mantis flying back, but it lashes out again, this time at the men. Matthew dodges and tightens his grip on the sword. Hemolymph starts pouring from the mantis. Matthew cuts through its body. That blow finishes it. He shouts the boy's name and runs over. Matthew lifts his wounded friend onto his back. Perrin tells him to leave now. They've come too far and this is no time to hesitate. A girl with a staff runs up and Matthew asks her for help, but Perrin cuts him off. The girl bites her finger in shock as Perrin says, Matthew forgot he knows these wounds well. Bleeding out, Perrin says he's dying, so they should at least kill as many monsters as they can. With piles of monster corpses around them, someone asks why they're still standing there. Matthew gives in and quietly asks what Perrin's last words are. Perrin remembers what he said before and asks if Matthew still recalls it. Not all half-breeds are good and you shouldn't favor them just because they're half-breeds. Matthew says he remembers. Clenching his teeth, Perrin says there may be more bad people out there, and Matthew can't keep ignoring that because, while the girl cries nearby, Perrin finishes that he is no different from them. His hand drops and his final words are that he was a very bad person. Matthew stares at his friend's body in shock. He clenches his fist and asks why he had to remember that now. Matthew gets up from the table and calls out to Lara. He walks over and tells her to make room at their table. Catherine says she knew he'd do this, and Jimmy asks if he wants help, but Matthew says no. Someone grabs Claire's tray, and the insults start again. What is she doing? What's wrong with her? How can she be this stupid? Matthew takes her tray and says there's a seat for her. Claire stares at him in shock. She grabs his sleeve and he says that's a little much. Claire quickly lets go and apologizes. Matthew says it's fine and tells her to come with him. When Jimmy calls out, Matthew says his friends saved a place for her. Claire looks surprised and says helping her will only make things worse for them. Matthew answers with a serious face that he doesn't care. The girls mock his friends, asking what kindergarten they came from. One says maybe they should find out who those people are. Lara fixes her hair and says there's no need. Lowering her eyes, she says it's obvious they're nothing special. Catherine points at Claire and says Matthew can be stubborn, so she'll have to get used to it. Matthew immediately tells her off. Jimmy points to himself and says lunch is really good today. Sarah hands Claire a cup and offers barley tea. She also offers her friendship, and Claire thanks her. The four warn her the tea is hot, so she should drink slowly, but it tastes great. Claire lifts the mug, then she gulps it down in one go, leaving Sarah stunned. Next, Claire shoves a spoonful into her mouth. Matthew frowns and tells her to slow down. They're not going to take the food away. Claire suddenly starts crying. Catherine asks what happened. Sarah gives her a handkerchief, and Matthew tries to think of what to do. He thinks through the game. Once he starts, the others need to hide their presence by suppressing Mona. Matthew points upward and says they can also use Mona to boost their bodies if they want to beat him and get away. Claire says she doesn't know how to control Mona. Matthew reminds her she can at least hide, then asks if she's in good shape. Catherine cheers her on and says she'll beat him with her power. Matthew realizes Claire still can't use her special telepathy, so he'll try teaching her later. Matthew says they can't hide inside the buildings, and tells everyone to stay in the area. Turning away, he says he'll start in 100 seconds. He leans on a pole and counts down from 100. Then Matthew opens his eyes. Stretching, he says he's going to start looking. He finds his friends one after another. Soon only Claire and Sarah are left, and he can't sense Sarah at all. Thinking it over, he admits Sarah is amazing at controlling Mona. That means Claire is next. He folds his arms and thinks. Then Matthew rushes towards some bushes. He parts them and shouts that he found her. Then he spots a tail off to the side. Matthew takes off after Claire, yelling for her to stop. He reaches for her. Claire jumps away at the last second. Matthew falls and she lands on the roof. Claire yells that she won't lose until Matthew catches her. Watching this, Jimmy asks if that really counts. He pulls up his sleeve and argues they were only found, not caught. Catherine slaps her palm and says they got tricked, then tells everyone to run. Matthew's sister says she was about to play again anyway, and with Mona she can run even faster. Matthew just stares as his friends scatter in every direction. Grabbing his head, he asks what is going on. Using Mona, Claire cries out that he'll catch everyone. She looks confused while Matthew keeps shouting. Then the story jumps back a little earlier. Sarah goes up the stairs, wondering where she can hide, while Matthew calls out that he's starting. She focuses, knowing she has to suppress her Mona. After hiding her Mona, Sarah decides she can't stay inside, so she'll head outside. Then she notices stacks of books. Sarah walks closer. She stops by the shelves. A moment later, she's already walking along with a book in her hands. Looking thrilled, Sarah says this place is paradise. Then she turns around, realizes she has no idea where she is, and says she should leave. But another look at the books makes her call it wonderful. She spots Alice in Wonderland and asks what it is. A man with glasses appears behind her. He looks strict. Sarah turns back. Startled, she asks her grandfather to keep going, and he continues the story, saying this is where Alice goes after the rabbit. Matthew grits his teeth when he realizes Sarah has been found. Sarah sits on her grandfather's lap. Matthew angrily says she vanished during their game, and he's been searching everywhere. Her grandfather says she should have told him she was with friends. Sarah says she forgot, and then Matthew's sister praises him, leaving him totally confused. Matthew gets mad that she forgot about all of them, and Sarah apologizes. He flicks her forehead. Holding the sore spot, she listens as Matthew tells her to warn them next time she goes somewhere. She apologizes again, and Matthew thinks he should stop before she starts crying. Matthew apologizes to her grandfather, but the old man says it's fine. He was bored until she showed up. Then he asks Sarah to visit again because it's nice having a friend who loves books. Sarah asks if he means it, and he says yes. She says she'll come back tomorrow because she wants to finish the book, but Matthew says it's late and they need to go home. He turns around when the grandfather asks him to wait. The old man offers them a ride. Later, the car waits on the city street. He says anyone going should get in, while Matthew thinks he has no idea who this grandfather really is. Jimmy says the car is amazing and soft, and Matthew realizes it's insanely expensive. Grandfather tells the driver to go. Matthew watches the car leave. He says he's never ridden in one like that. His eyes fill with tears as he admits he's jealous. Outside, rain pours down. Matthew looks out the window, then he stares at the classroom in surprise. The teacher has written class president election on the board, and at the end of it is Matthew's name. He raises his hand confused and asks why they put his name there. Catherine looks down and says she heard he wanted to run. Matthew asks who told her that. She points ahead. Jimmy smiles at him. Then he slowly raises his hand. Matthew glares at his desk and says Jimmy better not expect any help because he's not getting it. He calmly raises his hand and says he refuses the nomination. The teacher laughs and says he was chosen anyway, but Matthew shouts that he's not fit to be president. Catherine looks at him in surprise and says every child has endless potential. Matthew yells at Catherine asking why she didn't tell him sooner. The teacher asks if anyone else wants to run, since Matthew is the only candidate so far. Laura raises her hand with a smile. The whole class turned to Laura. She glanced at Matthew and told the teacher she wanted to run for class president too. Matthew stared at her, confused. Then a box packed with burgers appeared. Laura smiled and said her dad bought them so everyone could eat. The class exploded with cheers. Right away, the kids started saying they should vote for Laura if she'd bring burgers every month. Matthew's group watched the others with clear disgust. Someone handed Matthew a burger, and Laura stood beside him. Grinning, she thanked him for his valuable vote. Matthew shot her a look and said he had no intention of voting for her. As he said it, he slowly stepped away. He let out a sigh, already seeing how she was trying to control people like a grown-up. Then something off to the side caught his eye. Jimmy stood there drooling, clutching a wrapped burger with his mouth hanging open. Meanwhile, Matthew's friends all turned Laura's food down in their own way. Seeing that made him smile. Then he looked ahead with confidence. Soon it was time for the elementary school spring trip. The teacher smiled at the class and said they'd do roll call, so everyone should raise a hand and say their name. She added with a laugh that the president and vice president should help. Laura twirled her hair and happily agreed. Matthew answered too, but he clearly wasn't happy about it. Laura stood by the teacher with a stick in her hand. She tapped at things and handed out flowers. The teacher kept guiding the children around. The kids laughed and clapped along. When Matthew opened his lunch, he found a note saying he was loved. The girls nearby smiled and told him to check out Jimmy's lunch too. Sitting beside him, Catherine was touched that his sister had written something like that for him. She was holding sushi. Then everyone stared at Jimmy's lunch in shock. Inside was food shaped like a bear. Matthew thought about his father, a cook, and said he was really enjoying his meal now. He looked at Jimmy in surprise while Catherine asked what the bear's little paws were made of. Jimmy just smiled, holding his drink and snack, and said his mom told him it was really tasty. Matthew and Catherine gave him an odd smile. Then Catherine calmly pointed out that his mom hadn't even packed his lunch herself. A boy suddenly ran through the forest. Matthew looked around, asking what was going on. His leg snagged under a frame, and he shouted, asking what kind of monster this was. He crashed to the ground. Pinned there, he couldn't do anything. Then he saw a monster's paw and froze in fear. Seventh-grade hounds stared at him like hungry beasts. The boy screamed for help. A hellhound glared at him. He looked away, terrified. Blood sprayed nearby. The monsters shoved into each other, and one screamed for them to stop. Two of the beasts had started fighting each other. Two wolves turned to look at their leader. The whole pack lowered themselves. Then the hell wolf roared for them to move. The monsters charged toward Matthew's group. In the forest, the children shouted as they opened their hands again and again, but the slips of paper in their palms were blank. Jimmy and one of the girls sadly said they got nothing, but Matthew yelled for them to forget it. Jimmy, still grinning like crazy, said he had to find the treasure. Catherine looked annoyed and suggested they draw again. Everyone agreed except Matthew, who started walking away. Catherine grabbed his shoulder and asked where he was going. He followed the others anyway, irritated and wondering why they had wandered so far. That made Matthew remember the dragons in the Ijingbu area. The kids suddenly turned at a strange noise. Claire and Olivia asked what it was. Matthew pressed a finger to his lips, telling them to stay quiet. A huge monster rushed past at high speed. Its paws cleared bushes and trees in a single bound. Catherine pointed at it and asked what it was. She was pointing at a crazed wolf. The beast growled at the children. Matthew got angry, not understanding why this had to happen now. Seoul had been protected by a cocoon, but the monsters filling Ujeongbu somehow broke through and moved south, causing a tragedy with many victims. The wolf kept snarling wildly. Catherine stared at it in fear. Then it kicked off the ground and opened its jaws wide. A foot struck a stone. Catherine tripped, and the beast leaped straight at her. She dropped to the ground, covered her face, and screamed. Matthew rushed in and kicked the wolf away. It slammed onto the ground. He swung his fork at it, channeling magic through the utensil. Matthew kept stabbing the wolf again and again. The other kids watched in shock as flames burned the monster. With his back still to Catherine, he asked if she was okay. From the ground, she said she was fine. Gina stepped up behind him, wanting to ask something. She looked at Matthew in fear and said this wasn't the captain she knew. Wiping his face, he said he was fine, just a little tense. Whenever Matthew kills monsters, he turns into an immortal player who hates them and loses himself in battle. Looking at his hands, he realized he couldn't let them see that side of him. Matthew clenched his fist and stared into the distance. The children nervously whispered that they should run. Matthew remembered that wolves hunt in packs, and with this many coming down the mountain, he knew he probably couldn't save everyone. So there was only one choice. All the children looked at him. Carefully, Matthew told them to listen. Soon the kids split up and moved through different parts of the forest. One girl put her scarf on a stone and decided to rest there. Lara sat on the rock and told the others to keep searching for treasure. A few smiling kids asked if they could rest too. Lara's eyes turned cold with anger. The children instantly ran off and told her to enjoy her break. She stayed there, focused on her phone. Then Lara looked toward a sudden noise. A group of children came running down the mountain in panic. Confused, she asked what happened. A pack of monsters was rushing down after them. Lara looked at the fleeing girl, and a wolf jumped right at her on the stone. She screamed in terror, then covered her eyes. Something shot toward the monster, and the wolf dropped dead on the spot. Lara held her ears and looked down, then raised her head in shock. Matthew stood there with a gun and told her to get down the mountain. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at him. The rest of the pack turned toward the children. Lara grabbed Matthew's sleeve and begged him to protect her. She was shaking with fear. Matthew, annoyed, told her not to get in his way. Then he turned to the others and told them to listen carefully. Jimmy looked at him as Matthew ordered everyone to run to the foot of the mountain. Looking away, Matthew said he was going to find the others, and Jimmy tried to go with him. Matthew fixed him with a hard stare and told him to stop messing around and focus on staying alive. Jimmy sadly apologized. Matthew looked over the group and said that from now on they were a team. He warned them that the hounds had strong cores, so they needed to hide their mana as much as possible. Then Matthew scattered food around, noticing it still had some mana left in it. He explained that the monsters had a sharp sense of smell and could track that energy. The hounds would follow the scent, and that would buy them a distraction. Closing his eyes, Matthew knew he had to figure out where they were. A large force shield formed around him. He looked ahead, glad he'd bought the others time to escape. Matthew leaped across rocks and trees. Ahead, he saw a dark layer of power surrounding the monsters. Glancing at his backpack, he realized he had only half his mana left, and he needed to save it. Then he looked forward again after hearing voices. People were begging for help with their last bit of strength. One man screamed for help through tears. The beasts drooled heavily, calmly licking their lips. The hounds had surrounded the people. One of them suddenly paused, hearing something. Matthew rushed in and sliced it in half. The rest of the pack watched him kill one of their own. Matthew stayed calm. Then he noticed a weapon in a dead man's pocket. His hand closed around the handle. After checking the sword, Matthew realized it held enough mana to kill the whole pack. He pointed the blade at the pack leader, as it kept roaring, then smiled and called the monsters toward him. They answered with angry growls. One wolf sprang first. It leaped high and exposed its chest, and Matthew aimed for that opening. He drove the sword straight into the wolf. The rest of the pack kept charging. Matthew glanced to the side, then started cutting them down one after another. Another hound lunged from a blind spot, but he dodged just in time. His sword pierced one more wolf through the chest. He pulled the blade free while the others kept coming. Then Matthew poured power into the ground. With a quick burst, he launched himself upward. The monsters looked up at him as he gripped the sword and sent his power down at them. Small magic needles rained onto the pack. They sliced through the wolves' bodies fast, leaving the monsters badly wounded. Matthew landed calmly back on the ground. The magic blast threw the monsters upward. The wolves howled, unable to fight back. More streams of power kept crashing down on them. Without a word, Matthew ran. He wanted to get away from that surge of power as fast as possible before it triggered an explosion. Then came a quiet morning in the forest, with someone's legs standing nearby. Lara froze in fear. Matthew calmly told her to run if she wanted to stay alive. Staring at him in shock, Lara asked again. The wolves kept snarling, wild and angry. Grabbing his sweater, Lara nervously asked where he was going. She kept staring at him. Matthew told her not to get in his way. Lara slowly let go of his sweater. Then he remembered the boy who came with her and said he was badly hurt and needed help. Lara watched the boy rush off. She kept looking after him, stunned. Then her eyes turned back to Matthew, like she wanted something from him. Without hesitation, he ran forward. Fueled by power, Matthew shot into the forest. He rose into the air. With a grin, Matthew said he found exactly what he was looking for. Inside the black smoke was a pack of 6th-grade hounds. Their leader roared at Matthew in rage. From above, he stared right back without fear. Then he sent his power into the black mage. Smiling, Matthew told the monsters they were already dead. Shards kept falling. The monsters glared at him in anger. Those pieces of power shot straight at them. Matthew landed lightly and watched the whole fight like a game. Above the others, the pack leader watched it all. The wolf howled, ordering the rest to charge. Matthew calmly glanced at the two monsters behind him. They quickly realized they couldn't move in. His hands tightened around the sword. Matthew looked off with total confidence. One wolf dropped to the ground, dead silent. The rest of the pack kept charging. Matthew held the magic sword steady. Then he marched straight at the monsters. They tried to tear him apart. He covered his head and ran past a dead beast. The sword was still glowing with mana. Matthew faced the wolves, with their leader above them. Annoyed, he muttered that they were all insanely stubborn. Meanwhile, the others ran through the forest. They remembered Matthew's warning about surviving, and everyone said they understood. Catherine and Jimmy hurried ahead. Soon the group stopped in the forest. Jimmy looked at the girl, confused, and asked where they should go now. Holding her chest, Olivia said she was exhausted, but they still had to move. She remembered Matthew saying Olivia was their navigator. Magic filled Olivia's eyes. Pointing left, she warned that something bad was there. Claire listened closely and backed her up. The kids were worn out, but they forced themselves to keep going. Jimmy looked away in fear. Angry, he looked around for even one player who grabbed his hand. Catherine yelled at Jimmy not to look back and just run. She remembered being told to watch for panic. Matthew had stood before her and said this was all part of it. Catherine clenched her teeth in anger. Then black magic appeared nearby. Olivia suddenly shouted that something was ahead. The boys stared at the clump of black magic in fear. A paw pushed out. A hound with spikes on its back crawled from the hole. Catherine and Jimmy could only stare in fear. The giant monster let out a deep growl at them all. Its head lifted high. Jimmy asked what it was doing. Then even more monsters appeared and the children looked up in terror. They were surrounded. Jimmy looked around. He remembered Matthew saying Jimmy was the only one there who could really fight, the strongest one. Realizing that, he steeled himself to face whatever came. The boys bumped fists. Jimmy stood still, eyes closed, sword in hand. He remembered practicing sword swings as a little kid and asking if he was doing it right. The wolves charged at Jimmy. Without fear, he swung the magic sword. One hound was cut. The others hesitated at the sight of their fallen packmate. Grinning, Jimmy shouted that he could do this. The monsters kept growling. Jimmy held a wand and handed it to Jimmy. He clenched his teeth. Then he glared at the ground in anger. The monsters kept rushing in. Jimmy leaped onto one of them, trying to dodge its attack, but he got hurt. The others watched him in fear. Claire looked on, confused. She watched Jimmy run and shout that he wouldn't give up. The pack kept chasing him. Jimmy pulled magic into his fist. A wolf sprang at him. His fist slammed down and struck the monster's mouth. Jimmy stared at his hand, confused by what he had just done. Another wolf closed in. He shoved it back before it could get past him. Snarling, the monster turned and came for Jimmy instead. Jimmy touched his stomach, confused. Then the beast's paw hit his chest. The wolf threw its jaws open with a loud scream. All the girls panicked. Claire looked at Jimmy in fear, remembering everything that had happened between them. The wolf opened its mouth even wider. Its teeth sank into Jimmy's hand. Catherine and Olivia rushed in to help. Hair started to burn. The girl prayed that they would all be okay. Then the hole changed into a portal. Legs were left sprawled on the ground. The wolves kept howling. They charged straight at Jimmy. A dark barrier formed around him. Claire looked back, thinking it couldn't hurt them. Still, she kept staring in fear. From above, all of them could be seen at once. The boy looked at the girls in fear. Someone's legs hung in the air. A figure appeared in the sky. She slowly came down. The children looked at her in fear. With a smile, Noah asked the kids if they could close their eyes. Looking at the wolves, she said these dogs were done for. Then Matthew stood in the fire facing the wolves. He was holding a thermos. Matthew took a drink of magnolia from it, a rice wine made from rice and wheat. Then he tossed the thermos aside and drew his sword. Smiling, Matthew said it was over for all of them. The bottle hit the ground. Matthew shot toward one wolf, activating Heavenly Step. Magic blasted the monsters apart in every direction. More packs were closing in. His fist slammed into one hound's muzzle, shutting it up. He tore through the monsters one after another. Then Matthew aimed his weapon at another wolf. A few seconds later, it was dead, while the rest kept running. Matthew glared at all of them. The sword flashed and cut in every direction. He rushed forward with the blade, moving like a wild dance. Gritting his teeth, he stared down the wolves. Soon only the leader was left with him. Confidence filled Matthew's eyes. He charged again, opening a heavenly gate. Magic spread through his whole body. Through clenched teeth, Matthew admitted he was getting tired. He pushed his legs faster. The monster kept charging too. Both of them lunged at the same time. Matthew's punch smashed the beast in the face and sent it flying. Then he opened fire, his face completely serious. Bullets tore through the air. The monster kept coming, and Matthew looked shocked. Flames burst from its mouth and rushed at him. Matthew was still in mid-air. Fire spread across the whole area. His gun kept firing non-stop. The monster's body was riddled with holes. Matthew watched it calmly as it lowered itself. Then the leader stepped out of the flames. Out of ammo, Matthew gripped his weapon and prepared for close combat. The monster kept studying him. With a sly grin, Matthew raised the magic sword and asked if it still had enough strength for another round. Gritting his teeth, he said those had only been the warm-up. The leader lunged at him, roaring that it would kill him. Matthew rushed in too. He charged the wolf head-on, even as it promised to tear him to pieces. Sword magic burst in all directions. Then Matthew plunged into the black hole. Covering his nose, he realized it wasn't poison. The sword kept filling with magic. Matthew and the leader clashed in a storm of flames. He snapped that this was insane. Then Matthew forced his way through the leader's power. His magic started to break apart. He shouted angrily about his mana. Flames kept swallowing everything. Matthew was blasted back by the fire. He hit the ground. Breathing hard, he said that even after spending a huge amount of mana on defense, he was still badly hurt. Matthew lowered his head, still holding the sword. Then armor appeared on him at once. A huge number of monsters screamed for the others to leave him alone. Matthew struggled to look at his reflection. A crazed smile spread across his face. One of his gifts only came out in critical moments. A massive surge of energy lifted him into the air. The leader growled at him in confusion. That power shot straight at the monster. The wolf looked away, baffled. Matthew screamed that now it would die. The monster looked lost, not knowing what to do. He swung fast and sliced through its paws. The wolf crashed down. Matthew jumped in with his sword aimed at it. Sparks of power burst all through the hole. The wolf growled as black magic flooded it. Matthew stared it down without fear. A huge black sphere kept growing. As the dark magic swelled bigger and bigger, Matthew walked closer and asked why it was hiding like that. He tested his sword against it and said this thing was strong enough. Then Matthew pointed his weapon at the sphere. The sword went through. His power struck the flames. The angry wolf bared its teeth at him. Matthew looked out from the sphere. Calmly, he reminded it that he said it was going to die. Then Matthew walked toward the monster with full confidence. His sword swept over the beast's head. The wolf was sliced apart, its body flying everywhere. Exhausted, he dropped to the ground. Matthew looked up. Watching the sunset, he murmured that it was finally over. The day was fading fast. He lay on the ground and shut his eyes. Matthew drifted off in the middle of the forest. Meanwhile, Noin has smiled and asked everyone to close their eyes for a moment. Staring at the wolves, she said they were done for. She covered her face for a second. Then MC raised her hand with confidence. Some people were fleeing the wolf packs, confused why no one had shown up to help. Magic poured into her fan. A fierce tornado slammed toward the wolves. While guiding the wind, Nobuhana wondered why nobody had reported this yet. Her hands pushed forward. Clenching her fist, she said this was the end for them all. The tornadoes shot straight at the monsters. Blood sprayed everywhere. The storm tore through every living thing in its path, and Nobuhana kept driving it on. She watched with a smile. Then the protagonist glanced to the side. The children stared at her in fear, not sure how to react. Right away, MC canceled all her magic. She started to rise into the air. With a gentle smile, she told the children not to cry if she'd scared them. Catherine and Jimmy could only gush about how cool she was. The other kids pointed excitedly, saying it was amazing. No, Prita smiled, still surprised they were taking it so well. The children huddled together and kept looking at her. But Jimmy and Catherine suddenly looked ahead in fear. He focused her magic forward and decided to check her internal injuries. Magic began to show inside the children's bodies. Olivia watched her with interest. No? Yusha pulled Olivia into a hug. Then she asked if Olivia wanted to become a player. Jimmy immediately yelled that he should be one instead. The boy shook his fists in protest. No, Yusha placed a hand on Jimmy. Laughing, she hugged the kids and called them adorable. The protagonist Yusha thanked Claire for sending the message that helped them find her. Claire looked down in tears and said she hadn't done anything. Still crying, Claire hugged MC Yushin tight. He told the children to head down the mountain, since rescuers would arrive soon, but they all asked if she was staying with them. Looking at Jimmy and Claire, she said they still had to help others, though she couldn't just leave them alone. She smiled and glanced away. A monster was hiding in the shadows. Huge hands gripped a tree. The Letty stared into the darkness in fear as Ken stepped out from the trees and told Nolo it had been hard getting there. The protagonist told the kids to follow her, but Jimmy objected, saying the captain still hadn't come back. That made her tense up. She had no idea who this captain was. Matthew lowered his eyes. A voice from inside the tent asked when he'd finally start taking care of himself. While treating his back, someone warned that the injuries were so bad he could even pass out. Matthew asked why they were so mad. A girl gritted her teeth and snapped at the person treating him. Sarah shouted back that it was her call because she was the one patching him up. Pulling on a t-shirt, Matthew apologized to her and asked if she felt better now. From inside the tent, Sarah told him to give her a little time, and he agreed. Matthew opened his eyes. He was sitting in a hospital room. His hands were clean. Matthew was shocked that his wounds were gone when someone knocked on the door. He turned toward it. Then Matthew greeted the visitor in surprise. Smiling, Nojune asked if anything still hurt. Matthew smiled and said he was fine, but inside he wondered how much she knew. She sat down and explained that she found him and rushed him straight to the hospital. Then she introduced herself as MC Yuna, and Matthew gave a fake laugh while choosing his words carefully. He looked away, caught off guard. Matthew asked how long he'd been out and what happened to his friends. No, you mean it, he told him. They were safe, and about 6 hours had passed. With a smile, he added that everyone had been worried and his family was already on the way. Matthew laughed awkwardly, having no idea what he'd tell his parents. Then she smiled and said she had a few questions for him. Remembering the pile of dead monsters around him, the protagonist asked how he ended up there. Matthew stayed quiet. Scratching his head, he said he couldn't remember. He looked away and claimed he had already blacked out when they found him. No, Rowley rose from her chair and asked about the monsters. Her fan tapped the bed, looking right at Matthew. She said he was probably the one who killed them. Matthew brushed it off and said that was impossible. But Nanu studied him and insisted it had to be him, especially since he'd won the Brave Child Award last year. Holding her fan, she smiled and said, now he was out killing hounds too, while Matthew kept trying to dodge it. He looked down as Nohiana said his fingerprints were found on the stiletto. She kept smiling at him. Matthew realized making up another excuse would be pointless. She already knew and there was no talking around it. MC watched him closely. At last, Matthew calmly said he had some useful information. Interested, she asked what it was and he replied that he couldn't say yet. Nohiana noticed he had stopped trying to defend himself. A smile spread across Yana's face as she asked what he wanted in return. Matthew looked at the floor and said he wanted nothing, which clearly surprised her. With a faint smile, he said he only wanted to live like a normal kid. Later, she left the hospital. Yuanshua walked to the car. Once inside, she thought back to Matthew telling her to investigate the heirs of Dangun Company. He had also told her to check every connection between them and the leaders of the Azure Ocean clan, leaving Yuanshua stunned. She told him she didn't like jokes. Then Yuna sharply asked if he would stand by what he said. Matthew glanced at her and answered that if they found nothing, he'd join their clan. Yuna said getting into their clan wasn't easy, and Matthew folded his arms, asking if that meant Nanu no longer doubted he killed the hounds. She replied that this deal only helped him, but Matthew pointed out she'd either prove her husband was loyal or gain a valuable recruit. Nanu sat in the car, looking out the window. She told the driver to investigate the heirs of Dangun Company, especially the women. Without turning back, Nanu also ordered him to find any shady ties to her husband and update the report on monster classes in Gangnam. She looked away and thought. Matthew had warned her to watch out for new monsters. He also asked her to report that they had handled the mountain incident. So Yuna told the driver she would personally close the case on the Loaf Mountain incident. The driver gave her a scornful look. Matthew just smiled and said that worked for him. He planned to keep living as an ordinary elementary school student. Nunu looked at him and said his confidence was pretty amusing. Matthew only smiled and looked away. That day at 2 o'clock, a rank 7 monster and 100 hellhounds attacked Loaf Mountain. The news reported that a player had wiped out all the rank 6 hellhounds and the mountain incident was still under investigation. Matthew held his phone as another report said there were 34 victims, including one elementary school student. The whole internet was flooded with the story, and the investigation kept going. A few months later, Claire smiled as people congratulated her. A whole group gathered around to celebrate. Seeing Catherine grinning, Matthew joked that being nice didn't suit her. Olivia happily handed Claire some homemade chocolate. Jimmy hurried off on his own. Grinning, he said, this party was going to be awesome. Matthew asked if their dad had really allowed all this. Claire asked what they were all whispering about. While backing away, Jimmy said they didn't need to know. Catherine looked up and said morning assembly was starting. Claire looked around, confused. Later evening came. A crowd of people kept congratulating Claire. Everyone was smiling as they celebrated her. Claire started crying, saying she knew they'd been planning something in secret. Then they brought out a cake for her. Catherine smiled and said Claire still had a lot left to do. The party photo was labeled 8th birthday. The room was covered with photos. Catherine told Matthew that one of the girls had even threatened a worker to make sure his father came to the party. Matthew turned away from her. The KK company ranked 7th in all of South Korea. Its main businesses were electricity, construction, and advertising, with little power in medicine. Matthew told Catherine to wipe that look off her face. Smiling, he added that if she were really a direct KK heir, her last name should match. She left him there, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Holding a fork, Matthew thought things had gotten a little messy, but overall they were still fine. He looked toward Claire's family. Stabbing the cake with his fork, Matthew swore he'd tear apart anyone who messed with them. Jimmy bent his arm and bragged that today he'd show what he'd learned, and Matthew told him not to trip first. The boy waved it off, saying not to worry, everything would be fine, and he'd do his best for the team. Matthew was struck by how confident he sounded. Then he turned, sensing the mood suddenly change. A bunch of students looked furious, so he asked what happened. Catherine told the boy beside them to explain. He said the teacher promised nuggets and pizza if they won. The hero glanced at the teacher, who was already tearing up because feeding all these kids would cost a fortune. The boy lifted his starter gun and yelled for attention. Jimmy got into position, already imagining how shocked everyone would be. The gun fired. He sprinted ahead with everything he had. His team backed him up. They shouted Jimmy's name, and Matthew let out a sigh. Jimmy was sure he had this. While the captain watched him close, he locked onto the finish line ahead. Reaching toward it, he suddenly felt his whole body grow heavy. He only needed one more step but collapsed. The team panicked. Their teacher hoisted him onto her back and he muttered that the sky was spinning. Matthew sighed, not even surprised. Jimmy had pushed way too hard, and he figured the boy still needed to learn self-control. Out of nowhere, a girl jumped onto him from behind. He turned and saw his sister Anna. Excited, she said she came in first in the 100-meter race. He praised her, saying she was the best among the 5th graders. Anna told him to take care of himself before heading off to her next event. He waved back and told her not to overdo it either. Watching them, Catherine thought he really felt more like Anna's little brother than his mother's son. Claire came over, looking down. Anna had just been too fast, and the hero proudly said that was his sister. Catherine agreed she was amazing. The girls gave him annoyed looks. Claire asked if he was cheering for Anna instead of their team. He denied it and claimed he'd only been thinking about lunch, but Catherine called that out. He'd been watching his sister the whole time. Embarrassed, Matthew looked away and asked about Olivia. Claire pointed off to the side and said she was over there. Olivia ran up happily, glad she'd found them. They were having a picnic on a blanket with Matthew's neighbors, Mally and Tade. Olivia asked if they could help her. She grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along, telling her to hurry. The two of them went to the event judge and started talking excitedly. A moment later, they slapped palms. Olivia dropped down beside the hero and sighed that she could finally rest. He handed her some water and asked how she got Mally to come. While opening the bottle, she answered with one word, American. That threw him off since he thought she was from Italy. Mally had admitted to his mother that she spoke English, and Sarah explained that was why Olivia was the only one interested. He realized she'd fooled all of them. He stared at her, caught off guard. When they first met, she was just a crybaby. Now she was clever and way more grown up. Olivia noticed Matthew looking and tilted her head with interest, so he quickly looked elsewhere. He leaned forward, then glanced toward Jimmy, who was finally recovering after the potion wore off. The speakers called everyone to gather after lunch. The hero quietly hoped Jimmy could become even half as capable as Olivia. Matthew walked up to Olivia and Claire, who were talking with some women he didn't know, and greeted them. He handed the girls fruit and snacks his mother had sent, then quietly asked Olivia who they were. The women laughed, and Olivia explained that her aunt had recently become one of their regular customers. Matthew touched his chin, sure he'd seen that aunt somewhere before. He passed a tent with an English flag, still trying to place her, when a girl greeted him. Lara was there with guards. She asked if he was hungry, and offered him tea. He turned away and kept walking, trying to remember what lunch was today, but Lara hurried after him. Pointing at him, she told her father that this was the boy she'd mentioned before. The man coldly asked if this was Matthew, the one bullying his daughter. Then he demanded to know what Matthew's father did, introducing himself as the CEO of KK Pharmaceuticals. The boy sighed, realizing she'd run to her dad. He started to answer, saying both the dad and the daughter talked too much for people running such a pathetic drug company. Harry instantly exploded. The man swung his hand at him. His palm stopped right in front of the boy's head. He froze, tense. How could such a small kid stand there without fear and talk to him like that? The men in suits around him made it feel like he was facing a president. The boy lightly pushed the hand away with one finger and asked what was wrong. Was he scared? Harry's eyes went wide. Enraged, he raised his hand again to strike. His fist came straight at the boy's face, and suddenly someone rushed in from the side. Matthew's eyes widened. The hit landed on the attacker instead. As the man bent forward with clenched fists, the boy recognized him, his father. Blood dripped from Harry's nose. John shook out his hands and snapped, asking how Harry dared raise a hand to his son. He grabbed Matthew by the shoulders and checked if he was hurt. The boy said he was fine, but he didn't like that his father stepped in. Harry got back up and pointed angrily, shocked that someone like John had dared hit him. The guards rushed toward the hero and his father, and the director ordered them to seize him at once. The boy clenched his teeth. He had wanted to handle this himself. John stepped in front of his son and told him it was okay, Behind him, Matthew thought that if anyone hurt his father, he'd kill them. Still, he trusted John could handle it. People gathered to watch. Harry angrily demanded if John even understood who he was dealing with, and the man calmly said yes. The director shoved the guards aside and asked who John was. John introduced himself as the president of KK Pharmaceuticals, then put on his glasses, fixed his hair, and asked if that made it easier to remember him. Harry jolted and stared in shock, hands in his pockets. John stood there while the director blurted out that he was the head of a department at Sirius. The man gritted his teeth, wondering what someone like that was doing here. Then he looked at the boy behind John and understood this child belonged to a far higher world. Matthew was stunned. His father was a department head at Sirius, and Harry noticed how shocked the boy was too. Sirius was one of the top 2 companies in South Korea, known for cars and player equipment powered by mana. Harry pointed at John and demanded to know why he was here. John said it seemed he finally remembered. John frowned, and the director instantly shrank back. Crossing his arms, the man quickly apologized and said he'd only been curious why the head of the strategy department was here. Matthew was even more shocked that was the division in charge of device production. John patted the boy's head and said he'd only come to watch his children compete. Then he added that Harry seemed to have some issue with his son. The director finally realized whose child this was. He was furious, but KK wasn't even close to a giant like Sirius, and John was one of the key people behind Sirius's device development. The man bowed and offered a sincere apology. He knew he couldn't afford to offend someone like this, even if he was an heir to his own company. He gestured toward his daughter and said Laura wanted to apologize too. She looked ready to protest. Through clenched teeth, her father ordered her to apologize now. The girl froze, looking around in confusion. Nearby boys whispered that Laura had picked a fight with Matthew and lost. They laughed, saying she had it coming since she was always bothering people. Laura lowered her head in fear. Others warned each other not to stare unless they wanted trouble too. She tried to apologize, but her voice shook. Then she burst into tears and ran off. Her father put a hand on the hero's shoulder and said they should leave now. As for the hit, they could call it even. Sweating hard, Harry acted like it had been nothing. He bowed to John as father and son walked away, politely telling the boss to take care. The boy could tell he was scared of making things worse. Then his father turned Matthew to face him. Kneeling down, John said that if this ever happened again, Matthew shouldn't try to deal with it alone. He should come tell him. The boy stood there in front of him, and John gave him a sad smile. He said Matthew was still young and there was nothing wrong with asking his parents for help more often. Leaves drifted through the air. The hero looked at his father, lost in thought over those words. John took the boy's hands and he felt that warmth. Even as an adult, Matthew thanked his dad in his heart. He was sure this time he wouldn't lose him again. Later, on a floor inside a ruined building, a man waited. The man in the suit blew out smoke. He glanced back at the guy on the couch and asked if coming all the way here to hire him was really necessary. Turning toward him, he said he had a big job. A few people were getting in his way, and he wanted them dealt with. The guy looked at his phone and asked about the money. The man called an employee over with a suitcase. Inside was cash, $1.5 million up front, with the same amount promised if he came back successful. The guy looked over the payment. When he reached for the suitcase, a blue whirlwind appeared and he said he understood. The money vanished into a black portal. The employee shook his head, unable to understand where the guy had gone. He turned back to the boss, who muttered, "Oh my God." Then he smiled. He flicked away his half-smoked cigarette. His laughter echoed through the building. At the Don Mall shopping center, Anna was thrilled. Matthew walked after her. Nellie came up behind him and rested her hands on his shoulders. He thought it had been a long time since he'd gone to a mall, and it was already exhausting. She leaned in and said they'd only just arrived, hoping he wasn't tired already. Then she turned to Anna. Teddy apologized to Matthew, and the boy asked him to buy something good to eat. But when he looked at the man closely, he felt something off, an ominous presence. Unlike everyone else, there was no mana around him. How could some normal office worker hide it that perfectly? A blue glow lit the hero's eyes as he decided to inspect him more carefully. Teddy noticed the stare and asked what was wrong. The man frowned. No acted like he was looking for Melee, but he was sure something was off. In the middle of the crowd, the man said they'd gone to the 5th floor. He sighed, finding them here wouldn't be easy, especially since his sister could hide her mana now too. Then Tate showed him his phone and told him not to worry, they had a way to find them. The protagonist was stunned. He stared at the screen in shock. The phone was tracking their location. Tate slipped the phone into his coat. When MC asked if Mally knew, he said it was a secret. That only made MC more uneasy, but he covered it with a cough and offered to get moving. A hooded guy started walking toward them. He passed right by them. Then he showed his teeth and muttered, "Let's begin." After that, they split up. He glanced back. Blue flames flared around the stranger. Seeing the tattoo on his arm, No recognized him. A ruined city flashed through his mind. He was facing that same hooded man with a sword in hand. The guy crossed his arms and stuck out his tongue. The protagonist remembered that grin. It was Nameless. Tate asked what was wrong, but MC was still trying to figure out why this guy was here. Looking ahead, confused, he told his uncle something weird was happening. Tate scanned the area and said there were 3 of them. No gave him a questioning look. Tate pointed out a guy in a cap and tracksuit and said all 3 of them felt wrong. There was also a bald man dressed in black, and another guy crouching in a Panama hat. No raised his hand and 3 glowing orbs formed above it. With one motion, he sent them forward. The light struck all 3 at once. Tate quickly pulled him back and he said they had to leave. He looked over his shoulder, sure now that they were players. The men were checking the area too. They clearly knew what they were doing. From behind a corner, the 2 watched them, and no asked about the last one. Tate said the guy in the Panama hat was observing the crowd without giving away where he was. The players crossed paths. As they walked off, they slapped their pockets. No noticed the bald man and felt something was very wrong, so he followed him. The man reached into his pocket and a stone dropped out. It glowed blue, and the protagonist realized it was a magic stone. He looked up, teeth clenched. No way. Energy started flashing from different spots. A visitor stood in front of a blue vortex. People in the hall turned toward the light. A portal opened over the crowd. A girl asked her mother what it was, while someone guessed mana was being redistributed. Tate looked around, tense. Then the monsters charged at the people. One monster bent down over a boy and he started crying as goblins and other creatures poured out of the blue flames. Nameless put a phone to his ear. An emergency had started. The monsters were inside the building, and he ordered them to follow the plan. The evacuation message for guests and workers was cut off. Grinning wide, he said to kill anyone who got in the way. No heard that and clenched his jaw. He balled up his fist and realized this was a terrorist attack on the mall. Before he came back, nobody would have imagined something like this, and it was hard for him to accept. But after this moment, the future changed. As Anna clung to her brother and screamed, a pillar of light shot up. The monster opened its mouth and showed its fangs. MC felt something leap at him from behind. He turned just as Tate smashed the monster with a punch. Tate grabbed him by the shoulders and told him to focus. With a serious look, he said they had to find Anna and Mally first. No nodded. They ran for the stairs, and he told himself that was the top priority. Tate rushed ahead, fighting off monsters while checking his phone. The protagonist asked where the girls were, and Tate said they were still on the 5th floor. Something must have happened. They stopped. Tate frowned, and MC asked if this guy was the one who used mana first. The player in the Panama hat gave them a nasty smile, raised his hands and asked where they thought they were going. A glowing orb formed above his hand. Judging by the man's level, he figured he was around A, B, or C rank, and there wasn't much time. He froze for a second. Then Tate charged. His fist slammed into the player's face. The man staggered, and his hat flew off. He crashed to the floor. Tate grabbed him by the hair. Watching this, No realized that if his uncle was this strong without a device, then he was far from average. Tate lifted his hand to strike again, but the protagonist stopped him. Instead, MC kicked the player and said killing him like this wasn't enough. He was furious. He kept kicking him, saying this would be too easy. All the whining he'd heard before coming back flashed through his mind. Then he shut his eyes because he still didn't know who Nameless really was. Standing near the stairs, No asked Tate what he was doing. Embarrassed, Tate said he only meant to knock the guy out, and added that modern kids were scary. A few minutes earlier, when the emergency started, Anna had dropped her dress. She and Mally stared as people ran out of the store. Anna asked what was happening, and Mally guessed monsters had appeared and mana was being redistributed. To calm herself, Mally closed her eyes. First, she needed to know how many monsters were nearby. When she opened them, blue flames burned in her eyes. She scanned the area and found 3 behind the wall to their left, plus 2 on the far side and 1 in the middle of the hall. Anna figured that was good news. Only 6 nearby. They just had to run without meeting them. Anna turned to her aunt and said not to worry, she would protect her. Mally reached out and shouted for her to look ahead. A monster was jumping at Anna from behind. Mally grabbed Anna's hand and yanked her back. Anna looked over and called out to Mally. Mally spun fast and shifted her leg aside. She grabbed a hanger and hurled it at the monster. The hit sent it flying. Anna stared in shock. So this was mana now? Mally glanced at the broken item and wondered if she'd have to pay for it. Anna quickly realized her aunt was a player. Mally waved her over and said they had to evacuate. Tate and No would be waiting. Anna's eyes lit up, thinking her aunt was amazing. But Mally kept a serious face and told her they had to move now. A pack of wolves came charging at them. Mally whipped around, and they started running. Blue energy gathered in her hand. She fired a magic attack at the monsters. The wolves dodged it, and Mally realized they were faster than she expected. She jumped back and knew her mana would run out fast at this rate. She needed something she could use as a weapon. Anna ran ahead and shouted that there was an escalator. Mally, stunned, told her not to go there. Anna looked up and a wolf lunged at her. She froze in fear. Staring at the monster, Anna remembered the huge one from before. This time, the memory didn't scare her. It made the fear disappear. She sprang away from the wolf, blue aura wrapping around her. Then she struck and slammed the monster down. Even she was stunned. Anna stared at it, then landed back on the ground. Mally caught her, smiling as she asked if Anna was okay. Anna said she was. The wolves glared at them and closed in from all sides. The 2 looked at them. Mally asked if Anna could jump to the escalator ahead, and Anna said yes. Anna stepped onto the railing, and together they leaped for the escalator. They cleared the gap in one jump. The wolves watched them, stunned. Then the monsters turned to follow. Mally ran on, serious now. Without a device, beating them would be hard, and she needed something solid to swing. a wolf jumped at her, but she grabbed a pipe. She swung it hard and smashed the monster. Mally threw the wolf away and charged the next one. Her weapon shattered, but she still killed them all. Anna cheered that Mally was the best, and Mally proudly agreed. Nearby, cosmetics were scattered across the floor. No grabbed a bottle and threw it. The guy blocked it. As the man took a fighting stance and lifted his leg, the protagonist slid in low. The man swung, but No kicked him in the face instead. Blood covered the guy's face. MC looked at Tate and said he was done here, then asked what he'd found. Smiling, he added, "Wait a second." While Tate thought it over, pointing ahead, Tate said they should be able to see them from there. He suddenly paused. He saw a wolf falling down, then more monsters dropping after it. No looked up and spotted Mally with Anna. Looking at a corpse, the protagonist said they needed a weapon before climbing up. Tate asked if he needed backup. Picking up a dagger, MC said this would be enough. He gripped the blade tightly. Tate studied him with a serious look. Then he turned and saw a man on the floor above. Blue aura was pouring off the stranger. Watching him, Tate asked if that was the one in charge. He told him to watch the girls, and he answered that he would. Then the protagonist looked at him and said he'd handle that idiot himself. Holding a cigarette, the guy asked who they were and whether luck was on their side. Mally stepped in front of Anna and told her to come closer. The men walked toward them, saying they needed to leave before those fools from Sinra arrived. But first, one of them stuck out his tongue and said they should have some fun. Anna frowned and called him disgusting. Mally told Anna to hide somewhere and promised she'd come find her. Anna shouted that she wanted to stay with her. The guy kept coming and asked who said she was allowed to leave. Then another stranger appeared behind Anna and asked if that was true. Mally swung the pipe at him. She was putting everything into that hit, but the stranger fired his gun. The shot knocked the pipe from Mally's hands. Covering his ear, he complained that his eardrums almost burst and said she shouldn't have done that. Mally stared back at him, dead serious. The man in the hat ran his tongue over the gun and asked if he could have some fun with it. The other thug moved toward Anna and told her to get out before the Sinrod group showed up. Anna backed away and begged him to stop. She pressed herself to the wall while he told her not to be afraid. Reaching out, he acted nice and claimed he wasn't that bad. Then he slammed his hand against the wall. Anna turned and ran. He lunged after her, his hand glowing blue, and caught her wrist. Right away, a huge wave of mana burst from Anna's hand. Her energy blasted him away. At the same time, Anna formed a barrier in front of herself. Trapped outside it, the boy was stunned that someone her age had that much mana. He pulled out a knife and even thought about selling her. Then he charged. He slashed at Anna, but the blade couldn't break the barrier. He kept stabbing at it and cursed, wondering why it was so tough. As Anna held him off, she realized this defense came from Matthew's training. The boy tossed the knife aside, saying this wasn't going anywhere. Anna gave a small smile and asked if she'd really done it. He smirked, shoved his hand through the barrier, and said of course he could. Then he grabbed Anna's hand. Grinning, he said he'd caught her. Elsewhere, people were fighting monsters and yelling for the great Shinra clan to save them. Then they turned and spotted another threat. It was an 8th grade swamp slug, and a man ordered the ranged fighters to get over there. But one guy rushed in with an axe and told the captain they didn't need them. He shouted that all monsters were the same, you just had to chop them down. So he attacked the slime. A second later, he froze in shock. The slime started absorbing him. From the upper floor, another man watched as people yelled that physical attacks wouldn't work and told someone to report the mall situation. He just smirked, saying their arrival had bought them more time. Melly tried to stay out of sight, and the stranger told them to hurry up and finish. Then she saw Anna being grabbed. Shocked, Anna asked how he did that. He laughed it off, saying a real player wouldn't be stopped by something so small. Then he noticed a stream of fiery mana rushing at him. He barely got his barrier up in time. Melly was firing energy from her hand. While aiming the mana blasts, she yelled at Anna to run. Anna took off. The man clapped his hands, looked at Melly, and asked if she could do that too. Melly leaped back as he reached toward her. Anna kept running, while he mocked Melly and asked why she wouldn't spend time with a guy like him. Melly bit her lip. Then she kicked off her shoes and tore her dress. Getting ready to fight, she said she wasn't his doll. He smirked and said tricks like that wouldn't work on them, though her powers were kind of cute. Then his face changed. A heavy strike smashed through his barrier. Blood dripped onto his shoes. Staring at Melly, he realized her power had jumped way too much. Seeing the many magic circles around her, he asked if this was some kind of boost. Light poured out from the room. Trying to catch his breath, he asked if she was already getting tired. Then he looked at Anna and asked why she kept running when it was pointless. Grabbing the back of her head, he told her to be a good girl and play with her uncle. Blue energy started building in Anna's legs. She jumped onto a shelf and grabbed a toy box. She got ready to throw it, and the stranger raised a barrier. Instead, he kicked the shelf, cursed that she was driving him crazy, and Anna started to fall. Grinning, he thought he'd burn her leg off. But then he flinched. Her barrier crashed into his. With his hands up, he said he'd planned to go easy on her, but she was getting way too bold. Frowning, Anna started counting in her head. She gathered mana in her hands and reached 2. A loud ooh dart rang out and Anna sprang away from the barrier. Blue energy poured off her. The guy was stunned. He reached out again thinking it wouldn't work this time either. But Anna remembered Melly and decided to copy her. She pulled her energy together into a magic sphere thinking, Melly did it like this. Then Anna fired the mana bomb at him. The stranger could only stare at it in shock. A blinding flash followed, and the blast wrecked the room. The man turned back to look at the ruins. Anna ran out of the store with a bat in her hands. Seeing her, he wondered if the girl had actually beaten that idiot. He was out of bullets, and they were already behind schedule. Blood covered his hand. Fighting both of them now was too much, but running away still stung, though heaven would have to judge that. Melly screamed for Anna to stay back. Anna froze, thinking that even with all her strength, Melly's legs were chained. The man stood behind her and said they could play dirty instead. He grabbed Melly by the throat while holding a knife. Anna, horrified, tried to call out, but he warned her not to move. Pressing the knife to Melly's face, he said one more step and she'd get hurt. The second guy reached out and knocked Anna to the floor. Pinning her down, he sneered that she really thought he was dead. Trash like her couldn't beat a player. With a sad look, Anna thought about what would happen if this kept going. Her vision started to fade, and a huge wave of power spilled out of her. Shielding himself, the stranger wondered if her mana had multiplied several times over. The energy storm around Anna kept growing, and he realized that if this continued, she'd explode. Meg struggled to break free, but the man stabbed her. Anna saw it happen. Throwing Melly over his shoulder, he asked if Anna wanted to kill everyone. He moved to grab her, saying he'd help, while the other man struck the back of her head. Anna collapsed. As she slipped out of consciousness, one of them said it was a shame to leave her. She was pretty and had tons of mana. In her thoughts, Anna wished she were stronger. Suddenly, she stood in a bright space, looked around and asked who was there. A voice asked if she wanted power. Runes appeared in front of her. Touching her chest, Anna asked if they would really give her power. Then Noah shouted for her not to listen. Anna jerked in surprise. She remembered the sunlit house and Matthew's frightened warning. Things ended safely this time, but next time could be different. He had told her he could teach her whatever she wanted, as long as she lived a normal life. Holding out his pinky, he made her promise never to listen to that inner voice again. Anna looked at his hand, smiled through tears, and promised. Now her hands shook as she silently begged Matthew to forgive her. The man watched with a smirk while Anna thought she wanted the power to protect people. She pictured her friends at the party struggling to stand, and said she needed strength to protect her aunt. The man swung at her and told her to go to sleep. Anna's eyes turned yellow as she asked for strength. Then she punched him in the face. He went flying. Terrified, the other guy shouted that it was that fool again. Anna looked up and asked if it was Tade. He dropped his coat over her head and told her she was a good girl. Anna smiled, then she lowered her gaze as Tade said it was his turn. The stranger frowned, annoyed to see that bear-like idiot again. Tade rushed him at incredible speed, grabbed him by the head, and slammed him into the ground. Then Tade started lifting Mally. The other guy reached for the knife, grabbed it, and looked terrified. Tade took Mally by the hand. The boy charged like he had a death wish, but Tade punched him in the face and threw him back. Blue energy flared around Tade as he said that for what they did to Mally and Anna, this was their payment. He beat the man down, saying he'd pay with his life. Then the story jumps a few days before the terror attack on the mall. A man yelled that he'd done everything he was told and asked what else they wanted. Clutching his chest, he pulled a weapon from behind his back. He rushed the stranger, shouting that he'd kill him and that fool who set him up, and thrust with a spear. Then he froze. A blade pierced his body, and he realized this gift twisted the enemy's senses. The attacker was already behind him. With a rope in hand, the stranger said the man talked too much. Then he started strangling him. As he tied the rope to a ceiling beam, he mentioned a message from his clan lord. He hanged the man and coldly said he'd take care of the family, so there was no need to worry about his wife. The man's body shook. Then it went still. After checking the news, the stranger thanked him for his hard work and said goodbye. The story then moves to a distribution warehouse, where a man on the phone said the Shunwa clan had left. Pulling his hood up, he thought they were faster than expected. Then someone asked who the child behind him was. He turned and asked, "What child?" Then he froze at what he saw. Smiling, No said he had noticed him just in time. The man stared at Matthew, wondering who he was and how long he'd been standing there. Looking at MC, he figured they would just kill him and be done with it, while the stranger asked why this mysterious kid looked so scared. Pulling his sword, he warned him not to follow strangers so easily. Matthew swung his blade. The man smirked and warned that something bad could happen if he did. Then the protagonist cut his head off. Everyone in the warehouse froze in shock. Clutching his head, Matthew muttered that the man wasn't supposed to die. The man stopped the crowd and said he wasn't just some kid. That only shocked them even more. With a grin, the protagonist told them to look at themselves. They all started shaking the second he spoke their language. Why were they scared of a child with such a tiny knife, he asked, clearly pleased if they were really that afraid. The crowd charged, and Matthew's hand lit up with blue aura. Using heavenly steps, he tore through them, leaving blood spraying across the warehouse. Knife in hand, the protagonist asked why the man had finally gotten up, adding that if he hadn't, Matthew would have gone to him. The stranger frowned in disbelief and wondered if the protagonist had really killed fighters above B rank in a second. He slipped into the smoke, deciding he couldn't face him head-on. As he rushed past Matthew, he thought the boy might be training for the 12 thrones, but even then, there was no way he should sense him. The protagonist suddenly turned. He dodged the stranger's strike. Blue energy wrapped around him, and he kicked the man away. Standing over him, Matthew said he no longer thought the Nameless One mattered. People only remembered him because he'd always been an outcast. A purple aura burst from the stranger. Matthew avoided every attack. Still holding his knife, he kept slipping past each blow, and the man couldn't understand how a child could move like that. Matthew ducked and said he knew that feeling. He swept the man's legs out and told him that without his gift he was nothing. As he jumped up, the protagonist told him not to worry. He lunged at the boy and said he wasn't going to kill him. Matthew slashed with his knife. Blood splashed across the warehouse. "No, Una." And the protagonist stood near the gathered doctors and workers, and the boy asked her to cover for him. She flicked her fan and said he owed her one. He asked if that just meant a favor later, then asked her to help with the man. Raising her hand, the girl walked over with him to the man on the floor and warned that next time he wouldn't get off so easily. Matthew knelt in front of him, reached out, and said he'd always wondered what was behind those glasses. Terrified, the man begged him not to. Matthew took the glasses off. The protagonist recoiled, and the girl hid behind her fan. The boys covered their mouths, sick at the sight. He put the glasses back on and said the man looked like a flounder, just disgusting. Then the boy turned and saw his parents and sister coming toward him. They were smiling, and his sister waved. Matthew smiled back, full of joy. He ran to them and called out to Anna. The news reported that on December 17th at 3 p.m., Don Mall was attacked by mercenary players and monsters. Holding a remote, the man listened, as the report said the culprits were arrested by the Nameless One, Divine Wind, Nua Yuna of the 12 Thrones, and the Shinra clan. 23 people died. Susan stared at the screen as the government offered condolences to the victims' families. He sat back on the couch in front of the TV, watching Matthew, his family, and him outside. Susan looked at the smiling family. He smiled too and said he'd found it. Later, inside a building under a dome, the protagonist sat with the protagonist, Yunha, in a cafe, and realized she had quietly placed a barrier around the place, just like Korea's greatest mage, Divine Wind. The protagonist, Yunha, as Olivia's father made coffee, she said this was the first time he'd agreed to meet her. The boy replied that he needed to thank her. Sitting at the table with lemonade, he asked what had happened. She set her drink down and said this was the first time the government had announced a death sentence for the Nameless. Looking out the window, the boy said, the bigger question was who hired them. No, Suna answered that she couldn't say. Holding his glass, Matthew asked what happened to the Dawn Company. She brought up Drake and said the president had returned, while all the heirs had stepped back and were now focused on public opinion. Then she stood, lifted her fan, and said she had to go. She still had a lot to learn. Tammy walked over with a smile and told the happy boy that the other kids would arrive soon. If he wanted, he could stay and play before leaving. The boy happily agreed. Matthew thought about the man clutching his head and the smiling king before he returned. The three sons had started a fight for the throne, and in the end, the oldest took it. He also remembered Gears over a corpse, his family surviving the Kraken attack, his sister's miracle, and the children living through kindergarten. The casualties in the Buchan incident were lower. The Dawn Mall attack had failed, and the Dawn Company's succession had changed. The future was shifting. Thinking of a blood-covered boy and a laughing Sarah, he decided this time would be different. He checked his watch. The protagonist smiled and looked down at his drink. Evening settled over the city. At dinner with his family, Matthew heard his sister tell their parents what she wanted. The moment Anna said she wanted to become a player, he nearly choked. He dropped his spoon and stared at her, upset. In shock, he wondered if the future had changed again. Then he slammed his hand on the table and said he was against it. Anna looked hurt while her brothers shouted that being a player was dangerous, and especially wrong for her. Hand on her chest, she nervously said he couldn't know that until she tried. After all, he was the one who said she had talent. He shot back that yes, she did, but he taught her mana control to keep her healthy, not to make her a player. Their parents exchanged confused looks while he angrily said he only wanted her to avoid mana exhaustion and live a long life. Anna still insisted she wanted to become a player. Matthew slammed the table again and asked why she'd throw away a normal life. Players get respect, sure, but not some rich, easy life that just isn't true. Upset, Anna said she wanted to become someone who could help people. Then she looked at her grinning brother and said she didn't want to just stand behind others, helpless. Mom smiled with her eyes closed and said that was wonderful. She should do what she wanted. The child in her arms started crying, and Matthew yelled that he hated this. Mom calmed the baby and told him Yuan was crying because of him, and that he was wrong. Matthew turned to his parents and asked if they really thought there was nothing wrong with Anna becoming a player. Tracy looked at him with concern and asked what he meant. Of course she knew it was dangerous. Still, she and her husband smiled and said that if Anna wanted it that badly, they wanted to support her. Anna happily hugged her mother, thanking her, and her father leaned in to hug her too. The main character lowered his eyes sadly. Later in an office, the girl at the table rubbed her head and told Clark to give the summary. He turned on the screen and explained that the Dawn Mall attack wasn't random. It had been set up from inside the company. Showing a chart, he said the Dawn Company was split between President Drake and his three sons. The oldest and middle sons were the main suspects, since the youngest had too little power. Pointing out smiling Alex and gloomy Archie, he explained that the oldest son was known for being cruel. Many thought he'd inherit the company, just because he was the eldest. The middle son, unlike his brother, had a better personality and was also a capable manager. With his arms folded, a man asked the girl leading the meeting if this meant a terrorist attack. She answered that Alex had started an attack on a mall under Archie's control. The old man asked if the president knew, and she said that's exactly why he came back from house arrest. Clark pointed at the screen and said that wasn't their only problem. They also needed to review another piece of information. Adjusting his glasses, he showed a list of people and said Alex hadn't brought only the nameless. Most likely the Azure Ocean clan was involved too. One man at the table panicked, asking what was going on and whether they realized how serious this was. Clark brought up a chart and explained that 92 hounds were taken down on Mount Buchan. The Azure Ocean clan took 7 mana stones but sold only 3, which suggested the missing stones were used to summon the hounds for the attack. The girl asked what if they had simply been waiting for mana stone demand to rise, but he answered that grade 7 stones were easy to get. She then asked how likely it was that Azure Ocean had used mana stones in the attack. Clark frowned and said he'd checked the market data and the number of stones released by the Shinra clan. Based on that, the chance of their involvement was 0. The old man clasped his hands and said that either way, it was still only a theory. They had no proof. The people at the table listened as he added that the theory was still possible, and everyone needed to understand that. Everyone turned to the screen. The girl covered her mouth and said that back in April, Jill Sang-kun's affair with the Danga heiress was exposed. When No heard, she was furious. She brought up a chart with the clan symbols and said Jill Sang-kun was clearly waiting for attention to move away, so they could target Danga next. That, she said, was why she had called everyone here today. The old man looked at her, smile, and asked if this meant war. One of the men spread his hands and reminded everyone that the Azure Ocean clan had divine wind, and not just them, but the Lightning King under the 12 thrones too. Frowning, he thought that even a genius like the Lightning King was still young, so facing No wouldn't be easy. The girl struck the table and said, sadly, that they were not going to war. She spread her arms while Clark argued they couldn't just ignore the Azure Ocean clan. Shredding the papers on the table with her energy, she said they would back Alex as Dawn Company's heir. With a cold smile, she burned the papers and said they would begin planning how to keep the Azure Ocean clan in check. The story shifts to Matthew's class, where a boy blurts out, asking how this happened. The protagonist could only smile awkwardly, thinking that somehow they had all ended up together again. At their desks, Catherine pointed out that they were all in the same class, and Claire admitted she'd been scared they would get split up. Smiling, the protagonist greeted Laura, glad she was in class 1 so they wouldn't run into each other much. He quietly hoped this year would be better. Jimmy leaned over and pointed ahead, calling for him to look. They noticed a group of unhappy kids staring at them, and the boys said they'd been doing it for a while. Grabbing the desk, Jimmy angrily offered to deal with them, but Matthew told him not to. The protagonist frowned back at them. The kids across from him quickly looked away in fear. Catherine glanced at Matthew, who was covering his friend's face, and asked if he really wasn't going to clear things up. She explained that people were calling his father a devil. Rumor said he had nearly beaten the president of KK Pharmaceuticals to death, so now the whole school was scared of him. The protagonist stared in shock, wondering when he and his father had turned into villains, then admitted those weren't exactly just rumors. With her arms crossed, Claire asked if things were really going to be okay. Matthew looked confused and said he was fine, and doubted anyone would mess with him. Then the boy asked what his friend had eaten to get so huge. Jimmy stood up proudly, hand on his waist, and said he'd been training like he promised, and drinking Olivia's father's juice. The protagonist looked at him, stunned, and asked him to repeat that. Shocked, the boy remembered telling Catherine and Claire that drink was for restoring mana. Imagining everyone laughing at his height, he realized it didn't just restore mana, it also made you grow. From now on, he needed to start drinking it too. Matthew looked down gloomily when a boy rushed in and announced that the teacher was coming. Then the man walked in. Jimmy, standing behind the protagonist, muttered that he should get back to his seat. At the podium, Bill introduced himself as their homeroom teacher for the year. The boys stared at him, then frowned, thinking that mana flow wasn't normal at all. Just who was this guy? The old man shut the book. Sitting among the books, he asked the man beside him for a report. Holding the papers, the man said Laura's expulsion request had been handled just as ordered. The old man listened as he explained that even the students tied to KK Pharmaceuticals had been moved into a separate class, while the others, including Olivia, were placed together. Seeing Olivia's happy face outside, he asked if KK Pharmaceuticals was run by Kim Gunn's family. The man confirmed it. Looking out the window, the old man asked how they dared mess with her. She was like a granddaughter to him, and now things were being set right. Reaching for the papers, he asked what had been decided for Olivia's class. The man replied that her teacher had retired as a player because of an injury, but he was still very capable. Reading through the file, the old man asked about his old rank and heard that it was Regulus clan, S rank. Looking over Bill's record, he said the man could be trusted. He then remembered Olivia reading a book as he asked who she wanted to share a class with next year. Sitting on her grandfather's lap, she said it would be great to stay with her friends, though her father said that probably wouldn't happen. The old man promised to grant her wish. Worried, she said it was okay. She was already grown up and understood. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she would let him predict something. Imagining her laughing and walking the halls with her friends, he said that even in second year, Olivia would stay in the same class with them. He closed the book, smiling at her. The old man asked if that sounded nice. Looking back at the book, he said he already had a girl who felt like a granddaughter to him. The story then moves to another building. Anna stood across from her brother as he told her to watch, the dust would be here soon. Excited, she raised her fists and asked how he met that aunt. He said they got to know each other after meeting by chance. A gust swept the dust away. Anna looked ahead eagerly and the boy said it had arrived. A blue whirlwind formed in front of them, and someone complained there was dust everywhere. The dust swirled through the building. The girl looked up in surprise. Then a woman stepped forward, hiding behind a fan. No, smiled, apologized for being late, and asked if they had waited long. Thrilled, Anna stood with her brother and quickly said not at all. Though MC really was late. The girl stared at her with shining eyes and clasped her hands. Then she bowed and said hello. She gave a shy smile and asked her not to use the title Divine Wind of the 12 Thrones. Just call her Aunt. Looking at the shy girl wrapped in energy, she thought the child had an incredible amount of mana. And even better, she knew how to control it. If the world ever found out, everyone would try to claim her as a seed and chaos would follow. For now, though, she was theirs. The protagonist cut in, annoyed, asking if the greetings were done and whether she brought what he wanted. Smiling sweetly, the protagonist handed over a ball of energy. The boy took it and said it was a device and a magic stone. Matthew picked it up and examined it with one eye closed. Holding the stone between his fingers, he said it looked good. Then he looked at his determined sister and asked if she could handle this. The protagonist closed his eyes, drew the sword from the device, and said he wouldn't stop her anymore. Watching behind her fan, Noah saw the girl aim her sword at her brother, while he warned her to be careful. The boy shut his eyes, gripped the stone, and said he didn't know how much she really understood. Then he threw it forward and announced they were starting. The stone lit up. The boys stood watching as it gave off a strong burst of energy. Then a paw and an ear appeared. The girl tightened her grip on the sword. A cute pink Class 8 creature, Borori, appeared in front of her. Anna stared in surprise. She turned to her brother and asked if that was really a monster. It was cute. Matthew looked at his uneasy sister and told her to kill it. The protagonist frowned, remembering his sister clinging to their mother. In the end, he couldn't beat her stubbornness. But now that they were here, she needed to learn how cruel a player's path really was. He watched as she slowly approached Borori with her sword. The creature smiled and walked toward her. Anna smiled back and said it looked harmless. The boy rushed toward her and warned her not to let her guard down. She turned to him anxiously and Borori suddenly grew bigger. Its mouth opened wide, its body twisted into a monster, and it lunged at her. Anna watched in shock as her brother jumped in and kicked the monster away. The creature flew back and rolled across the ground. Borori lay there badly hurt, standing in front of his sister. Matthew told her never to judge monsters by looks, and never to hesitate or she would die. Holding the sword, the girl lowered her eyes sadly, and her brother asked if he should keep going. She remembered him charging through cars toward a monster. Then she pictured Melly fighting without fear. Gripping the sword tightly, she decided she didn't want to stay the one being protected. She wanted to protect the people she loved too. Anna drew her sword with confidence, thinking she wouldn't leave this burden to her brother alone. She had to get past this. Soon her sword was covered in blood, and the stone lay in a puddle nearby. She stared at the bloody blade in fear. Then the girl threw it to the ground. Anna dropped to the floor and weakly waved toward the stone. The boy ran to her while No thought about how much the girl had done after 15 tries. Matthew watched his sister stare at her blood-covered hands and cry. He sat beside her, hugged her, and told her she did well. She really did. Matthew watched him calm Anna down and thought about how much she had suffered to become who she was now. Players had to be strong. Looking at the crying girl, she thought about how he had made his sister kill the creature herself. No smiled, folded her fan, and called Matthew a scary kid. A few days later, we're back in the boys' classroom. Bill picked up a box. He set it on the table and told the class leaders to bring milk for each group. After everyone was done, the empty packs had to go back in the box. From the doorway, another boy told them to line up and take one each. Matthew grinned, handed a milk pack to his friend, and told him to drink up. The boy smiled at the milk, remembering how he once gave one to Chloe, even though she didn't like it. Jimmy stopped him and told him to grab this one instead. Matthew looked down, confused. In his hand was a cocoa packet, a magic item that could turn plain milk into chocolate milk. He turned to Jimmy in shock. Jimmy just smiled and told him to keep it. He'd secretly bought it at a stationery shop that day. Matthew frowned and asked what would happen if the teacher found out. Jimmy brushed it off, since when were they scared of stuff like that? Matthew shut his eyes and wondered if he'd spoiled him too much. He poured the cocoa into the milk and Jimmy shook it up before offering him some. Jimmy lifted the milk with interest and asked what was written on the package. Matthew looked at the box. Reading the label, he saw it was about praying for their countrymen in Italy who were having a hard time. That made him realize what year it was. Later that year, Matthew walked up the stairs with the Urki in his pockets. Remembering Anna said she was in 6th grade, group 4. He kept thinking about her crying. Even if it was for her own good, he still felt bad. As he moved through the hall, he just hoped she wouldn't stay upset for long. Then a boy in the hallway bumped into someone while laughing. He turned, saw Matthew, and shouted. Matthew stared back as the boy suddenly looked nervous. The guy bent down with his hands on his hips and said Matthew didn't even look like a 6th grader. So who let him come up here? More boys closed in, saying that if he bumped into someone, he should apologize. Then they asked what grade he was in. Matthew raised a brow, staring at the leader. He looked familiar. Then it clicked. This was Bruce, the guy from before with the mask. Matthew remembered that Bruce led the kids in the Sunbuck district. He wasn't strong himself, but he was slick, good at reading weakness, and even better with words. In the underworld, pretty much all the info from the Sunbuck slums passed through Bruce's group. Watching him get mad, Matthew figured Bruce had lived in Sunbuck since he was little. That was probably why he could run intelligence here. One of the boys behind him shoved Matthew and muttered that kids these days were too cocky. Bruce grabbed Matthew by the shirt. Lifting him up, he clenched his teeth and said he'd teach him some manners. A teacher shouted from nearby, asking what they were doing. Bruce warned everyone not to say anything, while Matthew calmly thought about how to deal with them. Behind his back, he formed an energy fist and decided to give Bruce a little scare. Bruce pulled back his arm and yelled that Matthew was dead. Matthew's hidden mana hand curled its fingers, ready to flick. Anna saw what was happening. Bruce froze when someone called his name, and Matthew was surprised by the voice too. Everyone turned toward the girl standing there. Bruce looked embarrassed for a second, then angry. Anna stood with her hands on her hips and yelled that she told him not to bully people. Bruce turned to her with an awkward smile and said it wasn't what she thought. Matthew, meanwhile, wondered if this idiot really had a crush on his sister. Bruce lifted his hands, flustered, and shut his eyes. Matthew was raging inside. How dare this guy like his little sister? While he stood there with a clenched fist, Bruce's friends tried to explain it away, saying Matthew bumped into him, apologized, and they only wanted to teach him manners. Anna shoved Bruce and asked if he was really saying he wanted to teach her brother a lesson. Bruce blinked and asked what she just said. He stood there completely stunned. Anna closed her eyes and fixed Matthew's sweater, while the boys around them muttered that the two didn't look alike at all. Then Anna and Matthew turned and glared at Bruce. Scratching his head, he awkwardly raised a hand and apologized, saying it wouldn't happen again. Still annoyed, Anna grabbed Matthew's hand and pulled him away. Behind them, Bruce called out, asking if he was Anna's little brother, and whether he was hurt. He even waved with a smile and said that if anyone bothered him, just let him know he'd handle it. Matthew glanced back with a grin, thinking this idiot had no idea he'd get destroyed next time they met. As they walked, Matthew looked toward the windows through the trees and asked if Anna liked that guy. She answered that Bruce was actually older than him. Following behind his embarrassed sister, Matthew asked what she thought of Bruce. Anna kept walking with her hands behind her back, then turned around and smiled. Leaning in with her eyes closed, she said Matthew was the one she liked most, so he didn't need to worry. He stared at her in surprise and she offered to walk him to his classroom. Matthew closed his eyes and coughed into his fist. Then Anna threw her arms around him and asked if he loved her that much too. A couple of days earlier, their grandmother was walking in the rain. She carried groceries and thought about how long it had been since they last came by. Remembering a family video call, she smiled to herself, thinking how much Matthew and Anna had grown. Even now, she still couldn't believe how big they were getting. Then she heard a noise from an alley. She turned, worried, wondering if she'd heard wrong. The sound came from a trash can. When she looked inside, she was shocked. Polly was in there, curled up and hugging himself. She sighed, realizing he was a half-breed child. Reaching out, she thought about how small he was, and how much he must have already gone through, then gently asked if he was okay. Her hand touched his cheek, and she said he was freezing cold. Polly looked at her with fear. He remembered the cruel things people said, that half-breeds could be sold, or worse, used as punching bags and thrown away because nobody cared about them. In panic, he slapped her hand away. The grandmother watched in alarm as he tumbled out of the trash can. He raised a hand at her and demanded to know who she was, telling her to leave him alone. Seeing his dirty clothes, she wondered if he really had no one looking after him. He was hurt and stuck out here in the rain. Polly waved her off again and repeated that she shouldn't come near him, but she knew she couldn't just leave him there. He covered himself with his arms and squeezed his eyes shut. Then he peeked up a little. She leaned over, sheltered him with her umbrella, and asked if he'd like to come home with her, if he had nowhere else to go. Later, the family arrived at Grandma's house and happily got out of the car. She smiled, patted Anna and Matthew on the head, and said they'd grown so much. Tracy put her hands on her hips and pouted, saying the kids acted sweet with Grandma but not with her. Holding the children close, Grandma looked at her daughter and teased that she was still a child herself, even after having 3 kids. She then smiled at John and joked that life must be hard for him with her daughter around. Next, Grandma bent down toward the shy Yoon with a warm smile. Yoon clung to her mother's leg as Grandma said they met last year, though she probably didn't remember. Still hiding, Yoon listened as Grandma asked how old she was now. Then Yoon ran over to her. She held up 3 fingers. With a shy smile, she said she was already 3. Grandma laughed, hugged her, and called her adorable. Then she said they were all probably hungry and should start dinner soon. She'd order everyone's favorite chicken. The family happily went through the gate. Matthew stepped into the yard, suddenly thoughtful. Mana flared in his eye. Anna turned when she heard him stop her. He scanned the house and sensed Mana inside. It didn't feel like a monster. Too calm. Matthew put a finger to his lips and signaled Anna to stay quiet, thinking it might be a thief. He crouched down and cracked the door open. If someone had broken in, he couldn't ignore it. This was his grandmother's house. Inside, he saw Polly sitting on the floor and thought the kid was smaller than expected. Polly's ears twitched as he turned and asked if the chicken was here yet. Matthew decided to strike first. He rushed in and jumped straight onto Polly. At that moment, Grandma came in carrying Yoon with her daughter and son-in-law right behind her. They all stared ahead in alarm. Grandma looked at her grandson and asked what all that noise was. Bent over in front of Polly, with the table knocked over, Matthew demanded to know how he ended up here. Polly clenched his teeth and asked what was going on. Then he scratched his head and Matthew blurted out in shock that it was Polly. He looked at the boy who sat there rubbing the bump on his head. Someone poured a drink into a glass. Anna's parents had to admit Grandma was right. Grandma said she meant to explain everything once they arrived. Grandma said she meant to explain everything once they arrived. The parents agreed that was for the best, while the boys kept eating at the table. Then Grandma talked about how she first met Polly. Matthew studied the stranger and realized how much the future had changed. He complained about being watched every time he ate. Polly turned to Grandma and rudely said he wouldn't share his food with anyone. Matthew kept staring at him as he ate. When Grandma offered Polly more food, he told her to fuck off. That answer made Matthew furious. Polly grabbed a soda from the table and kept mouthing off about the guests. Matthew decided the kid needed manners fast. Before it got worse, he stood up and told Grandma that he and Polly were going for a walk. Polly kept yelling, trying to find any excuse not to go. Grandma liked the idea, thinking the boys were trying to get along, and Dad told them to be careful. Anna wanted to come too, but Matthew asked her to stay. He told Polly to come with him, and Polly snapped that he never agreed to go anywhere. Matthew grabbed the tramp by the collar and hauled him off the table. Then he warned Polly that he was coming with him no matter what. By sunset, Matthew had dragged him all the way to the gate. He threw Polly to the ground, still holding a Pepsi. Polly braced a hand on his back and started to rise. Then he looked down and got angry. His chicken had been on the dirt too long to eat. Polly shouted at Matthew for ruining his food. Matthew said there was nothing Polly could do about it, then snapped his fingers. An energy dome formed over them, and Polly was genuinely shocked. Matthew explained that now nobody would hear them or get involved. He tossed the bottle over his shoulder and said Polly's actions barely made him seem human. Raising the bottle again, Matthew promised to fix that himself. Polly sprang up, fists tight, ready to fight, and said he couldn't stand him. Matthew leaped in and swung the bottle before Polly could react. The hit was charged with energy and landed hard. Matthew made it clear he hated the kid too. As the next swing came, Polly was still thinking about how strong that first blow was. Matthew kept beating him, demanding respect for his grandmother, the woman who saved him and gave him a place to sleep. The final strike hit even harder than the rest. Polly crashed down and couldn't get back up. Standing over him, Matthew listed the things Polly should never say to his granny. He demanded basic manners while Polly screamed and begged for help, but Matthew reminded him no one could hear a thing inside the dome. Back inside, the family was busy talking about the boys' new friendship. Matthew added that only telepathy could reach anyone outside the barrier. Clutching his head, Polly said that was impossible. Matthew stared at him like he was crazy. What kind of nonsense was he saying to a 10-year-old? He remembered Polly's future lie about learning telepathy early. Then Matthew asked if that lie earned him another hit. He raised the bottle again and Polly immediately got scared. Inside the dome, every cry for help was cut off from the outside world. The next day, back at the family's house, Polly was on all fours, remembering the blows Matthew had left where no one else could see them. The whole family sat around him. After learning his age, Mom and Dad asked what grade he was in. Polly said he'd never been to school and didn't plan to start. Matthew's eyes shifted color and turned threatening. That look scared Polly, but he finished what he was saying, and then shut up. Matthew remembered hearing that Polly had been bullied at the academy. He walked over, put a hand on Polly's shoulder, and offered to attend the same class. Polly thought second grade was fine for the others, but flat out refused for himself. While his mother asked what he thought, Matthew pushed him with telepathy to agree. Polly unwillingly accepted second grade, which pleased Matthew. Granny smiled and said the boys had gotten close fast, and Mom agreed. Polly sat there confused, unable to understand why no one noticed the threats aimed at him. After being forced to laugh too, he saw the whole family was happy with his better mood, and realized how trapped he was. Matthew turned to Polly again while Polly tried his best to ignore him. Then Matthew grabbed him by the collar and said they should take another little walk. Polly screamed no, but it was already too late. At midday in the embassy building, Amanda sat at a table drinking tea with 2 guards beside her. Across from her were 2 Italians, Albert and Susan, talking about helping thousands of Koreans return home. In exchange, they wanted help dealing with a North Atlantic monster that wasn't even first class. Amanda lifted her cup and asked if supplying soldiers with potions would satisfy them. Albert praised how effective the potions were. Then he proposed trading Mediterranean mana alloys, and Amanda asked if Italy really needed that resource themselves. Susan raised a leg wrapped in energy and smashed the white table apart. Amanda told her guards not to hold back, and Albert quickly asked for help in return for the Korean people. Susan mocked the Korean players as weak and unable to protect their own goddess, and Amanda calmly asked a guard for a napkin. Albert told his partner not to push it, then snapped at her himself. Susan kept insulting Korea, and Amanda finally responded. Using her remote control power, she hurled Susan from his seat to the floor. Amanda said she would support Italy for her people's sake. She promised to send 2 members of the 12 thrones in exchange for civilians. Then Amanda rose from the table and snapped her fingers. A fierce pain shot through Albert and Susan's necks. Amanda headed for the exit while the ambassadors shouted threats after her. Without backing down, she told them to pass every detail of the deal to their superiors. Susan was furious and swore he'd kill her. Ignoring Albert's warning, He charged at Amanda, but slammed into an unseen barrier. Albert looked at his partner, his eyes glowing blue. He had pinned Susan in place with his power, making it clear death would follow if he moved. Amanda glanced back and said it was nice to see at least one of them had some sense. Then the ambassadors were ordered out of the building. Once the big doors shut behind them, Susan vented his rage. At the Blue House, someone was talking about the need to stay calm. Ron told Amanda she had to follow the rules now that she was a goddess. Amanda made it clear she wasn't taking his advice, and Neville asked how Ron could be so sure she thought the same way he did. Amanda shot him a look and told him not to bring that up again. Neville immediately backed off. Then he walked over and handed her a paper, saying the ambassador had sent a gift, a Maserati. He added that Big Mama had sent it from Italy as a sign of friendship, which might show how she viewed Korea. Amanda ordered the car sent right back to Italy, leaving Neville surprised. Lowering her head, she started talking about Big Mama, saying she'd heard how cunning that woman was. Amanda guessed someone that arrogant wouldn't send those ambassadors by accident, then ordered surveillance on the guests and reports on any sign of a plot. Neville accepted the order. The office door closed behind him. Amanda rose from her chair and moved toward the exit. Ron tried to sound hopeful about the deal, and Amanda praised the engineer who created the pharmacist potion. She said she would thank Italy properly once the deal was done, then shut the window. Ron warned that provoking the ambassadors was dangerous. Amanda looked at him and asked if he saw her as a bodyguard. Ron looked away, thinking, while Amanda said the divine spear was in the next room, so if anyone had a problem, it would be the ambassadors. Later, she walked down the street in a good mood. The doctor had told her she was 6 weeks pregnant. She looked up at a plane passing overhead and kept walking. Then her phone buzzed, catching her attention. It was her boyfriend, asking if she had eaten lunch, wanting to tell him in person about the pregnancy. She only said she'd been at the hospital. She asked him to come home early from work so they could talk. He agreed briefly, and ended the call. She smiled, wanting to see him even sooner. Then she checked her phone again. Thinking it might be Valentine, she hesitated, and suddenly saw Susan in front of her. The meeting instantly scared her. Susan asked how she had ended up here. He added that she looked prettier than the last time they met. Albert stood behind him and said things weren't going well for her now. Susan covered her mouth and stared into her eyes, ordering her to come with them. At the office, Tade was working when his phone rang. Seeing Mally's name, he was surprised they had just spoken. He answered right away and asked what was wrong. Instead, Mally thanked him for everything, leaving him confused and alarmed. Then she asked him not to look for her anymore. Tammy jumped from his chair and shouted into the phone, trying to reach her. With shaking hands, Mally turned the phone off. Susan sat beside her and praised her for making the right choice. He said they should let other people live normal lives, which clearly annoyed Albert. Outside, the day was warm and bright. The girls talked about the heat and suggested going to a cafe with strong air conditioning, and Matthew and Laura agreed. He said he needed to drop off his bag first and would meet them after. Catherine told him to wait for her too. The girl warned Matthew not to show up late again like he did last time. Then they spotted a few grown men forcing Mally toward a car. Matthew was thrown off by what he saw, but then it clicked. The men had masks on, and it was obvious Mally was only going along because she was being threatened. He leaned toward Mally and asked what Tade he had gotten dragged into. Matthew couldn't remember a single conflict with Italy this year. Then he thought back to everything that had happened. The second-class Leviathan was put down, and the government sent 3 thrones to Italy. That cost Korea a lot of military power. The divine spear lost his left arm. The railgun was left broken after going berserk, and everyone believed the florist died in battle. But now it looked like she survived. Mally had been taken hostage, and Susan had come to Korea as an ambassador. As Matthew remembered it, those events sparked protests in several countries. In the end, Big Mama ordered Susan's public execution. Thinking of what might happen to Mally, Matthew told Laura to stay put and not follow him no matter what. He kept trying to calm her down, all while wondering how to reach Tade. Then he put on his sneakers and wrapped them in an energy sphere. A second later, he burst forward at top speed, leaving his girlfriend trying to figure out what just happened. He already knew what he had to do. Matthew rushed around the corner behind the car, but he stopped when he saw the car had already stopped too. Albert and Susan were standing in the road, staring at him with mocking smiles. Matthew realized they'd caught on to him. Susan walked toward him like he wanted something. He stopped right in front of Matthew and questioned him. His voice turned cold as he demanded to know what Matthew wanted. Matthew saw he was ready to attack, and when the left hook came, he blocked it with energy. The counter sent Susan flying to the side. For a moment, everything froze. The man stared at Matthew, confused. Getting back up, he asked in shock what was wrong with this kid. Susan guessed that in Korea, even children must be taught to use mana, and Albert just smirked. Susan got serious and set his legs to spring. He launched high into the air, saying he'd beat the strength out of Matthew. Matthew slipped past the kick and ducked low. At that point, he realized the man was really trying to kill him. Matthew pushed mana into his legs. They lit up, and in an instant he moved behind Susan and swung. He aimed a heavy kick at the man's head, but Susan dodged. Spinning around, the man shot his arm forward, going straight for the kill. Matthew saw he was wide open and focused his mana back into his legs. As Susan kept reaching for him, Matthew struck with mana. He flipped through the air, catching Susan off guard. Mid-move, he formed a tight sphere of mana and fired it at the man. Susan blocked it and looked at the boy again. Matthew dropped back onto the road and straightened up. The man admitted Matthew's mana was strong and gave his hand a shake. Then Susan moved in a blur so fast it scared Matthew. He closed the gap and told him he was still just a child. Matthew glanced back and Susan's hand locked around his neck, squeezing hard. The man was enjoying it and he had no plan to stop. Matthew tried to pry him off with mana, but Susan shut that down right away. He told Matthew he wasn't the only one who could use mana. Matthew knew he had to escape somehow. This was hopeless if he stayed like this. His air was running out, so he needed to act fast. Then Nellie stepped out of the car and demanded they let him go. She shouted at Albert, reminding him they promised not to hurt anyone in her family. Susan asked if she knew the boy. He didn't buy it and tightened his grip even more. Manually kept begging them to release Matthew, but Susan insisted the boy was dangerous and should be killed now, while they still could. Albert called out to him. With no choice left, Susan let Matthew go. He dropped his hand and walked back toward the car. Matthew coughed for air while the man headed over to Mana. She ran to Matthew and asked if he was okay. Kneeling beside him, she thanked him for trying, which caught him off guard. After a few quiet seconds, she lowered her head. Then she took off her wedding ring and handed it to him. Mana asked him to give it to Tade. Matthew asked again what was really going on. Still pleading with him, she looked terrified as she tried to get the message across. Covering the ring with both hands, she asked him to tell Tade she was very happy. Matthew begged her not to go, but she just lowered her head and said nothing. He kept calling for Maylee as she walked past Susan. The man warned Matthew to leave while he was still being nice. Then he grabbed the boy by the head and threw him away. Matthew hit the asphalt hard and slammed his head. Susan told him to control himself. The door shut and the car drove off. Matthew stayed sitting beside the trash cans. He felt crushed by his own life. He thought about saving his family, saving his friends, and cutting down the number of victims at Mount Buchan. But what had it all really cost him? Matthew rose from the garbage bags, lost in thought. He pulled himself together and realized he'd done everything he could to change this future. Looking at the ring, he knew there was no future for him without Mayuri. He clenched it tight and swore he wouldn't let Mayuri erase herself from his future. The closet door was left partly open. John wiped the sweat from his forehead after working non-stop. They were racing to finish a government order on time. He even suggested cutting back on sleep to make the deadline. Laura walked over and held out a drink. John checked the glass, smiled at her, and when she questioned him, he said he was kidding before taking a sip anyway. Just then the phone on the table lit up with Matthew's number. John answered and asked what was wrong, while Matthew apologized for calling out of nowhere. John told him to stop that and just say what happened. Matthew stood there asking his uncle for help, and John glanced toward the shelf of potions, thinking. The potion workshop was a big one-story building. Out back, some girls were training their mana. No wrapped her energy around the roots of a huge tree. She snapped her fingers and the whole tree ripped out of the ground, its roots lashed toward the other girl. Nancy tensed up and got ready to defend herself. She leaped into the air and used mana to stop the roots. No watched as Nancy dodged the fast strikes, then she started testing her power more. Mana grabbed Nancy's legs and dragged her toward him. Nancy tried to fight through the storm. She quickly realized she still wasn't good enough. Then she saw something cutting through the tornado. It burst through the dome from inside. Nancy shot out on a mana surfboard. She complained that the training was brutal, and no answered with a push to get better. Seeing Nancy hold up well, the protagonist swung her rod. A real whirlwind wrapped around her opponent and dragged her down. Nancy struggled to stay upright. In the end, she lost and dropped toward the ground. She quickly summoned mana jelly where she was about to land. Nancy hit the soft pad safely. The jelly soaked up the impact. She bounced off it and rushed toward No. MC gathered more mana. Impressed by how stubborn her opponent was, Nancy brought out jelly again, and this time it caught the flying pieces perfectly. No noted her cleverness, though she brushed it off as youthful imagination. She remembered both times Nancy blocked mana attacks and took note of her skill. He could see the girl's potential even as she enjoyed her coming win. Then she called up tree roots to trap Nancy's legs. Nancy dropped to the ground in despair. The roots lifted her higher and higher until she finally gave in while hearing her opponent praise her. No refused to lower her, saying this was part of the training. Suddenly Tady called her. The protagonist immediately got wary. He rarely called unless something was wrong. What scared her most was the thought that he was in serious trouble again. By then the streets were already dark and empty. At home, Tady was packing weapons and gear. He added a gun, brass knuckles, and a knife. After checking everything one more time, he shut the case. Tady stood and fixed his collar. He was dressed in pants and white socks. Then he took off his shirt, looked over his muscular body, and got upset, thinking he'd gone soft and no longer deserved his name. That made him remember his younger days, walking down the street with 2 ice creams when he heard Mally accusing someone of groping her. 2 thugs grabbed the man and pinned his arms behind his back. Tady walked up, handed Mally the ice cream and glared at the offender. The man tried to explain that he didn't know and had only come to relax, but Tady didn't care. He took off his jacket and accused him of hurting the girl. The man froze in fear. Still, he clenched his teeth and tried to stare back. For that, Tady sent him flying down the street with a single hit. Blood splashed onto the ice cream Mally was holding. The crowd instantly started praising Taby's strength. Melly thanked him, and that only made him embarrassed. Elsewhere, at a Sicilian mafia gathering, Big Mama's subordinates sat around a large table as her rise to power was announced. The rulers hated the setup and didn't want to live under someone else's command. Voices around the room rose in anger over how unfair it was. Then the chairman called for silence. He announced a plan to unite the children of the mafia bosses. The mafiosi objected right away, but he pushed back by listing the benefits of the marriage. He said it would only be a temporary union, one both sides could profit from. After a pause, the boss told Melly the news to her face. He ordered Melly to marry the son of another Don, and she instantly blew up in anger. She begged her father to change his mind, but he said nothing. Meanwhile, that other boss's son was off at a club, flirting with girls. Her father still insisted she marry him and have his child. Melly hated the idea, and made that clear right away. The Don said this marriage was needed to produce a child who would inherit both families' powers. Even the people there were shaken by how strong that child could be. Then the Don added that the strongest child would be claimed by their side. That only made Melly even more furious. Taby watched her in silence while the others tried to calm her down. They told Melly to think about the family's future and choose what was best. The others backed him up, talking about how powerful the heir could become. Her father went further, telling her to accept the man if she truly cared about the family. Melly shot up from her seat, outraged, and openly refused. The Don ordered her to do whatever it took for the family's good, and the room joined in, pressing her to bear a worthy heir. Desperate, Melly looked at her brother, but he stayed quiet, hiding how unhappy he was. That was enough to crush what little hope she had left. In the end, she lowered her head and gave a reluctant yes. People filed out of the room, leaving Melly at the table, while Taby stood behind her. Neither of them spoke, but both understood. Later that night, guards were posted outside her room. Taby asked her to tell him everything. By the window, he pleaded with her to say what she was really feeling. Melly just sat there with her head down. Then Taby knelt beside her and gently took her hand. At that, she finally broke into tears and said she didn't want this. Melly lost control, crying that she didn't want to be treated like an object or have her child used the same way. Taby held her hand and faced her. He kissed it and asked her to run away with him. Melly looked up through her tears. For the first time, real hope showed on her face. The window was left open. As the curtains moved in the wind, Taby's promise still echoed. There was hope. He had already traced her phone. After hiding the device, he swore he would save Melly. Then he opened the door and stepped inside. At the entrance, Matthew was waiting for him. Taby looked at the boy and immediately got cautious. He faced him, trying to read his intent. Matthew calmly said he wanted in. Their car sped down the highway through the night. While Taby drove, Matthew stared out the window. Taby knew the boy was stronger than most players, but they were going up against the Treadits, and he didn't want to drag him into something this dangerous. He glanced over and warned that it wasn't too late to turn back, because where they were headed was bad news. Matthew answered that he already knew. When Tade tried to explain again, Matthew cut him off. They'd already talked, and they were going together. Tade turned back to the road, upset, and gave up trying to change his mind. Looking at Melly's location on the phone, Matthew asked if Tade really knew where she was. Tade said yes, her phone led him right to her. Matthew pointed ahead and said it was Alice's hotel. Tade asked if he wanted to put on armor, since going in without it was risky. Matthew checked his knife and the elixirs at his side, saying he'd like to wear it, but it was too small. None of it fit right, and all that gear would just slow him down. Tammy watched him inspect the bottles, making sure the shadow spider venom was still there. To Tammy, this felt like marching into war, but to Matthew, it seemed almost normal. Touching the ring hanging from a string around his neck, Matthew said he had brought the one Tammy gave him. Tammy asked if he knew how to use it. Mana flowed from the ring as Matthew answered that he did, thinking the mana-boosting wedding ring was brilliant and silently admiring Melly for making it. Matthew remembered the report from the Abyss mission. Southern Europe's alliance had somehow made it back alive, and the whole world praised the team that survived the Black Dungeon. Everyone was focused on one book. The players eagerly read the mission report inside, but the truth written on those blood-stained pages was horrifying. It revealed that the Italian frontline players now carried the Mahon name, and the woman used to reproduce that powerful bloodline was called their mother. As Matthew trained and waited for the coming fight, he remembered that before the regression, Tammy failed to save Melly, and died. The car finally pulled over and Tammy said they had arrived. Stepping out, he told Matthew not to regret coming. Two men in suits looked them over and mocked them like they were just punks. Matthew answered that regret was for men like them. The guards marched over yelling that this was a restricted area and ordering them to leave. Tammy asked if Matthew was ready, and he said yes. In one quick move, the rescuers launched forward and slammed into the guards, dropping them fast. Behind a closed door inside the building, Susan lounged on a couch with a drink, wondering why they had suddenly changed the whole hotel. A subordinate guessed there had to be a reason. Susan said it was strange they did it on the same day they learned about their meeting. Melly twirled her hair and mocked him, saying maybe the hotel just hated idiots like Susan. He snapped back with insults. One of Susan's men pointed out that nobody even knew Miss Melly would be there too. Susan grinned, remembering the news clip about Melly being rescued. He said he hadn't known either, and without the broadcast, they never would have come. Then he looked toward Albert and added that her own brother had confirmed she was here. Melly laughed with her arms crossed and said it was pathetic that several men chased one girl all the way to Korea. Then she asked if the men from Mayhern knew what shame felt like. Hearing that, Susan wedged his bottle between his legs and sneered, calling her Princess Valentine. Rage filled his eyes as he asked if she could just sit quietly, saying she seemed way too sure no one would touch her. He got up and walked toward her, saying they weren't leaving her alone out of kindness. Melly asked what he meant. Susan grabbed her shoulder and with a sick smile said that if he wanted, they could have dragged her into bed long ago. Melly slapped his hand away and called him insane. Then she spat in his face, leaving his subordinate stunned and nervous. Susan twisted with rage and hurled filthy insults at her. Shouting that she must want to die, he raised his hand, but a huge burst of lightning magic stopped him cold. He turned in fear toward Albert, who stared back with murder in his eyes. Susan pulled his hand away and tried to joke that this was some intense brotherly love. Wiping off the spit, he stormed out. When Albert asked where he was going, Susan muttered that this was all crap and he needed air. After that, a subordinate took Albert's tablet, while Albert kept staring at the floor. Then he looked up, when his sister called to him. Melly crossed her legs and casually asked if he could get her a bantu from the 24-hour shop and bread for dessert because she was hungry. Albert held his head and called for Tom. Tom awkwardly asked if they couldn't just call the maid. Albert looked up with a deadly glare and asked if he heard that his sister wanted food from the 24-hour store. Terrified, Tom said yes. As he started to leave, he turned back to Albert. He asked if Albert remembered that he was Mayhern now, not Valentine. The man in glasses answered with a hard stare. Albert told Tom not to worry. Tom quickly laughed it off, said everything would be fine, and rushed away. Soon the door shut, leaving brother and sister alone, facing each other in silence. Melly stood up and Albert asked where she was going, reminding her she wasn't allowed to leave the room. With a tired look, she asked if he still hadn't learned any tact. Then she suddenly dashed out, slamming the door and yelling that she needed the bathroom so loudly it made Albert's ears bleed. Inside, Melly sat hunched over the toilet, unable to open up. She remembered Tade kissing her hand, promising to protect her even against the whole world, and begging her to run away with him. Sadly, she lifted her head and started to say his name, but she couldn't finish, and buried her face in her hands, shaking with grief. In the men's room, Susan was doing his business, whistling and saying he'd call the servants on the way back. Then something suddenly made him freeze. He spun around, sensing killing intent. Matthew came flying at him with a sword, aiming to kill. Susan barely blocked the strike with his hand, but his legs gave out under him. He crashed back into the wall behind him. He drops to the floor and stretches his neck. Matthew says he got lucky today. Then the man realizes who's in front of him and starts screaming. Matthew swings his sword wide and tells him to pull up his pants. Getting ready to strike again, he says no, has only a few seconds. A few hours earlier, MC cast acceleration to boost his speed. He stands in the middle of a magic circle while she stacks buffs on him, starting with strength to boost his muscles and power. More magic wraps around him. Defense, healing, mana recovery, and magic resistance. Then he stops the ritual. He thanks her, but worries the hotel guest could get caught up in the fight. She just laughs and says not to worry. The government already ordered the hotel evacuated. He smiles, fixes his belt, and says that settles it. Uncle John gave him plenty of potions. The buffs are on, and now he's ready. Back in the bathroom, Matthew faces Susan and thinks this is his chance. Susan is unarmed and stuck in a tight space. Biting his lip, he tells himself he can't waste it. But Susan finishes fixing his fly and charges at the kid, yelling that he'll destroy him. He loads mana into his fist and swings at Matthew's face, but Matthew easily slips past it. Susan's hand slams into the wall hard enough to break it apart. Matthew kicks off the wall, aims for his head, and reminds himself he's got enough potions and buffs to win this. Fear and anger flash across Susan's face, and Matthew asks if he really wants him to go all out. Susan answers by throwing up a magic shield. Matthew rushes straight into it, sword already swinging. The blade crashes into the barrier and cracks spread across it. Backing up, Susan realizes this isn't the same guy he fought on the street. 3 layers of his shield are already gone. Matthew comes in from the left and asks why he's just standing there. Then he drives a heavy kick into him and sends him into the wall. Coughing, Susan smashes against it. He quickly puts up another shield. Matthew keeps the pressure on, hammering the barrier again and again. Susan can tell the space is too tight. There's no room to move, and fighting here is a disaster. As the shield starts to crack, Matthew follows with another strike, snapping a dagger toward his head. Susan realizes he has to get out, so he drops the shield, dodges, and runs. Once he gets some distance, he points his gun at Matthew. Matthew instantly throws up a shield, bracing for the shot. But when he opens his eyes, he notices something off. Susan has bolted from the bathroom, not caring how ridiculous he looks. Matthew yells, asking why he's running. He raises his sword hard and unleashes a wide slash, sending an energy wave toward the exit. The blast slams into Susan's shield just after he clears the bathroom. The barrier shatters, and the fragments slice into his furious face. Susan sprints for the hotel exit. Barely keeping up, Matthew curses himself for not seeing this coming and wonders how someone like him could be from Tretisai. Susan pulls out his gun again, glances back at Matthew and calls him a bad kid. Then he starts firing as he runs, screaming that he'll kill him. Matthew dodges the bullets without panicking and says today won't be his funeral. He grabs a yellow elixir from his belt, knowing time is running out and his buffs will wear off soon. With one quick motion, he lifts the bottle and downs the whole thing. Susan looks over, confused about what he just drank. He remembers Albert having tea with Amanda and wonders if this is one of those potions the goddess keeps talking about. Grinning, Susan thinks the kid is too careful and should have been killed last time. He also realizes he doesn't have time to head up to the 18th floor. Then he spots kitchen knives behind a glass wall and decides he needs a weapon. A little behind him, Matthew notices the broken window. He runs toward it, turning as he moves. A knife suddenly tears past at high speed, and he barely avoids it. His eyes sharpen at once. Another knife meets his sword, and the clash of power bursts out. The force of the hit blasts things apart around them. Susan stares in fear and wonders what this boy even is. Matthew stays calm and says he's the one who's going to finish him. Another strike forces Susan back, and Matthew dashes in again. This time the shield doesn't crack. Susan smiles, sensing Matthew is finally running low, and grabs his arm. He jerks Matthew in close, locks him down, and raises his hand over him. Then he snatches the sword and says he should have killed him when he had the chance. Lifting the blade with a crazed look, Susan mocks him, asking if he really needs a weapon to fight. Suddenly, dark energy spreads under Susan's feet. Matthew triggers Restless Souls, trapping him inside a circle of black power and forcing him back. The darkness rises and starts eating away at Susan's magic. He tries to shake it off, realizes it devours mana, and yells at the black worm-like strands to get away from him. Then he looks up and notices something. Using heavenly steps, Matthew shoots toward him at full speed. He comes in with a sweeping slash. Then he keeps driving him back, chaining hits across his body with manic dance. Susan barely blocks and demands to know what he's even doing. A fresh blow knocks him back again. Tables and chairs get smashed and flipped over. At last they pull apart, both ready for the next round. Susan gives a sharp, hungry grin and says something's wrong with the kid. Every attack is getting weaker. Matthew just grins back and asks where Susan's confidence went. Elsewhere, a man stands by the door. Albert looks at the closed door, turns to his sister and says, "This is for Valentine." No one answers from inside. As he rounds the corner, he says he'll be gone a bit, and if she needs anything, she should use the intercom or ask Tom. Then he steps out and waits behind the door. Eyes closed, he thinks quietly. Adjusting his glasses, he says it's been a long time. Cade walks toward him. He lifts his head, eyes burning with killing intent, and demands to know where his beloved is. Albert faces him with a cold, angry look. He moves away from the door and slowly walks forward, asking if Cade knows the price for stealing Maylee. The answer, he says, is death, but he'll offer one chance. Albert raises a hand and tells him to come back to Valentine. Before he can finish, Cade smashes him through the wall. Albert had been about to ask for help destroying Meharon. Cade, striking with a knuckle duster, says he won't wait. Albert understands at once and reaches for his gun. He aims at Cade, who's already set to fight. The narrator says no one would believe this clash ends with Cade getting completely crushed. Back to Matthew's fight, he wipes his mouth. He asks what Susan meant about his courage being gone. Then he downs another elixir and says it's all still here, which only makes Susan madder, tossing the empty bottle behind him. Matthew asks where Susan's swagger went. Was it really gone already? Susan answers with an angry grin. He slashes hard, sending a wave of energy at Matthew, who blocks it with trouble. Then the power starts climbing up the blade of his sword, blasting Matthew backward and throwing him into the air. Even so, Matthew manages to land on his feet. He looks up in shock as wolf-like monsters appear near Susan. Susan taunts him, asking if those are his powers now, and wonders if all those drinks still left him weaker. The beasts rush Matthew while Susan tells him to go play with his dogs. Matthew leaps up and swings, firing a storm of needle-like attacks at them. When that doesn't work, he wraps his sword in another layer of energy. The mana twists together around the blade until it forms one long spear. Using point breakthrough, he rockets towards Susan. Then manic dance starts again as he spins around him and rains down, blow after blow. Susan gets hit as Matthew twists the mana around his sword and drives into him. Susan suddenly pulls out his gun. He fires twice. For a split second, the bullet seems to hang in the air. A shield appears around him, but the bullet punches through Matthew's shield and hits his shoulder. Now they stand at opposite ends of the hall. Matthew grips his shoulder while Susan pants and says he finally gets a breather. Lifting both sword and gun, Susan declares this is his territory. A wide smile spreads across his face. It turns out his class is Ranger. He summons a mass of purple energy arrows, an attack that fires wildly and grins at Matthew with pure malice. Matthew sees what's coming and freezes for a moment. Then he moves fast, dodging the shots as they slam into the floor and punch through it. More arrows gather over Susan. Calling Matthew a slippery brat, he tells him to dodge these too. The arrows shoot out fast, converging on one point right in front of Matthew. He plants his foot. Then he lashes out with several quick swings at the incoming shots. One projectile still slips through and cuts his hand. Blind with rage, he swings again like he's lost his mind. Another shot punches through his leg, but he still cuts down more of the projectiles. After blocking them all, he stays on his feet. The whole floor is scarred from the fight. He glares ahead, worn out but still furious. Susan lifts her gun, staring at the hero. She says she's ending this now. The dogs close in and bite at his legs, and he wonders when Susan even set that up. Then he spots a chandelier above. There's no time to jump back, so he spins mana around his sword and prepares something. The chandelier crashes down behind him as he dashes aside with his sword and grabs a gun. The dogs let go of his legs. No rushes straight at Susan, knocking the dogs away as he charges. He slams into Susan's sword, and Susan barely blocks in time, staring at the protagonist. Susan demands to know who he thinks he is. Then one strike sends the hero flying aside. He lands on a purple seal. Looking around, he sees more seals spread all over the floor. His face turns to horror. A huge blast goes off, and No realizes too late it was a magic trap. Glass shatters everywhere. Smoke rises through the wreckage. The hero ends up sitting in his own blood. Breathing hard, he wipes his face with his sleeve and realizes he can't keep fighting like this. He pulls out another elixir and starts opening it, knowing he has to recover. But Susan comes up behind him with a hungry grin, snatches it away, and asks if he was planning to share. No hides his frustration, and realizes this has gone badly. Susan twirls the bottle, bragging that potions from their country restore mana and stamina fast. Meanwhile, the hero gets up, deciding to retreat with heavenly steps. But Susan is already on him and attacks before he can escape. MC tries to block with his sword, but the hit knocks it right out of his hands. The blade skids away, and Susan mocks him for trying to walk off like that. Then Susan drives a blow into Matthew's chest, saying he's not getting away. The force throws him aside, and Susan adds that a quick death isn't enough. He bounces across the ground like a flat stone over water, setting off trap after trap. A massive explosion follows, and Susan watches it. Standing among the rubble under the broken roof, Susan says a dog only wakes up after a good kick. With a smug smile, Susan asks how someone like him thought he could sneak up from behind. As the smoke settles, blood starts spreading across the floor. Susan looks away from the blast site. Then Susan narrows her eyes, gun ready in the shadows, and mutters that the kid couldn't have died that easily. A small movement catches Susan's eye. No tosses a broken bottle to the floor and says he should have done that sooner. Then he walks through the smoke towards Susan. His whole body is wrapped in aura. Susan points the gun at him, calls him insane, and asks how much he's already drunk. Wiping his face, No says it's just a fruit mix. What's the big deal? Susan stares in fear, reading his aura. Even though he was nearly dead, his mana and stamina are coming back. His boost never stopped, and his mana has shot up like crazy. Susan blurts out, asking if this is some kind of gift. In answer, he lifts the necklace and ring in his hand, saying it's more than just a gift. He has this too. Susan goes pale, realizing what it is. As the protagonist uses enhancement, the ring shines bright yellow. Susan throws up both arms, shocked, and wonders how much stronger the kid just got. But then Susan grins and glances behind, realizing there's still a chance. Seeing no sword, Susan thinks the kid's aim is awful. Susan wraps up an aura and readies both sword and gun, convinced the advantage is still theirs. MC reloads his gun, then he aims it at Susan. Susan steps aside, thinking this is the kid's mistake. He moved too soon. With the gun lined up, Susan believes this is the moment to take control again. But Matthew bursts forward at insane speed. As he flashes past Susan, he snatches up his sword. Susan turns in horror, barely understanding what just happened. Before Susan can even fully face him, No has already wrapped his sword in a huge wave of aura for the next strike. Calling Susan an idiot, he hurls the sword and slices off Susan's hand. Susan stares at the severed hand in horror and coughs from the pain. Then Susan starts screaming and clutching the wound. He points a mana-charged hand at Susan and says this is nothing. They've only just started. Lifting his sword with magic, No repeats Susan's own words about kicking a dog awake. The sword shoots past Susan and flies straight back into the protagonist's hand. Susan burns with rage and bloodlust as MC says he's not a dog. Resting the sword on his shoulder, he says the real puppy here is Susan. In another corridor, there's no sign of any battle. Then a shot tears through the silence. Teat comes in again with his brass knuckles. Slamming the ground, he uses Fierce Beast 3 and rips apart the whole floor ahead. The wave of destruction rushes toward Albert. Albert starts to raise his gun and turns at the same time. A stream of mana shoots at him. Albert kicks off the ground and jumps aside, avoiding Tatter's attack. He lands smoothly without taking any damage. But Tatter speeds up fast, bouncing off the floor and walls, then comes straight at his dear brother with 10 level hell, aiming for his face. The punch misses, and Albert calmly says his opponent isn't the same as before. Then he grabs Taby's hand. Pressing a gun to his face, Albert says he's disappointed Taby couldn't meet his expectations. Then he shoots him in the stomach. The fight pauses. Taby stands still while Albert nudges the wound with his gun. A spent shell drops to the floor. Without moving, Albert asks if Taby's plan is to stand there like a statue. Blood runs from Taby's mouth, but he activates a second-level gladiator shield around his body. Then he grins like a madman. With fresh force, he swings at Albert again. Albert watches the punch come in and says Taby will lose for 2 reasons. He dodges fast and gives the first. His attacks are too predictable. Then Albert points 2 pistols at him and names the second. Taby's mana is almost gone, and the potion is wearing off. 3 shots hammer Taby's shield, which is barely holding now. Albert explains that while the potion works, Taby can't move right and has to rely on defense magic. Cracks spread through the shield as Albert says Taby trapped himself and inwardly complains about his own mana too. The shield starts breaking apart. Albert lines up the finishing shot, but Melly runs out of her room, screaming for him to stop. She shouts that this was never the deal. They promised not to touch the people close to her. Albert turns one gun on his sister and asks how she dares talk about promises. Aiming at her head, he says they're almost done and orders her to stay still. Instead, Melly walks right up and presses her forehead against the barrel. She takes the gun in her hand and tells him to shoot. Albert's face twists with rage. Then Melly turns to her lover and tells him it isn't worth it. With the gun still on her, she reminds him that besides her brother, there's also Susan and Tom Moran. Does he really think showing up like this will help anyone? She tries to talk about his wants and what he needs to do. Then his promise hits her. He told her he would protect her. Bent over from pain and exhaustion, she says one word from her would be enough, but Albert cuts in and orders him not to move. Taby ignores him and takes a couple steps. Albert coldly fires. Melly screams, terrified of what's about to happen. Taby raises his hand toward the bullet. Albert notices something and freezes. Wrapped in fire, Taby catches the bullet midair. He opens his hand, letting the crushed slug fall, and says one word from his beloved is enough, even if the whole world turns against him. He looks ahead with madness in his eyes. Taby tells the shaken girl that he needs her, and she softly says his name. As he swings, Taby demands an answer. The punch releases a huge blast of fiery power. Albert sees it too late. In horror, he barely dodges and throws up a shield like his sister's. Now surrounded by flames, Albert starts to panic. Taby, clutching his bloody hand, turns to his beloved. Covering her eyes, she begs him to protect her. She reaches out, golden energy wraps around her, and she uses enhancement as she repeats that plea. Back with no, he stands in front of the wounded Susan. Circling around, he tells Susan to stop acting like the pain is worse than it is. The severed hand lies in a pool of blood. Matthew walks up to the severed hand, lifts his foot over it, and asks if Susan can just heal it back. Susan turns in panic and begs him not to. But under Susan's desperate stare, Matthew coldly starts crushing the hand with his foot. Watching it happen, Susan starts shaking. Then he snaps, cursing Matthew and bursting out in scarlet energy as he screams in rage. A magic circle appears under Susan as he uses explosive magic. Matthew realizes right away. It's an explosive spell with a wide blast range. He backs away from the red energy, thinking distance will save him, but the attack still catches him. Then he figures it out. The energy is following the mana trail from his heavenly steps. The spell explodes, and scarlet and blue energy tear through the room. The blast throws Matthew back, and he tumbles across the floor. He forces himself to stop and glances aside, only to see Susan already using rapid fire. Several scarlet arrows are flying at him. Matthew wraps himself in energy again, then pushes through the arrows towards Susan, eyes wild because he's almost there. Susan grins with the same madness and swings his sword, so Matthew knows he has to move even faster. He kicks off the ground and sends another wide slash at Susan. Susan realizes in horror that the next hit is coming, but a stream of red energy cuts through Matthew and stuns him for a moment. His body starts trembling, and he prays this isn't the end. His small frame has hit its limit too fast. Seeing that, Susan smiles and attacks again, thinking he still doesn't know what's happening, but this is his chance. A cage suddenly appears. Matthew is trapped inside it. It's Susan's spell. Imprisonment. Matthew is locked behind the bars. He slams into them, thinking he has to finish this before his body gives out. The boy cuts into the metal bars, but the blade in his hand snaps. Matthew grits his teeth. Susan rushes him again. The boy's hand glows with purple energy. Matthew presses his palm to the floor and uses a skill called Grudge Soul. Susan clenches his teeth and demands to know what he's doing. Veins bulge across Matthew's hand. Wrapped in a red aura, the boy shouts that he'd already lost one hand anyway. The attack lands on the gun. Matthew and Susan are knocked away from each other. The bones in the boy's arm break, and Matthew looks down. Susan swings again, wishing death on him. Matthew dodges, then his leg locks up and he fires. The bullet strikes the red-haired boy. Susan's blade flares with a red aura as he thrusts his hand forward. Scarlet energy grabs the boy's leg and Matthew crashes to the floor. The gun slips from his hand. Susan follows with a hit to his stomach. Then he swings his fist and smashes the boy in the face. The red-haired boy opens his mouth wide and spits out another death wish at Matthew. The child's hand shakes, then drops to the ground. Susan stands over him. He steps right up to him. Red arrows form above the boy as Susan says it's over. The arrows slam into the ground in front of him. Susan stares into the smoke. Then he smiles and laughs, thinking he finally won. But the boy watches the smoke and suspects Matthew might still be alive. He reaches forward, deciding to choke him himself. Then Susan gets grabbed by the wrist. Matthew bares his teeth and bites into the boy's hand. Susan curses loudly and punches him, yelling for him to let go. Matthew flies into the wall. The red-haired boy stands over him, calling him an insect and saying everything he's done only proved how worthless he is. Then Susan says he's out of options. The boy spits up blood at his feet and wonders how bad the wound is if he's coughing up this much. As Susan's red aura rises again, Matthew notices his mana is going out of control, with red energy building in his hand. Susan drops to his knees, his whole body covered in energy, and realizes it's mana counterflow. Through gritted teeth, Susan demands to know what Matthew did. Matthew shows a vial filled with green liquid and says it's a 6th grade poison. Opening one eye, he explains it's shadow spider venom. It messes up mana flow, makes it explode, and it's lethal. Susan remembers the moment in front of the smoke. Then it hits him. Matthew had hidden the poison in his mouth. Lying on the ground, Susan asks if Matthew wants to die with him. Matthew answers by asking if he really thinks poison was all he brought. Matthew opens the vial, he lifts it to his face and says he obviously brought an antidote too. Susan lies there cursing him. Matthew bends down, picks up the gun and mocks the way Susan said it. Then he points the gun at Susan. Susan warns that Matthew sounds too sure of himself. He's a traditchy and if he dies the whole world's balance will change. Matthew looks down as Susan says that killing him would make the whole world his enemy, then asks if the kid is ready for that. Matthew just tells him to shut up. He shoves the gun into Susan's mouth. Looking him in the eye, Matthew says the one who survives decides what a death is worth. His finger tightens on the trigger as he adds that he'll decide for himself whether the world becomes his enemy. Susan lost, so he should face death with some dignity. The boy's eyes go wide and he screams. A shot rings out as the two sit on the floor. The room is left wrecked. The gun drops to the floor and Matthew sinks down too. Beside some overturned furniture, he says there's one potion left and decides to drink it before going to Tade. From around a corner, someone is watching him. The man holding a bag trembles, stunned by what just happened. The boy looks over in fear and realizes some kid just killed Tretisai. He runs, thinking Matthew could kill him too. Even if he's dying, it would still take too much effort. Then he remembers the suited men and decides Molly matters most until the Korean players arrive. Tom grits his teeth. Nearby, the blonde girl watches the fight. Tazy's fist burns with fire while the man with glasses stares at the flames. An explosion goes off beside him, blowing a hole in the wall. He wonders if Tady got this much stronger because of the enhancement as the fire-handed man closes in. Albert's pupils shrink. Both men turn when someone suddenly yells for them to stop. A knife is pressed to the girl's throat, and just like that, the fight is over. Tom stands behind Maylee and warns that if Tady doesn't want her dead, he needs to drop the mana. Tady looks away and calls out to Maylee. She grits her teeth as Tom orders everyone to stay still. Tom faces Tady and Molly, telling Tady to put his weapon down and raise his hands. If he thinks Tom won't kill her, he's wrong. Tady slowly raises his hands. Albert adjusts his glasses as Tom says they need to finish fast because there's no time left. Susan is dead. Albert reloads his gun while Tady starts talking about the players. Then Tom's head jerks back. Blood runs down his forehead. Maylee and Albert stare at him, and the blonde girl looks away. Sweat forms on her face. Smoke curls from the gun. The man with glasses smiles and says Tom is finally dead. Albert closes his eyes and says he'd waited all this time to kill him, though he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Sweat runs down Tade's face. Looking at the wrecked hallway floor, Albert says no one from their family is left in this country now. Shadows spread around his feet as he says he has one more offer for Tade. Standing before Maylee, Albert says they should return to Valentine. With Susan dead, they'll destroy Mayron, rebuild Valentine, and no one will stop them. Maylee raises her hands and asks if her brother has gone insane, because Susan's death barely helps them. But as she listens, she realizes this isn't the man she knew anymore. The pressure of leading Valentine has twisted him. Albert says they can use Susan's death in Korea. Let Mayron fight here and lose. Still aiming at Tady, Albert tells them to come back with him. Valentine gave them everything, and they should live for their family together. Albert turns when someone asks why they should. A boy with a knife walks up and asks who Albert thinks he is, taking his people without permission. Then he slashes the man's leg. Albert towers over Matthew. He kicks Matthew away. Albert grits his teeth. Matthew stabs him in the leg with the knife, and Albert points his gun at him. Matthew clenches his teeth from the pain. Blood pours from his thigh. Albert stretches his hand out to the side, thinking this is all pointless and that Tady has to die first. His pupils narrow. Maylee throws her arms around Tady. Behind Albert, Matthew says he's making the choice too. Looking ahead, the boy tells her not to leave, thinking he bought them a little time. She smiles and promises she won't leave like that again. No opens her eyes and uses enhancement. A blue dome appears in front of Albert. The man with glasses grits his teeth and curses. The girl smiled and told Tade he had to survive. He leaped up at once, agreeing as his fist burst into flames in front of Albert. Blood streamed down his leg. Albert clenched his teeth, remembering how the boy had wrecked his legs. He had already taken a lot of hits. Albert was knocked over Matthew, and Matthew could only hope Taby hadn't forgotten him. Then Albert slammed into the wall. Blood burst from his mouth. The flame-covered man walked toward him. Blue energy wrapped around Albert's hands. He pulled out 2 pistols. Then the blonde man used a skill called continuous shooting. Taby stopped it with his burning fist. His leg held firm as the dark-haired man swung at Albert. The punch smashed into Albert's face, and Taby sent him straight to hell. Cracks spread across the wall as Albert blasted through it. Glass flew everywhere. As he fell, Albert thought he couldn't die here. He remembered Maylee, the way he believed he'd saved her, how he put up with all that humiliation, and the promise he made to Valentine to destroy Mayron. Then came an older memory, holding his father's hand and swearing to bring Valentine back. Blood poured from his mouth, but Albert told himself this was only the start. He refused to die here. He crashed onto the cobblestones, one hand caught on a piece of rubble. Albert dragged himself out of the hole, thinking that if he was still breathing, he still had a chance. Smoke blurred his vision and he realized he had to run from Tade. Then the smoke shifted away, and Albert noticed something. A girl stepped in front of him and called him by name, the Italian ambassador. The red-haired girl smiled and said he was under arrest for planning the terrorist attack on the Alice Hotel. With her arms crossed, she said things had changed, and they couldn't let them become a threat in the region. Albert sat on the floor with his hands tied as someone asked why they were treating them so harshly, then stated that he was behind the hotel attack. Albert argued that it wasn't his doing, and said they were illegally questioning the Italian ambassador and limiting his freedom. Amanda raised a hand and asked what he planned to do about the videos, one showing him kill Tom, another showing Susan kidnapping an Italian woman. Albert gritted his teeth. Amanda smiled and asked if anyone would really believe a grade school kid killed Susan and planned the attack. Her eyes gleamed as she asked who would buy that story, and Albert stared ahead. Amanda brought up 3 snakes and said she'd studied both Italy's politics and the group's condition. According to her, they killed Susan to stop Mayron. Then she crushed one snake underfoot and said Albert had reached a dead end. She also mentioned other Italian players were in Korea, and that could turn ugly. Albert realized Tom wasn't the only one sent to watch him, introducing a smiling man in his thoughts. Looking down, he understood. Mayron had decided to move in secret. Sitting across from him, Amanda said they had already taken in all the Italians there, and now she wanted to make a deal. With his head bandaged, Albert asked what she wanted. The girl stepped forward. Smiling, she said that after sorting through so many lies, she wanted quite a lot. Clouds drifted over the hospital. A sign showed this was Matthew's room, as someone asked if he was ever going to listen to his mother. Tracy tugged his ear and reminded him that after the last injury he'd need 12 weeks to heal. Matthew admitted he was wrong. Sitting by his bed, she asked if he understood that she didn't want him pushing himself too hard. Matthew smiled and said yes. Tracy just stared ahead for a moment. Then she got up and said she'd come back soon, and until then, he should behave. Matthew watched the door after it closed. He remembered the girl chasing after him when he learned his parents were coming. Scratching the back of his head, Matthew apologized. He looked at the remote and figured he might as well watch the news while waiting. He pointed it at the TV, and the broadcast for tomorrow's news came on. A reporter said that loud noises were heard at the Alice Hotel the night before, keeping the town scared for hours. Then she moved on to the Italian players. The report claimed a red dungeon formed in the hotel because of bad mana distribution. Since no civilians were inside, the Italians staying there entered the dungeon themselves, and everyone died except the Italian ambassador, Albert. Watching the screen, Matthew thought anyone who didn't know the truth would believe it. So in the end, Korea and Italy had reached an agreement. Then the door opened and Tade and Mali came in, calling him captain, and asking how he felt. As Mali came to the bedside, Matthew asked them not to call him that, but she shot back that a captain is still a captain, and he should be proud of it. He remembered both of them blushing, then asked if they felt bad for forgetting about him at the hotel. Matthew looked at them confused. They bowed their heads. Mali thanked him for coming back for her, saying that without him she would have lived the rest of her life in despair. Tavy added that he owed Matthew his life. Embarrassed, Matthew told them to get up, but they stayed bowed. Then Mali launched into a dramatic vow about forging a holy bond in the dark of night, under the moon and stars. Tavy followed by declaring he'd give everything to the one who accepted him and protect his brother's honor. Both put their hands on their chests, and said that if anyone asked where they came from, they'd answer that the sun was their father, and the moon their mother. Mali and Tavy smiled. Matthew looked down and let out a breath, then nearly lost it when Mali excitedly said she'd keep calling him captain, and suggested their baby could be his assistant. Tavy loved the idea, while Matthew thought he had very different feelings about all this. Honestly, he didn't want to be a player or part of the mafia. Then he froze on one word and asked what child they were talking about. Tavy hugged Mali, and she happily announced that they were expecting a baby. Matthew congratulated them and said he was just glad they were safe. Mali reached into a red bag and asked him to look at something. Matthew took the cards and asked what they were. As he checked the IDs, she told him to look closely at the names. 2 of the cards showed that Mali and Tage had taken Matthew's last name. Matthew stared and asked what this was supposed to mean. Mali explained that they wanted a new start, so they changed their last names. With a wink, she added that using the captain's last name felt right, so from now on that's who they were. Matthew silently stared at the IDs in his hands. Then a loud scream echoed through the hospital. Books were piled up in the hallway. A man sat in a chair, as Tavy said he heard this man had stopped the news from spreading and kept them from being exposed. Tavy bowed to the gray-haired man and said they owed him a lot. Looking down, Tavy thought about everything the man had done for them, from giving them a house when they first came to Korea to helping in this mess. The older man smiled, said he only pulled a few strings, and told Tavy to lift his head. He brought up the dark-haired girl, saying the goddess had taken interest in who they were, and Taiji had no idea how hard it was to explain things to her. Taiji admitted he had no excuse, and thanked him anyway. Standing before the man with glasses, Taiji listened as he explained it was the same with potions. Since Alice had fallen behind Dawn and Ung Group, he quit the hotel business and put his money into medicine instead. The gray-haired man smiled and warned Teji to stay careful. The goddess said she'd stop digging, but that didn't mean her word could be trusted. Teji nodded. Then he closed his eyes when the man asked if he wanted to become his personal player, since he had no job right now. Turning away, the older man added that Teji didn't have to accept, and if he did, he wouldn't need to follow him around all the time. Pointing to a photo of an old man with children, he said that even if Teji stayed away, he would keep protecting those kids like he always had. The man with glasses smiled and joked that Teji should stop staring so hard or he'd burn a hole through him. After that, Teji agreed, as a photo of the smiling children remained in view. The man said he only wanted to keep seeing those bright smiles in the old man's life. Teji accepted the offer. The door shut hard as the old man thanked him. Looking at the photos, the man with glasses said he seemed to have grown old. His reflection showed in the window as he admitted he had become too emotional. Holding a red book, he asked his wife what she thought. Sunlight lit up the photos on the windowsill. Waves slammed against the ship. A boy with a spear shouted that it was coming. A blue orb appeared, then a beam struck the ship. A monster rose from the water, and someone yelled that it was starting now. A shadow covered the crew, and someone yelled for everyone to strike the moment it showed itself. The Leviathan slammed into the ship. Broken pieces of the ship drifted across the water. One crewman clenched his jaw. A second-class Leviathan towered over the wrecked ship as someone stepped forward. The beast opened its jaws just as ice spikes rose up in front of it. A man holding a divine spear faced the monster and ordered everyone to move in. The ice spikes shot at the Leviathan. Then the man leaped over the side, saying he'd open the way. He came down on the ice. A dark shape with red eyes waited in front of him. Grinding his teeth, he swore he'd do it even if it cost him an arm. A massive iceberg rose ahead of the ship, and the Leviathan threw its mouth open with a roar. The white-haired man lunged straight at it. Power wrapped around his spear as he used Plumbud, Frost Current, and Mountain Peak, then unleashed Northern Storm. He hurled the spear at the Leviathan. Elsewhere, someone checked the news on his phone and thought the future he knew hadn't changed much. No pictured the white-haired man and remembered that in a few years he would leave the 12 thrones. On the second day of the academy exam, a girl called out to her brother in the street. Yoon, sitting in Matthew's arms, asked him to play with her because she was bored. He looked toward the exam hall and wondered why his sister still wasn't out, figuring the huge number of applicants had made the test run long. Still, he started to sweat, worried something might have happened. A few hours earlier, the applicants were in training. The second day of the academy test wasn't about measuring raw gifts. It was meant to see who was fit to become a player. Experts watched the test from their seats. While lifting his mug, the head supervisor told them to focus the cameras on Hall 2, numbers 39 and 40. A bearded examiner asked if that meant Eva, the girl with the highest internal mana among the applicants. Another reminded him her talent was already proven. She'd been known as a seed even before applying. Eva cleared a hurdle and kept moving with confidence. As the girls continued, the head supervisor asked for number 39's name. It was Anna, and she ran with a bright smile. Red energy flared behind Eva while magic circles spread across the ground. But Anna slipped past every attack. The examiners stared, confused. When the supervisor asked if she was a seed too, the answer was no. One man with glasses said Anna was just an ordinary rookie. Still, the supervisor said they should keep watching both the seed and the rookie. The bearded man guessed this round might produce a reserve 3, and another expert pointed out that these students weren't using mana at all. That left the head supervisor stunned. As the girls pushed forward breathing hard, he realized they were taking the test with only physical strength. When it ended, the results were announced. Eva, number 40, finished first in 6 minutes 36 seconds with a grade of 5, and Anna, number 39, came in second at 6 minutes 39 seconds. Anna remembered the red-haired girl telling her not to use mana during the test. She also recalled getting trapped between tree trunks and asking why that mattered, since players didn't need perfect mana control. But as the tree dragged her, the girl had explained that players always end up in bad situations, so they need to know how to handle them first. Anna now admitted she'd been right. They had relied too much on mana. Anna's eyes lit up. While Eva drank water, Anna said she hadn't expected anyone else to avoid using mana, and added that Eva was even faster than her. Eva looked over, and Anna cheerfully praised her running. Grinning, she said she never thought she'd make it through by running without mana. The two just looked at each other. Eva lowered her head, then suddenly looked away from Anna. Nearby, exhausted applicants dropped to the floor, and Anna wondered if Eva was really just bad with people. Later, a man stood before the students and began explaining the rules for the final exam. He pointed behind him and said that beyond those doors was a labyrinth. Its layout changed at set times, and each person would enter through a random starting point. He added that assistant supervisors with drinks and snacks would be waiting in some areas, so students could rest there. Weapons, mana, and even teaming up were all allowed if they wanted. A red-haired girl walked up to Anna and Eva, asking if they had taken first place in the last test. She held out her hand and introduced herself as Layla. Smiling, Anna introduced herself too and said she was happy to meet her. As they shook hands, Layla said she was from Youngek Elementary near the Cocoon, and bragged that she was good at both mana and school. Anna could tell she was really confident. Then the pink-haired girl grabbed Anna's hands and asked if she wanted to team up. Anna pointed out that they would all start in different places. Layla just smiled and suggested they join forces if they met inside. She also wanted a promise that they wouldn't attack each other, and Anna happily agreed. Anna turned to Eva and asked if she wanted to join them, but Eva said she'd be fine on her own. Anna waved and said they'd meet again later. As Layla fixed her hair, she asked if Anna was okay, and said Eva had been too rude. Another girl guessed Eva probably had no friends at school, but Anna brushed it off, saying she was fine and didn't need comforting. Nearby, other students complained that Eva was acting like she was better than everyone. With sweat on her face, Anna thought making friends with them might be hard. She remembered Eva wiping sweat from her face. Thinking back to the way they looked at each other, Anna decided she still could become friends with her. Then she remembered Eva dropping her gaze. A moment later, Eva looked away just as the man announced the start of the final exam. He stood before the crowd and pointed them toward the doors. Soon, the participants were inside the labyrinth. Anna touched her chin and thought, at a fork in the path, she wondered which way she should go. She shut her eyes and remembered the advice she'd been given for moments when she had no idea what to do. In her mind, the red-haired woman bent a finger and told her to follow the flow of mana. Anna opened her eyes. Blue energy streamed deeper into the maze. Seeing the mana moving toward the exit, Anna decided to just follow its trail. She turned when someone greeted her. A man stood there and said she was the first one to arrive. He handed her a bottle of water, saying it hadn't been easy to make it that far. Anna thanked him. She started drinking the water, then widened her eyes when he offered a hint. Anna said this was still an exam, but the supervisor told her it was the last one, and hard enough that she shouldn't worry. He pointed down a path and told her that was the right way. Anna thanked him and ran off. Behind her, the man gave a dark smile. Anna looked ahead. Then she turned, confused about why she couldn't sense the mana flow anymore, telling herself the teacher wouldn't lie. When she spotted other participants and another teacher, she figured she must be on the right path after all. Layla turned and called out to Anna. Anna ran over to the group and greeted them. Layla said she'd arrived just in time. They were about to get the right path from the teacher, and another girl asked for a hint. The man curled a finger and asked which direction the sun rises from. The students answered at once. It was the east. Smiling, they turned away, and Layla told Anna that meant they should go east and come with them. Anna turned back, thinking something felt off. Blue energy was flowing behind her, heading the exact opposite way. As the man urged the girls to hurry that way, a blue aura flickered behind Anna. Sweat formed on her face as she realized it. The teachers were leading them the wrong way. Another boy raised his hands and cheered them on, saying they'd come this far and only had one last fork left. At the next stop, a teacher told the students that only one of the three paths led to the exit. Since time was almost up, they begged him to just tell them. He scratched the back of his head and said he really couldn't. Then he cracked one eye open. 4 students rushed off down one path, bragging that they'd be first and had done great. Then someone called for them to stop, and they turned around. Anna pointed the other way and said she didn't think the exit was there. Blue energy flared beside Anna as she said the mana was leading this way. The others stared at her and pushed back. The teacher had already shown them the path, so why was she making things harder right at the end? Sweat ran down her face when someone shouted that the exit was right ahead. The girl with the bun reminded everyone that the teacher himself chose their route, and the bob-haired girls snapped that they were exhausted already, while Anna kept forcing her own idea. Anna stood in front of them as Layla spoke up. Looking annoyed, Layla said Anna was probably mistaken and just overthinking it. The dark-haired guy glanced at Anna as doubt crept in. Then the others started mocking her, saying second place had gone to her head and she really thought she knew better than the teacher. Anna trembled and bit her lip. She had only said what she saw, and now she wondered what Matthew would do here. Then she remembered him warning her not to trust anyone. Back then, she asked if that meant she couldn't trust anyone at all, and her brother told her that if she was a player, she couldn't. He added that as a player, she should trust her own judgment first. Grabbing her belt, she said she understood, and he told her not to forget it. Anna crossed her arms and wondered why those words were coming back to her now. Then she pointed ahead and said the exit was that way. The others told her to go alone. They were taking the other path. Layla folded her arms when Anna said fine. Blue energy wrapped around Anna's legs. She rose off the ground. The others stared, and Leela asked if she was crazy. Anna only smiled and ran ahead. The red-haired girl shrugged it off and told the others to move. She clearly thought Anna made no sense. Leela fixed her eyes on the light at the end of the hall, thinking the answer was right there. Yet Anna still picked another way. Anna kept running. Leela smirked, sure this would finally push her ahead of second place. She took a step, thinking she had it. Then her shoe started to vanish and Layla was suddenly moved elsewhere. She reappeared in the middle of the maze. Anna stopped by the drink machine, glad the exit had been close, and wondered if she had passed. Her hand shook as she pressed the button. The test had gone longer than she expected, and she figured everyone was waiting by now. Thinking Matthew and Yoon had to be starving, she reached for a drink, then heard a greeting. Eva was standing beside her, saying only 2 people had made it out. Turning a little, Eva added that she refused Anna's team-up offer before the exam for one reason only. She didn't dislike her. Anna smiled, seeing how awkward Eva was, and thanked her for the drink. She opened the can, said she had no clue how the results would turn out, and introduced herself as Anna. Then she offered Eva a drink too and said they should be friends if they met again at the academy. Eva stared quietly at the can in her hand. They tapped their drinks together and Eva finally gave her name, Clouds drifted overhead as Matthew held Yoon in his arms. Their parents were asleep on a bench nearby while he wondered when Anna would be done. At school, the third years sat at their desks. Jimmy leaned over, covered his mouth, and whispered to the boss. Bill, writing on the board with chalk, glanced back. Jimmy whispered that Bill was their homeroom teacher again this year, and Matthew added that all of them ended up in the same class too. Grinning, Jimmy told him he figured they'd be together, but it was still awesome. Claire, sitting behind them, thought that was really strange. She remembered telling her grandfather who she wanted in her class, and somehow every person she named ended up there. Claire poked Matthew in the back and asked if he knew anything about it. He said it did feel like a weird coincidence. Matthew stayed tense and didn't encourage her. He still remembered hearing her grandfather in the hospital, telling the doctors to take care of him. Bill had quietly walked over, and he smacked Claire on the head with a book, leaving a big bump. He said she had a lot of nerve ignoring new lessons at the start of the year, and she quickly apologized. He sternly told her to stay after school and clean the teacher's room. Claire timidly agreed she'd never been scolded like this before, and she was deeply embarrassed. Then Bill looked at Matthew and said him too. Matthew protested, and Bill asked if he hadn't been chatting as well. Matthew lowered his head and accepted the punishment with Claire, while Jimmy almost burst out laughing. That got him too. He flinched when Bill said he'd be staying after school as well, and he blurted out, "Wait, why?" His friends glared at him. Bill said it was because he was laughing. Matthew asked if now was really the time, and Claire snapped, asking if he seriously found her funny. With both of them staring daggers at him and promising they'd have fun cleaning together, Jimmy realized he was done for. Adjusting her glasses, Catherine sighed that they were already in third grade, so why were they still acting like little kids? Olivia laughed. Then we moved to the high school Players Academy. Anna threw her hands up, thrilled. Eva rushed over and hugged her, saying she missed her, and that she passed too. Anna patted her back and said they were even in the same class. It was perfect. The other students looked over in surprise, and Anna was about to say they should head into class first. Then excited whispers spread through the hall, and she asked if some celebrity had shown up. Everyone recognized the woman in white boots. She had claimed one of the thrones at only 22. She carried a staff with a stone set in it, and the students stared at Grace in excitement. Grace smiled while the crowd kept asking if it was really her and why she was here. She shut her eyes and forced a sweet smile, but inside she was annoyed at being called Holy Mother. She didn't want to sound old. Grace stopped in front of the girls and thought that, no matter what, this was awkward. It had been 4 years since she last saw Anna, after the Kraken incident. The girls looked nervous. Anna wondered if Grace wanted something from her, while Grace noticed how much Anna had grown and couldn't even tell how much mana she had now. Then Grace glanced at Eva, curious about the student beside her. Anna quietly asked Eva if this woman was some kind of weirdo. Eva was surprised and said she didn't know. Anna just nodded, while Grace recognized Eva as Elder Nagmon's daughter and was stunned by how much mana had changed her body. Covering her mouth with a fist, Grace realized the thing she cared about most was this. Anna clearly didn't know who she was. Grace put a hand on Anna's shoulder and eagerly asked if she wanted to become her student. Anna froze as light gathered around Grace. Grace thought that unless someone was a celebrity, a time witch, or like No Yunha, no one else could teach Anna how to handle that much mana. She leaned in. She had to move fast. Anna scratched her head and shyly started with, Grace waited in shock as the girl said no. Hands trembling, Grace asked what she meant, and Anna explained that she didn't know her and already had a wonderful teacher. Then Anna quickly said goodbye and hurried off. Students crowded around Grace as she repeated, "A wonderful teacher?" She just stood there with tears in her eyes, asking if Anna really didn't know her. Then her phone rang. Stepping aside, she answered and asked the clan lord what happened. The students groaned at the interruption, and one of them had been about to ask for an autograph. Grace's face tightened as she asked, "What?" Then she frowned. She was needed for a horde of monsters, tied to missing people and murders in Guashan. Missing person posters scattered across the street. At first, when the first person vanished, people assumed it was an ordinary disappearance, but soon several bodies turned up, ripped apart like some wild beast had attacked them. Only then did everyone understand. Against a red background, clawed marks pointed to one answer. It was a monster. Crowds gathered with signs outside the palace, terrified by the rumors and protesting the goddess's government. To calm the panic, a council was held, and Guashan City's clans were brought in, the king's Regulus and Blades among them. Out near the Guashan Reservoir, spike-tailed monsters hid in the trees. They were class 6, sharp-tails, and they rushed the warrior. The boy swung his sword, and flames swallowed the monsters. One hit the ground screaming. The hero planted his foot on it. It was Victor. Leaning down, he asked how they managed to stay hidden so well. Greg, behind him, replied that a monster smart enough to control a horde that big would be intelligent too. Another razor tail sprang from behind, but Victor caught it with his weapon and added that the leader probably ordered them to hide from humans whenever danger showed up. He cut it down. When Victor questioned how Greg knew what they were thinking and said monsters like these barely even move unless they have mana, Greg told the fire demon not to underestimate monsters. Both of them turned at the sounds of the wounded. Other players were treating the injured as Greg warned Victor that if he stayed reckless, he'd die. Victor snapped back that he already knew that, Then he called to Grace and asked if this was all the fighters they had. She said they'd handled most of the monsters nearby, but some escaped, so they needed a pursuit team. With a smile and a hand on his chin, Greg said, "Imagine that. 12 thrones and monsters still slipped away." A shooter dropped from a tree, noting it had to be intentional. Leo rested his weapon on his shoulder and explained that if they can build a horde like this, then in danger. The smaller monsters will run back to the leader's shelter. Greg was about to ask where the monsters were hiding, but the girl above him said they'd already found the shelter. She started climbing down. Leo reached out to help her and warned her to be careful. It was Blair, the florist from the 12 thrones. Once everyone gathered around, Greg asked where the shelter was, and she pointed ahead. They turned, and Victor pointed at the Sharptill's hiding place. Something moved through the trees. They were at the reservoir, and a Sharptill landed on a rock. Its eyes glowed as it said there were people nearby. At the reservoir, Blair raised her hands and began draining the water. The others were stunned. Grace could only think how amazing it was. She knew no matter how hard she tried, she could never use magic like that. Grace lowered her head, telling herself their talents were just different. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice someone reaching for her. Then he flicked her forehead. Grace grabbed her head, and Victor asked what she was thinking about. As he raised a finger again, she yelled at him. Victor asked why she looked so jealous. Didn't she know why she was here? She snapped back that she knew exactly why she was here. Support and healing. Victor smirked and said he believed her. Still annoyed, Grace repeated herself. Victor asked why she was making that face, but Greg cut in with a grin and told them to stop flirting and look. Grace blushed, and Victor looked over. The water level had dropped. That's when he spotted a pipe. The King Clan fighters nodded. They'd been told to check the area and secure it. Greg flashed a V sign and told Blades and Regulus to gather everyone available, then head into the shelter in groups. Then he asked Blair how long she could keep the spell going. She said with enough mana, about 4 hours. Victor suddenly jumped down. Greg told Blair he'd leave a few players behind to protect her, since she was now guarding the reservoir. Victor rolled down the slope, then climbed lower. He reached the pipe, jumped inside, and shouted that he was going first. Everyone stared down at him. Grace cried out that he was insane, and Greg just sighed. Young blood. The others climbed down by rope and ran after him, yelling for him to wait. Elsewhere, a news report covered the monsters at the Guashan Reservoir. Matthew sat at the table with his family and looked up at the TV. The report said the Korean Mana Control Bureau had brought in the 12 thrones, including Blair, Grace, and Victor. He wondered if it really happened at this point in time, and what exactly happened. He turned away and answered nothing. Deep down, he knew this mission would hurt the future. With a spoon in his mouth, he crossed his arms and thought it over. In the end, the monster subjugation would only be half a success. Inside, the squad froze in horror when they saw people hanging upside down. This was the failure waiting for them. Grace covered her mouth, and Victor clenched his teeth. Cursing, Victor watched the Sharptills grab the bodies and throw them into a cauldron. The players could only stare. Greg looked shocked and asked if all the missing people were here. Victor frowned. Then the monsters noticed them. A stream of fire shot forward and slammed into a monster. Wrapped in flames, Victor told them not to expect a quick death. He was beyond furious. Blue blood splashed everywhere as the players fought the monsters. Walking through the fallen enemies, Greg shouted for everyone to stop attacking and search for the wounded and any survivors. He moved toward the bodies on the ground. Blood had spread across the floor by his boot. Victor stood there with his back turned. A strong flash of light from him lit up the players. Greg put a hand on his shoulder and told him to calm down, reminding him about the missing people. Victor turned like he wanted to argue, but Greg stopped him and said this wasn't a place where he could do whatever he wanted. He tightened his grip and reminded him that he was a player representing a nation and a clan. With a hard look, Greg told him to get more experience. Victor went still. The others got nervous. One of them clearly didn't want those two clashing, and another prayed they wouldn't start a fight in such a cramped place. Victor stayed silent, mouth slightly open. Then he looked away and apologized. Greg waved a fist and joked that maybe the fire demon should bow his head to him. After that, Greg went back to the team and asked what they were doing. They needed to continue the search. Someone told him they were survivors. Grace walked up to Victor and asked if he was okay. He shot back. Why wouldn't he be? Turning away, he scratched the back of his head. Grace was surprised. After just a few kind words, he was already acting different. Victor said there was a reason. Standing apart from the others, he knew the experienced players secretly looked down on him. He kept thinking about Greg's face. Greg had called him the fire demon on purpose instead of using his name or clan title. Victor clenched his fist. He couldn't deny he still had a lot of growing to do, but he was still angry. Grace touched his hand and suggested they train together. She held his hand and said that compared to veteran players, they were basically beginners. With a smile, Grace told him people learn when others point out their mistakes. Victor looked embarrassed and said her name. Grace was surprised. It had been a while since that happened. Looking up, he admitted he wasn't acting like himself and said it must be because Grace was kind of cool. She got mad, saying she was trying to help, and he was saying weird stuff. Victor glanced at Greg, who was helping the wounded, and thought that one day he'd catch up to them. A man pointed at a door. Greg asked if they'd found the leader, and the player beside him said the mana was strongest in that room. They gathered in front of the door. Greg clasped his hands behind his back and ordered them to form an attack squad. Victor smirked. Greg asked if the fire demon minded him taking command, and Victor said fine, as long as he got to be the damage dealer. He looked fired up, and Greg had no problem with it since he'd back him up. Grace was surprised Victor had recovered so fast. Support icons lit up around Grace as she activated acceleration, protection, and blessing amulets. The group lined up for battle. Greg ordered everyone to hold formation once they went in, and told the guides to stay close to the spellcasters and rangers. The players opened the door. Greg drew his sword and gave the order to move. They rushed into the room. A monster's eyes burned in the dark. It lifted its head. Victor swung his sword and sent flames forward. The sharp till moved to protect the egg. Victor leaped up and slammed it in the head. The monster whipped its tail. It sliced right in front of Victor, but Greg dashed underneath and blocked the strike. Victor dropped low to the ground. As the sharp till turned away, Greg jumped onto it, pushed off and sprang higher. He raised his sword and drove it into the monster's back. The sharp till twisted around, but Greg dodged its attack. Victor snapped his fingers and sent fire in. The sword stuck in the monster suddenly flared up, and the whole thing burst into flames. Greg glanced back and warned Victor it wasn't his sword, so be careful with other people's gear. Victor answered that they had no choice if they wanted to kill it, then laughed and said you can't underestimate the enemy. Grace threw up her hands and shouted that it wasn't over, they had to stay focused. She struck the floor with her staff and cast binding. Ropes wrapped around the sharp till's head and legs, forcing it to the ground. Grace yelled for the archers to give it everything they had. Leo took aim and called for a wild shot. They fired with rain of arrows and catapult. When the smoke cleared, Victor stared at the monster's scars in shock. They were already healing. The sharp till turned toward them and growled, asking how dare they. Victor grabbed his sword hilt, stunned that it could not only think but also talk back. The ranged fighters drew their weapons and warned everyone to get ready. Another sharp till burst from an egg right beside a player. It bit him. Someone else fired back with a gun, and Greg yelled for the rangers to attack the ones hatching from the eggs. Victor looked back just as a huge paw loomed over them. They jumped aside before it smashed down. Greg grinned at the monster that lunged at him. One of the players tossed a sword to Greg. He reached out, caught it, and charged the monster, telling Victor he'd handle the small ones. They split up, and Victor shouted for him to be careful. The monster leader looked down from above and wished death on them all. Victor stopped. The sharp till breathed out green smoke. He covered his nose as pain hit his eyes. It might be poison. From behind a guide, Grace shouted for Victor to move right. He frowned, jumped aside, and slammed into the wall. Reaching behind his back, he tried to grab an antidote, but Grace told him not to worry. Victor got ready to attack, and Grace told him to trust her. He rushed forward. As he drew his sword, Grace shouted that she was passing him a detox amulet. Grinning, Victor said that was just like the Holy Mother. Grace got annoyed and told him to stop calling her that. The monster attacked, but Victor dodged again and again. Then he charged in and sneered, asking if it really thought he'd be scared. Greg attacked too. He shouted for Victor to finish it. Victor raised his sword, said he already knew, and struck with purple flames. A bright flash burst out and the monster screamed. Grace waved her hand and shouted to the rangers. Now, they fired at the sharp till. The monster jumped aside. It had to protect the king. It fell back into the nest. Victor stepped closer, wondering what kind of monster this really was, and Greg said it wasn't that simple. Then Greg swung his sword and stabbed an egg. The eggs were still intact. The sharp till jerked its head and trembled. Greg shouted for everyone to destroy the eggs. The players hacked them apart while the monster thought only of its child. A broken shell lay near its body. Its cub crawled into the pipe and the sharp till wished for its king to survive. Somewhere beyond the water, it hoped the child would grow strong. Sunlight reflected on the water. The young monster crawled onto shore and headed into the park. The girls ran onto the lawn, joking that the losers had to wash the dishes. A week had passed since the Guangchan monster was taken down. Thanks to the 12 thrones, many survivors were saved and were now being treated at a hospital in Gangnam. Olivia tossed the ball up and passed it to Jimmy. Claire smacked the ball away. At the same time, the King's clan finished checking Guaxian and confirmed there were no monsters left near the reservoir. Matthew watched the kids playing at the campsite. Jimmy dropped to the ground and yelped in pain. Claire quickly apologized and Olivia rushed over to check on him. Upset, Jimmy said he was switching teams because he wanted Claire on his side. Catherine argued that would make the game boring, and Olivia said she wanted Claire too. Claire dabbed Jimmy's nose with a handkerchief and suggested a new split. She, Catherine, and Olivia together, while Jimmy teamed up with Matthew. Matthew thought the kids were fun, but he still didn't want to play. Nearby, Tate was chopping carrots in a pink apron, and Matthew figured everyone should thank their uncle. The parents crowded around their son with questions. They were only at this campsite because they had talked Tate into coming without him. The trip never would have happened. While peeling potatoes beside his uncle, Matthew thanked him for agreeing to come. Tate told him it was no big deal. Tate looked surprised when Matthew apologized again for dragging him into this. After bringing over a bowl of peeled potatoes, Matthew asked if he could step away for a bit because he had something to do. Tate said sure and asked if he needed any help. Matthew picked up the bottle and asked him to pour curry into it. Tate took the bottle, puzzled, and Matthew also asked for a knife. When Matthew headed for the suitcase, Tate told him the knife was in the bag and the code hadn't changed. Matthew strapped the weapon to his belt, said he'd be back today, and asked Tate to cover for him if anyone started looking. Tate pushed back. If this was serious, he was coming too. Sliding the sword into its sheath, Matthew refused. Tate's job was to stay behind and protect the others just in case. He said he was ready and could handle this alone. He headed for the park surrounded by glass walls. The door cracked open. Matthew stepped inside. His shoes tapped across the tile. Then he felt eyes on him from above. Looking up at the Lizard King, he said that unlike in his past life, he didn't feel helpless now. He turned and looked up, and Sharptail lunged at him. Matthew grabbed the blade, yanked it back, and a flash burst out. Frowning, he stared at the monster as the lizard opened its mouth and let out a sharp scream. That cry brought back the soul invasion. When the monster leaders attacked while Molly, the first goddess, was gone and drove their hordes forward. Back then, the players shook with fear. Matthew had only just graduated from the academy and was supposed to receive the title Immortal. 4 leaders had entered the city that day. Sarah dropped her staff, tears in her eyes, and asked how they were supposed to beat them. The heroes could only watch as giant monsters tore through the city. Matthew and many others were overwhelmed, especially with all the smaller monsters swarming around them. One of those leaders looked just like the Lizard King, spreading fear through the players with deadly poison. The monster opened its mouth and showed its tongue. Super Class 3, the Lizard King. Matthew dodged the attacks and thought how stupid this was. Back then, no one even knew he existed until he reached Grade 3. He swung his sword and struck the monster. Small cracks spread from the hit, and Matthew paused in confusion. The lizard jumped back to a safe distance. Matthew muttered that it was tougher than expected. It still hadn't even fully grown. Sharptail snarled, calling him a human, then started to vanish. Matthew remembered that disguise skill. Even before fully recovering, this monster had caused huge damage with it. He stepped to the side, leaned back a little, and called it pathetic. Raising his weapon, he said the monster's killing intent was obvious from a mile away. One strike knocked it off balance. The monster hit the ground. Matthew walked up with the bottle on his back and mocked it for not even being able to hide its presence. He sighed and pulled the bottle out. He'd brought it just to stop the lizard from using disguise. Then he splashed curry on it. The monster scrambled up a tree, and Matthew asked if it liked the taste. He brought that curry just for it. As the lizard dug its claws into the trunk, Matthew told it to enjoy its last meal. The monster lifted its head and fired green shards from its mouth. Matthew drew his swords and scoffed. Was that really supposed to be a poison bomb? He kicked off a bench and launched himself at the lizard. Crossing both blades, he activated Heavenly Step and pierced the monster through the neck. Blood burst out. Then came an explosion. Smoke swallowed the space in front of him. A severed paw lay on the ground, then burst into flame. Matthew thought the thing was pathetically weak. Watching the bright fire, he reflected that the Lizard King had been born a king in every way. He tilted his head and gave it a quiet farewell. But then the real lizard charged him, shouting that he had only beaten a clone that cost a lot of mana. It rushed straight at Matthew, saying escape was impossible. As it sped up, the lizard realized Matthew seemed to know all its skills and was ignoring them. It suddenly stopped, understanding it couldn't beat him right now. The lizard decided to retreat and come back stronger later, but Matthew was already closing in and swinging his sword. The monster looked back in horror. It was blasted through the window, glass shattering as blood sprayed out. The lizard slammed back first into a tree and let out a weak, pitiful gasp. As Matthew came down, it asked how he knew about the clone trick. The lizard sharpened the tendrils on its tail and aimed them at Matthew, planning to skewer him alive. Matthew didn't move. He calmly confirmed that yes, he knew about the clones. Using ore on his hand, he grabbed one of the tendrils. Then he swung his sword and aimed true. With one slash, he cut off several of them, making the lizard scream in agony. Mana wrapped around his hands as Matthew called on Mad Dance. His sword carved through the lizard's limbs again and again. The monster shook with rage and pain as Matthew struck once more. He used Offended Soul and drove the blade toward the lizard's stomach. A storm of energy fragments slammed into it, tearing through the monster with brutal force. Next, he called up red mana and spun those fragments into a vortex. Matthew drove a spike-like thrust into the lizard, sending waves of energy through its body from the inside. Choking on pain, the lizard still managed to ask why he was doing this. Matthew kept the sword buried in it, not even understanding the question. The monster asked if killing it mattered that much, and Matthew answered by pushing the blade in deeper and unleashing more energy. Then he let go of the sword and said humans and monsters could never stand together under any condition. The blade pinned the lizard to the tree. Gasping, it seemed to realize its mistake. Matthew summoned Offended Soul again and sent more fragments flying. The monster begged for help and roared in pain, but Matthew kept pressing the same truth. There was only one ending here. After this fight, only one of them would remain alive. Him or the lizard. The lizard tried to say something else, but its eyes shut and it slipped away, muttering that this wasn't the end. Even then, it screamed that Matthew would die just like it. Matthew fired his gun and said he once thought the same thing. He remembered the past and said a player's life was made for only two things, killing or dying. The lizard burst into flames and insisted this life would be different, that Matthew wouldn't die. Matthew picked up the gun, remembering his older self killing this same enemy. The last scraps of the lizard dropped to the ground. Matthew crouched to inspect the stones. Skill stones dropped from monsters, each holding a different power based on the monster's strength. He picked up a golden one and considered absorbing it to use the skill later. But the mana in Matthew's hand rejected the stone, and he immediately noticed, so he reached for another. This one started to glow, showing strong compatibility. Matthew felt the Lizard King's power flow into him. The kids were still playing outside when Matthew came back into the campsite. He opened the suitcase and checked that everything was still there. Katie asked if he had finished what he needed to do. Matthew said yes and thanked him for the gear. The man walked over and showed him a fresh batch of cooked kapagi. Matthew saw the meat and vegetables on the grill, cooked nice and even. He called everyone over for a snack. The boys rushed to Tate, begging for the tastiest piece. Matthew watched the hungry group of kids swarm the half-cooked kapagi. He shut his eyes with a small smile while they kept fighting over the biggest sausage. Then Matthew joined them, just as eager to get his first serving. Later, they were at the city estate of Sirius Company's president. Matthew and his family sat at a fancy table on leather sofas, drinking tea. His dad asked why Mom seemed so nervous, and she said she thought she looked strange. Anna and Dad quickly told her she looked beautiful, which only made her more embarrassed. Then the hall doors opened. Matthew focused on the person coming in. Sirius President Chuck entered with his wife, Louise. Matthew's family stood up to greet them. Chuck said he was happy to see them and thanked them for coming. Louise suggested that Matthew's mother call her by name, since they were the same age. Matthew and Anna watched the adults, waiting for someone to notice them too. Then the president's oldest daughter, Tiffany, walked over and said hello. Anna shook her hand and pointed out that they were the same age. Tiffany asked if studying at the Player Academy was hard. The two girls kept talking about Anna's dream of becoming a player, barely paying Matthew any attention. They exchanged social media contacts and Matthew stared at his sister, surprised by how easily she got along with people. Then he noticed a girl walking behind him. She sat down and Matthew greeted her, saying it had been a long time. The silence after that made him awkward. Then the girl gave him a short greeting, and that caught Matthew off guard. Agnes told him to address her differently. 2 years earlier, at the hotel branch, every year the president of Sirius held a big party for all the branches to thank them for their work. Holding a plate, Matthew watched his sister fit in so easily, even though it was her first time there. His father had really wanted his wife to come, but Matthew said their mother needed to stay with Yoon. People greeted his father as the new department director. John thanked them for the respect and accepted their congratulations. Matthew explained that his father had been promoted in one of Sirius's biggest branches. He knew John was a caring dad, which only made him more worried about the company's future under someone so carefree. While thinking about the company's future, Matthew wandered off to find a quiet place to eat. In an empty hall, he spotted a girl standing alone. She stared out the window, clearly not enjoying the party. Matthew walked up to Agnes and said she was missing out on a lot, which got her attention. She asked what he meant, and he answered with one simple thing: the food. Matthew said he planned to eat as much as he wanted since he was still too young to worry about his looks. He offered her a bite on his fork. At first she tried to refuse, but his logic about food won her over. So she leaned in, took a bite, chewed slowly, and admitted she liked it when Matthew asked. Then John called for him, and Matthew tensed up. His dad asked why he had wandered off without saying anything. Chuck was standing right behind him, and asked if this was his son. Matthew froze in surprise. He recognized Chuck as the future chairman of Sirius while John hurried to explain himself. Straightening up, Matthew introduced himself, and Chuck said he had already heard plenty about him. Next, the chairman introduced his daughter Tiffany, and she reached out to greet him. Seeing Tiffany made Matthew nervous. He really didn't want to mess this up. Then Chuck pointed to Agnes. Matthew could hardly believe that the girl he had just met was also the chairman's daughter. With a sweet smile, she asked to be friends, and that only confused him more since he didn't remember another daughter in his past life. She put her hands on his shoulders and paused, making him even more flustered. Agnes then reminded him she was 2 years older, like she was trying to keep him in line. Matthew asked if he could speak to her more casually, and she said yes. Then he asked if he could just talk to her informally. Agnes didn't let that slide and told him to say it again, leaving him confused. Then she clearly stated her name. She told him to just call her Agnes so there would be no confusion, and he had no choice but to agree. Chuck promised that next time he'd make sure Matthew came to talk with his daughters again. Later, Matthew sat at the big table in shock, still not believing any of this. Louise asked the boys if they liked the snacks, and Yoon answered with total excitement. Chuck then asked Anna if she had gotten into the Players Academy that year, and she said yes. He handed her a box, saying he should have given it to her sooner. Chuck explained it was a communication device so he could stay in touch with Anna at the academy, and she was stunned by the gift. John thanked him, but Chuck brushed it off. He said he needed reliable people in the future and asked them to accept it, then urged Anna to open the box. Confused, Anna said she already had a phone. Chuck showed her his own and proudly said this Sirius model was better than anything else out there. He looked to John for backup, and John agreed. Their mother quietly nudged Anna to thank him, and she did right away. Meanwhile, Matthew sat there with Yoon in his arms, growing suspicious. He kept replaying Chuck's kind words in his head, and couldn't figure out what this was really about. His thoughts were cut off when Yoon held out a cookie for him to try. On another couch, Anna and Tiffany were already whispering about meeting again, and Matthew had no idea how his sister got that close so fast. He seriously couldn't understand how anyone could socialize that well and talk about so much so quickly. Then Tiffany invited Matthew to come next time too. Agnes looked at him and said it would be nice if he came along. Tiffany told Anna that her sister had no friends and hardly ever came to gatherings like this, which made Agnes answer back at once. She tried to defend herself but only sounded hurt and embarrassed, while Tiffany pushed her to say who she actually spent time with. So Tiffany asked Matthew to join them next time, so Agnes would have someone to talk to. At that moment, Matthew finally understood what Agnes was like. He realized she was only brought to these events to form connections and little groups. Now she wanted him in hers, something he would have refused before. Louise clapped her hands and called it a wonderful idea. Chuck and Louise said they had wanted Matthew attending these gatherings from a young age because it would be a great chance for him. That's when Matthew realized he'd been played. Looking at Agnes, he understood she was Chuck's heir, the one meant to take over after him. Tiffany was great at talking and even better at acting clueless. Matthew had no real reason to doubt the company his father worked for, and he didn't want to leave Anna alone at an event like this. So he reluctantly agreed, and Chuck looked thrilled. The chairman's family said it would be good for Agnes too. Later that night, Jeb walked down the street drinking. Then he suddenly felt like he'd had enough. He heard an annoying sound and turned around. Something huge was rushing straight at him. It was a giant grade 7 mosquito. Its red eyes burned with aggression. The monster stabbed through Jeb's shoulder. Pain hit him hard. His bottle slipped from his hand and shattered on the asphalt. In the shine of the mosquito's eye, Jeb was already on the ground as people ran toward the noise. The creature turned toward them. They were players, and their arrival forced the mosquito to retreat. 2 of them offered to help, but their commander didn't want to waste time on a drunk. His subordinates insisted on following orders and taking the victim to the hospital. Something blue was glowing from Jeb's shoulder. Soon after, a brutal heat wave hit the city. Matthew's summer break after 3rd grade began. After school, the kids went to the hospital to visit Melly. They brought flowers with them. Melly told them to keep quiet so they wouldn't wake the sleeping baby. The kids gathered around and instantly melted. They couldn't stop talking about his tiny hands and cute face. Matthew asked if the baby liked being around people, and Melly said he did. Then he asked if it was a boy or a girl. Melly said it was a boy, and the others excitedly talked about the baby and who had already come to see him. When Matthew asked the baby's name, Melly said she had picked it before he was even born. Vinny, a name that meant dreams, hope, and the future. That name stuck in Matthew's mind. Before his rebirth, he had read about the Abyss Dungeon, and he had seen that same name on the raider list. The raider's nickname was Diamond Fist, and his skills had played a huge role in clearing the Abyss Dungeon. Matthew started to think this baby might be that very person. Then he wondered why Melly hadn't chosen death before his rebirth. The answer was simple: the child. The others kept taking turns holding the baby and gushing over him. Matthew asked if since this was Yoon's brother, that made him his brother too. Melly said that either way he should look after the baby because they were family. She joked that caring for the baby would be good practice for Matthew, but he wanted no part of that. When he asked about the baby's full name, Melly told him it was Navini, which only gave him more questions. This hospital visit left Matthew disappointed. Afterward, the kids left the hospital still talking about the baby. Outside, the heat was so bad they couldn't just keep walking around. One of the girls suggested going to the community center pool, and everyone liked the idea. When she asked Matthew, he hesitated. He started talking, but then the kids noticed a group of children wolfing down food. There were a lot of them, and they stood out right away. These were wanderer children, kids who had lost their families to monsters. Most were born in the slums, abandoned and left to live outside the city. While the others talked about them and Amanda's safety barriers, Matthew slipped around the corner. Right then, a tall stack of boxes started to tip over. A wanderer child standing under it was about to get hit in the head. Matthew jumped in to save him. The boxes missed the boy and crashed to the floor, spilling everything. Matthew asked if he was okay, still holding him in his arms. The child happily shouted, "Angel," leaving Matthew confused. He started explaining that his mother had said an angel would come help him. The others saw Matthew and ran over. He told them everything was fine. The kids asked what was going on, drawing the wanderer's attention. A one-armed boy came running over, yelling. The child recognized him as his brother. The older boy grabbed his hand and pulled him back. Then the children scolded him for going near strangers and talking to them. After that, they apologized for the trouble and asked him to. The older brother told the little one to bow and say sorry, and after a short pause, he did. Then both brothers apologized together. After that, the kids hurried off, still glancing back. The girls asked who those boys were and why they were so scared. Matthew figured their parents had never really explained what wanderers were. For kids whose whole world was school and daycare, meeting wanderers could mean losing everything and ending up in the slums. Claire asked if this was one of the days when wanderers came out into the streets. She had grown up under the church's care, so she knew a little about that life. When the others kept asking about those children, Matthew said they didn't need to know. The kids headed home, while the wanderers silently watched them leave. It was a harsh reminder: this world could look peaceful and still be cruel to children. The next day, Jimmy, Claire, and Olivia were sitting in the gazebo. Jimmy ate ice cream to cool off, but Olivia worried they were running out of time. He figured their boss could take a break and have ice cream too. Elsewhere, Jeb walked down the street, drained by the heat. Then he suddenly looked up, grabbed his chest, and started denying what he'd heard before. He remembered a doctor once telling him he had poor mana control. Now Jeb started doubting that diagnosis. He also recalled a dream that felt real, where a giant mosquito bit him, yet there had been no mark when he woke up. As Claire laughed about something, Jimmy turned and noticed someone nearby. It was Jeb collapsing to the ground, and Jimmy instantly knew something was wrong. Jeb stayed there trembling, running through every diagnosis in his head. He wanted to call the general manager and say he couldn't come to work, but in the black screen of his phone, he saw the reflection of a giant mosquito. Jeb dropped the phone in panic. Jimmy rushed over and asked what was happening. Jeb was soaked in sweat and shaking as he tried to answer. Instead, he begged them to get away from him right now. Jimmy froze, shocked by that. When he asked again, Jeb yelled even louder for them to run. Olivia's eyes flashed blue. She called to Jimmy and pointed at Jeb. Dark veins were spreading across his body. His face swelled up and he stared at the children like he couldn't believe what was happening to him. Then something began leaking from his head. Olivia screamed for everyone to run as a giant mosquito rose where Jeb had been. At the same time, Matthew was walking down the street, miserable in the heat. Catherine stayed beside him, answering his question with clear annoyance. Matthew suggested stopping for ice cream to cool down. Catherine snapped that he was being careless, since their friends were waiting, but he acted like it wasn't a big deal. He kept trying to talk her into getting ice cream, and Catherine finally jumped on his back and forced him to keep moving. Then Matthew heard a distant voice and tried to point it out, but Catherine ignored him. A cry rang out for a player to come help, and this time he clearly caught it. Catherine dropped down and asked what was going on, but Matthew said they needed to get to the mana control department. While she hesitated, he bent down, tied his laces, and charged mana into his shoes. Then he blasted off toward the scream, leaving Catherine behind. He leaped into the air and raced toward the sound. Catherine didn't even get the chance to ask where the monster was. Every living thing has mana in its body, and a small part of it keeps the heart beating. Each body can only handle a certain amount. When too much builds up, the body becomes a monster like the mosquito that attacked Jimmy. Jimmy ran with the girls towards shelter, trying to make sense of what was happening. Behind them, the flying monster kept closing in. They sprinted as fast as they could to stay alive. The girls were horrified by what they were seeing. Jimmy looked back while Claire and Olivia tried to think of a plan. The mosquito was gaining fast. Jimmy knew he couldn't keep running, and fight it too. If only Matthew were here. For a moment, he pictured Matthew reaching out to save them. Jimmy snapped back to reality and slapped his cheeks a couple of times to steady himself. Olivia was falling behind even though she was pushing herself hard. Jimmy told Claire to carry Olivia if she had the strength. Olivia refused, saying she could manage. But Claire grabbed her anyway, hauled her onto her back and told her not to argue. As they ran, they asked Jimmy what to do, and he told Olivia to make a barrier to hold the monster back. She agreed and turned toward it. The mosquito was almost on top of them when Olivia released mana from her hand. An energy dome formed, and the monster slammed into it. Jimmy urged her on and told Claire to send a mental message to everyone nearby. Claire shut her eyes, even while running, and focused on the message. Her call for help spread far ahead. People all around heard her voice asking for help with a monster. She begged them to call a player. On Claire's back, Olivia kept the barrier up and warned them how close the monster was. The mosquito clung to the shield and kept pace, staring at them through the dome. Jimmy fired mana at it and yelled for it to back off. Olivia reinforced the shield as the mosquito saw a heavy blast of mana coming straight at it. The hit stunned the monster and threw off its sense of direction. Jimmy praised the girls and told them to keep going. The creature crashed down behind them, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Then the mosquito got back up and started trying to speak. The words came out slowly, and its eyes glowed red. It said it didn't want to die, then rushed at them even faster. Olivia stared at it and noticed something strange. Its mana was mixed with human mana, and she realized it had once been a person turned into a monster. Jimmy told her to raise the barrier again so they could survive. Olivia closed her eyes and released more mana, but Claire stumbled, and Olivia slipped from her back. A shockwave knocked the mosquito sideways. Claire hit the ground and Jimmy tried to calm her. Seeing that, Olivia panicked for her friend. Jimmy crouched beside Claire and helped her back up. Olivia ran over to help too. As Claire stood, Olivia noticed her legs were scraped up and bleeding, but Claire brushed it off. Then all three looked at the mosquito coming back and knew that was the bigger problem. The monster wanted revenge. Jimmy said they couldn't outrun it with Claire injured, so they'd have to defend themselves with mana, and Olivia acted at once. Together they launched a storm of mana spheres, setting off an explosion in the air. The mosquito glared right through it. They still couldn't land a clean hit, but they kept firing. The monster dropped lower to attack, sharpening the blades at its front. Olivia raised a protective dome and stood firm. For the moment, the shield trapped the mosquito and kept everyone safe. Claire looked at her friends, already running out of strength, and had no idea how to help. Watching Olivia struggle, she guessed Olivia was trying so hard because she felt guilty. Claire accepted that she might die and told them to leave her behind and run. Jimmy refused to move. Claire answered while he kept fighting, both of them hoping a player would arrive soon. Above them, Matthew sped through the sky, searching for his friends in danger. At first, Claire didn't get what Jimmy meant. Then she realized who he was talking about. The mosquito battered the barrier and noticed something rushing in from above. A massive blast of mana slammed down and hurled it far back. Jimmy and Olivia lit up at Matthew's arrival, though they still complained it took too long for help to come. Matthew turned to them with a grin, while the monster tried to recover. He said he showed up at the perfect time, everyone was still alive. The mosquito noticed the reinforcement closing in fast. Matthew struck it the moment it came near. A powerful wave of mana blasted the mosquito backward. The others were relieved that help had finally come. Matthew glanced back and kept teasing them. He insisted he was right on time, so they had no reason to complain. The mosquito recovered and got ready to attack again. Matthew told his friends to stay back until other players arrived. Olivia started to speak, but Jimmy cut in and explained that the monster used to be human before it transformed. That made Matthew pause. He realized this type of mosquito drains mana instead of killing outright, turning people into more of its kind. Then he explained what happens to people after part of their mana is stolen. They try to force more mana back into themselves, but without control, too much either tears the body apart or turns them into a monster. As the mosquito came in again, Matthew raised his hand and prepared to fight. His next blow smashed into its head and left it reeling. Matthew thought players needed tighter watch over the city. If someone bitten by one of these things could still walk around freely. The mosquito kept attacking, and he guessed the players still had no proper rules for cases like this. Matthew moved fast and slipped past the monster's attack. He gathered mana into his hand and slammed it straight into the creature's head. The mosquito crashed to the ground, but Matthew kept pouring more power into his hand. Then he drove in a final strike that exploded on impact. He pinned the monster under the broken asphalt while it begged for mercy. Matthew was surprised it was still conscious after all that. He stepped on it again as it tried to recover. Then Matthew kicked the monster far down the road. The creature's skin split with swollen veins, peeling away and revealing its true form. As the boys started to leave, Matthew stopped them, clearly confused. He noticed the mosquito's color shift, turning brown. While begging for help, it kept changing into something demonic. That made him remember Kuma, the demonic group that once spread terror across South Korea before his revival. Matthew knew turning into a demon was almost impossible, so he asked if that thing had really been human. The others told him the one who changed was a man. Then Matthew realized Kuma still shouldn't exist for another 10 years, so this couldn't be one of them. Suddenly the mosquito shot into the air, still crying out for help. Matthew formed a sphere of mana and snapped, asking who said it could run, then fired. A storm of projectiles chased the mosquito as it tried to escape. The creature shrieked in the air, short on mana, and searching for anything it could use as a weapon. Matthew kept flying after it, refusing to let it get away. Once it passed the next building, the demon found new prey, a mother holding her child inside a hangar. It lunged at them, aiming its sharp proboscis right at their bodies. Matthew dropped into the room, furious at what the monster was about to do. He slammed into the mosquito on the way down, scaring the mother and child. The impact blasted the demon to the side as it struggled to recover. Then it suddenly shot upward, trying to hide again. Matthew chased after it, telling the woman to get a mana check at the hospital. He leaped over the wall and struck at the monster as it tried to slip away. Then he used Mana Destroyer and attacked. The demon barely avoided it and glanced back. Matthew gathered more mana into his weapon and shifted the force to his other hand. He swung again, sending hundreds of needle-like shots at the target. Too many were on course to miss. The demon took the hit and dropped from high above. At the last second, it crashed through the hangar wall to hide, and Matthew almost praised it for dodging that long. Then a child's cry came from inside the hangar, and he rushed over at once. He smashed through the window and flew inside. After landing, Matthew rose to his feet and looked ahead in disgust. Several bodies were lying in front of him. He clenched his fists and moved forward, running through every possible outcome in his head. Then he spotted the mosquito in the distance, draining mana from someone else. That was enough. Matthew decided to finish it. As the mosquito reached out with its blade, Matthew rushed straight at it. One hard strike to the head knocked it away from the child. The creature smashed into the wall of the next building. Looking closer, Matthew saw the changes on its body, and realized the transformation still wasn't complete. The mosquito stirred again and tried to flee, which only made him angrier. On the floor, a boy was crying out for his brother. He called Matthew an angel, and Matthew instantly understood who he had saved. When he turned, he saw the Wanderer. The building couldn't hold much longer and started to collapse. Stones rained down while Matthew dodged them. Above him, he spotted other players still searching for the mosquito. Their slow response only irritated him more. He decided the demon was no longer the biggest problem, and walked toward the Wanderer. The child called him his brother. Part of the boy's head and one eye were horribly swollen, and Matthew could barely stand to look. Then the scene shifts to revived Suwon City. Polly glares ahead, gritting his teeth and clutching his shoulder. He's with the Misty Flower team. Someone says she's furious that trash beneath even the 12 thrones dared to show up here. A girl steps in front of them, holding flies in her arms. She crosses her legs, smiles, and says they really do live up to their name. This is Beelzebub, Lord of the 9 demon flies. Polly charges at her, yelling for her to shut up. Beelzebub smiles, lowers her hand, and says, "So this is the mad dog Polly." He lifts his head in fear. A girl runs up with Matthew and shouts for him to stay where he is. She'll be there in a second. But Beelzebub suddenly appears beside her and mocks Misty Flower, saying their only real support must be the Grim Reaper. Then someone swings a sword and shouts, "Hands off." A moment later, Beelzebub's hand is sliced off and sent flying. Still smiling, she starts healing it and mocks the famous berserker for being so violent. Matthew glares at the enemy, raises a hand toward the girl and tells her to leave. Beelzebub studies him, then notices a girl lying nearby and asks if the body behind him is what she thinks it is. With a mocking smile, she adds that the girl's destructive power rivals the 12 thrones. Flies begin circling her face, then a huge explosion of fire erupts nearby. Beelzebub turns toward it, smiling. A girl appears, holding out a bloody hand. It's the Witch of Slaughter. Around her lie the bodies of soldiers turned into flies. Beelzebub says that nickname seems too big for her, but admits her resistance is amazing. Even after the babies attacked, she was the first not to become a monster. She smugly tells the girl she should be proud. The Witch of Slaughter says nothing and grits her teeth. Then Polly dashes in, his sword glowing blue as he yells for her to shut up. Beelzebub grabs a whip and says he's fast. The Grim Reaper must have healed him already. She lashes out, he counters, and the two exchange attacks at blinding speed. Then she stretches out a hand toward the Witch of Slaughter and restores her before turning to Matthew. Matthew turns and hears the witch ask him to kill her. Smiling through a trembling body, she says she doesn't want him to lie to her. Laughing weakly, she adds that he's already grown attached to her. Tears fill her eyes as her whole body shakes, while Matthew stares ahead in silence. He stands there for a few seconds, then steps forward and admits she's right. Matthew raises his sword toward the Witch of Slaughter and tells her they'll meet again in Plunt. Then the scene cuts to a small boy covered in blood, one eye swollen far beyond normal. Matthew walks up and says it was him. The boy whispers that all his friends are already dead. Matthew freezes for a moment, then takes a few steps closer, as the boy says they were really kind to him. Smiling faintly, the child looks up and says he'll die soon too. Matthew answers that he will. The boy pictures red-eyed demons and asks why the protagonist won't smile. That makes Matthew remember begging his sister through tears not to leave him alone. Lowering his head, he says he forgot how to smile a long time ago. The boy answers that he still has to. When Matthew asks why, the child starts repeating what the others told him. Then blisters spread across his body, and he adds that if he ever smiled, his hands begin shaking, a claw forms, and he keeps talking. Looking at him, Matthew is reminded of the witch's face, and the boy says that person would appear and make him smile. Matthew grips a metal rod and stands there in silence for a few seconds. Nana gathers around the weapon as he quietly says, "It'll hurt a little." The boy gives a weak answer, almost nodding along. As Matthew swings, the child says he wanted to say one last thing. With his condition getting worse by the second, the little boy whispers, "Mom." Tears well up in his eyes as he says he misses her very much. Then the scene shifts to a ruined building, filled with the bodies of children and teenagers. Matthew stands silently over the dead boy. He lowers his head and looks at him. A single drop falls into a wide puddle. Matthew remembers being on a swing and thinks about how much he hates little kids. Then he recalls a boy falling right in front of him. The child started crying, and his mother rushed over right away. Watching that, Matthew thought he hated their selfishness, the way they believed their parents would fix everything if they just cried. He turns aside and watches the boy take his parents' hands and walk off, smiling like hell didn't even exist. Seeing that innocent smile, Matthew thinks children believe happiness can last forever. Now staring at all the blood and dead children, he thinks this is what he lost when his whole family died before his eyes. Then he notices a small teddy bear at his feet. Picking it up, he says he used to smile so others wouldn't worry. Looking around, he adds that feeling faded in battle and never came back, even after revival. He sets the bear beside the boy and says that even if he couldn't cry when they died. Then the scene cuts to a small unit. One man traps a giant fly in a magic net and shouts that it's done for. Behind him, the commander yells that their ally has already become a monster and must be finished off. Another fighter raises his sword. Then he unleashes a barrage through the net at his former teammate. Standing before the boy, Matthew says that at least he can kill him and every other monster too. Next, a news report says the mosquito was defeated thanks to the werewolf girl's quick and precise response. Matthew watches the TV quietly as the anchor adds that she received the Brave Child Award from the mayor. Just then, his little sister walks into the room. She looks surprised, then thinks her brother hasn't smiled much lately. She hates seeing him so gloomy. Then she remembers what their mother told her: if her brother ever looks sad, she should cheer him up. So the little girl rushes into the room. She jumps onto her startled brother, remembering she was told to hug him tight. Laughing, she clings to him. Matthew pats her head and asks why she's in such a good mood. At last he smiles and she says she just feels happy. Then she leans in, holds out a hand, and whispers for him to come closer so she can tell him something. Instead, she grabs his head and kisses him on the cheek. Waving her hands with a big smile, she says she loves her brother more than anything. Matthew touches his cheek, stunned. Then, still feeling that kiss, he smiles. He tells her he loves his sister more than anything too, and she asks if he really means it. A little later, the elementary school sports festival begins. Noah looks down at a paper in surprise as an announcement says the partner-finding event is starting. He turns, sees all the kids around him, and wonders where to find his match. Nearby, he spots Claire and Catherine. He grabs Claire's hand and says they need to run. She asks what's going on, while Catherine, annoyed, tells them to hurry, they have to win. They reach the staff member, who asks to see their note. No pulls it out and shows him. The paper says puppy, and the man jokingly asks if Claire is the puppy. She grabs the protagonist by the shirt, red-faced, and snaps that she's a fox, not a dog. The protagonist just says they need this win. That makes her pause. Blushing, she remembers her friend saying they have to work together if she wants to win and become class president next time. Claire shuts her eyes and lets out a bark, and the man laughs, saying she makes a very good puppy. Not long after, MC and his teammate race across the field. His little sister brings him a packed lunch and proudly says she made it for him. No smiles and says it looks delicious. Watching them, Catherine grumbles that he looks way too happy. Still annoyed, she asks if he can be nice to people besides his sister, especially after calling Claire a dog. He frowns and says he didn't like doing that. Catherine forced Claire into the contest. Catherine shoots back that otherwise he'd just slack off. Pointing at herself, she proudly says that as class president, she wants their class to get the top score. Then she goes pale when someone points out that this totally isn't because the teacher promised them sandwiches if they won. She turns back, raises her fist, and yells that it doesn't matter. Nobody is sneaking off at lunch, and she won't let them off easy. A girl walks over to Olivia, wipes her sweat, and says she did a great job. Olivia calls her mom and says she's fine. Blushing, the girl smiles and says, "Sister, mom sounds nice too. Kind of strange but nice." Noah watches them quietly for a moment. As he eats, he thinks about how Olivia's father married that girl a few months ago. He recalls the happy couple at the wedding, along with the old grandfather there. People were shocked when they learned the girl playing with them was the second daughter of a powerful man from the Alice group, where the grandfather is chairman. One boy even walked up to the old man with a grin and casually talked to him like they were equals. The protagonist thinks it's wild that they weren't scared at all. Olivia clenches her fists and says she promised to get used to calling her that. Claire teases that she used the wrong name again. No figures Olivia is still embarrassed to say mom, but the girl just looks up at the flags and says it's fine. Later, they head outside. MC walks along slowly. Yawning, he says he needs a nap after lunch. Then he turns and spots Claire by the wall, noting that this back garden is usually empty. When he gets closer, he asks what the puppy is doing there. Claire points at him, upset, and reminds him she already said she's not a dog. Now everyone calls her that because of him. No says it's still kind of a cute nickname. He peeks around the corner and asks what she's doing here. Did something happen? Then what he sees stops him cold. Catherine is yelling at her mother, asking why it matters who she's friends with. Her mother tries to calm her down, saying she only wants to talk. She puts her hands on Catherine's shoulders and says she never told her not to be friends with them. In fact, getting closer to Olivia would be good. Catherine knocks her hands away, and her mother adds that she'd be happier if she stayed away from Claire. Catherine shouts that this is exactly why she keeps trying to control her friends. Smiling, the woman says Claire is a half-breed. No freezes when he hears that. She goes on, saying, maybe Catherine doesn't understand, but people don't treat someone like Claire well, and others might judge her just for being seen with her. He turns and sees Claire sitting on the ground, staring at her hands. With her head lowered, she says she's fine. Her hand trembles as she adds that she already knew someone like her would never really have friends. Noah looks down and asks, what about them? Claire gives a small smile, thanks them, and asks them to forgive all the trouble she caused. Then she stands and says she came because of Catherine, but now things feel awkward, so she should leave. The protagonist suddenly grabs her hand. He tells her it's okay. They should trust Catherine. Catherine's mother keeps yelling that the other mothers don't want their kids around Claire. Catherine lowers her head and starts shaking with tears. Claire's eyes fill too, and she says it's fine. They should just go. Then Catherine suddenly shouts, head still down, grabbing her shorts tightly. She looks up and says Claire is her friend. Hope lights up Claire's eyes. Sometime later, Catherine's mother stands there in silence for a moment, then sighs, puts her hands on her hips and says Catherine has to decide for herself, but later she better not come crying that her mother was right. They hug and Catherine says she won't regret it. Watching from the side, Noah says it looks like everything worked out. He steps back, puts his hands behind his head, and says he and the puppy should leave before anyone notices them. Claire runs up and asks if he's really going to keep calling her that. Then she stops and looks at MC. Her eyes brighten, turning red, and she says they have to take first place today. Moving on, she adds that they need to cheer Catherine up. Noah smiles and agrees. Soon they start throwing balls into the goal. The other kids stare as ball after ball lands right on target. Catherine turns in shock as the announcer calls the blue team the winner. She points at him and says something is wrong with him. He's trying way too hard, and that's not like him. The protagonist turns pale and insists he's always like this. Next comes the relay race, and Claire runs first and wins. Then limbo starts. Noah clears it easily, says it was simple, and the blue team wins again. After that, the triathlon begins. Olivia cheers with her mom, and the blue team wins again. Fireworks go off as someone announces the winners of the Autumn Sports Day. Catherine smiles, holding the winner's flag and the sign for best class, while the announcer declares Class 3-3 the champions. Glowing with pride, she turns to her classmates, puts a hand on her chest, and says they can do anything if they work together. Her classmates crowd around with huge smiles, and she tells them they should pick her as the next president. Noah and Claire reach out to her with a smile, saying they're in. But then someone grabs her hand. Another kid lifts her legs. Catherine looks down in panic and asks what they're doing as the children start counting. At 3, they toss her into the air. The parents watch with smiles and one of them says they should do it again. So the kids lift Catherine once more, and on 3 they throw her up again, this time with a huge happy grin on her face. That's where this video ends. If you made it this far, please subscribe and leave a comment. See you in the next video.